Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the RCI World Tour 2023, live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Bathurst, also known as Mount Panorama in New South Wales, plays host to round 3 today, just over 6.2 kilometres in length, with a whopping 23 turns, and technically is deemed a street circuit. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator. Alongside me and behind the cameras on double duty is Jesse Lee, and of course a big hello to our live stewards. Welcome, everyone.
Welcome in, John. Welcome in, everybody watching at home. We apologize for the migration of the stream. Wires got crossed in the process of dual streaming technology and all of that. But we welcome you in nonetheless. We welcome you into what has been a very sunny, almost ideal Bathurst here for 6 hours here today for the middle round of the championship. Qualifying just underway. The cars stacking off of the final turn. Murray's, of course, trying to find a little bit of space, but leading the pack is this man, Tobias Lang, looking to put in an early quick lap. Was up near the top of the board in practice, that is. Wasn't at the very top of the board, but could do some damage here. Has the cleanest track, at least for this lap.
Yeah, so plenty of space ahead for Tobias Lang, of course, for the limitless speed drivers. Came in last time at Monza, P9 overall, of course, not the result they were probably expecting there. Showed some amazing pace, and showing some good pace at the moment is, of course, Tobias Lang over the top of the mountain. He goes towards the end of the lap, of course. Now we're in the Forest Elbow section into the dipper of turns 18 and 19, of course, begin the big long run down the Conrod Straight, of course, under the bridge and up the other side over the crest of the hill towards turns 20, 21 and 22, formerly known as the Chase, and expecting to see plenty of action down here today. Of course, drivers slipstreaming each other into the Chase, diving up the inside. Of course, it's a very long braking zone, and then you've got to make the apex and get the car drawn up. Be very careful of the inside curb on turn 21. Of course, very raised up, can really unsettle the car quite nastily. And now Tobias Lang begins his run, of course, towards the last corner. Murray's, as Jesse Lee said earlier, turn 23, wrestles the steering wheel over the exit curb, maximizing all of the track, and he is the first time on the board. Instantly beaten by Renault Ritchie, Tatsvina Hacker, as well as Joe Dorber just behind as well. It looks like the Thomas Enger car and the Hymo car very close into turn 1, Jesse. It's already hotting up between Renault Ritchie and Tatsvina Hacker.
Yeah, it certainly is. A lot of these drivers looking to do the job here today, and that they seemed quite close. I wonder if maybe that lap was helped out a little bit by the draft. Didn't go right into Hell Corner, though, but for them, it was job done. They got to the line. This is one of the cars that we're looking for. Kirill Karpov in the car now for the Next Level Play Racing team. They were just about the fastest car we could see in practice. Hasn't been a great opening lap for Karpov, as they were only able to do a 201.2. That's not going to get it done in a field where the top drivers are in the 1-minute 59s.
Yeah, it's already a very stacked field, isn't it? 1 minute 59 already on the board for Renault Ritchie in the McLaren. The 720S Evo looking super strong at the mountain today, although Tatsvina Hacker's Lamborghini looking equally as quick for Hymo. And Karpov now begins his ascent up the mountain, of course, through the rapid turns of, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all in very quick succession through Solomon Park, of course, through Skyline. He goes towards now the S's, of course, rapid again, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 and 17, all in very quick succession. So racking up the 23 turns, super easy here. Tim Van Vachel for the number 86 U Amateurs P18, slight improvement on his first lap there, 2 minute 1.3. Fantastic livery on that Lamborghini, if I do say so. And now of course the lead car of the train, essentially at the time of qualifying, beginning. Tobias Lang next over the line to see if he can better himself. He can, up into P3, and the margins are looking very, very close at the front. And now this man here, Christoph Verstappen for the RCI Esports Blue entry, not too strong looking in practice, although qualifying looking certainly a lot better at the moment. P4 provisionally for Verstappen in the 769 BMW. Not too many BMWs on the field today, of course, only Mark Elgaard in the McLeod Racing team, and of course Christoph Verstappen electing to take the Bavarian manufacturer for the championship. A lot more McLarens Ferraris in the mix as well. So hopefully we'll be seeing them towards the top of the field. And it's our favourite team, Jesse Lee. It's Small PP into
They're
P5.
back!
They're back. They're back for another round. Of course, we did see them last time out on Monza, although things didn't quite go to plan. So fingers crossed they can turn that around. And Alpha Simsport, again, looked very good at Monza, although not too good at the mountains so far. They'll look to improve their lap later on in the session. Pirate Racing, of course, next across the line. No improvement to be had position-wise, but there was a lap improvement there, a 2-minute 8.830. And, lots of very quick times coming in. Super stacked session today, Jesse. Of course, 32 cars all jostling for position in qualifying. It's not going to be easy to find clear air, although looks like a nice gap ahead of the 134 at the moment coming down the Conrod Straight.
It's all about finding a gap. They were told in the driver's briefing today that it was, it was basically on them to find the gaps and to work those gaps out and to do it in a safe manner. And that's not always an easy task. We've not set the drivers with the easiest racetrack to begin with, let alone the traffic. There's 33 cars out on the track right now. Of course, only one of them in the pit lane. And space is at a premium. It is a rather large track, a 2-minute lap around here, but even still, 30-some cars all fighting over real estate. It can get quite tricky indeed. And they were told, look, stacking, you do it at your own risk. If you impede somebody else, you can incur a penalty for doing that. Also, it's just finding space in general. It is hard to do. A lot of them have cut out a nice little bit of a gap, but if you notice, a lot of cars are almost in a tandem of two, the car in behind, of course, being the huge beneficiary of being able to get just a little sniff of that draft when they get inside 3/4 of a second. Jose Jimenez for Odox Motorsports goes quicker there, up into the top 10. It was a 2-minute .190 for them. The current quickest lap that we have out on the racetrack is by the Crazy File racing car. That is a 59.015. Now, that is just about the quickest time I've seen in quite some time. That is threatening some of the best times I have ever seen in the 1.9 era of ACC.
Yeah, of course, the 1.9 era being probably the greatest, I would say, of ACC. Of course, tire model very much changed, suspension and dampers also. The game has never been better. We've now got the N and M competition. That's quite hard to say in a hurry. The number 146 coming through the chase. I think they're on a current valid lap at the moment. The number 146 Ferrari. Looking quite good through the first couple of sectors, although running towards Murray's. Let's see if they can improve. Keep it off the inside curb. Use all of the exit curb. Very flat. Gets you good drive. And Christian Nessimian does improve up into P7 for the number 146. And grid position, we say it all the time, Jesse, isn't always crucial in endurance racing. However, at Bathurst, of course, with the pinch point of turn 1, of course, the big long run up to turn 2, if you can start further forward, you're probably going to save yourself a little bit of trouble when doors and elbows do start getting kind of banged together along the way. Typically, Bathurst, of course, very pinchy in the first corner. A lot of drivers check up, and some down the back end of the grid aren't always aware that there's a stoppage or a clog on the track, and it's very easy to clog up Mountain Straight as well. So fingers crossed for a clean start. Jose Jimenez, of course, up into P8 for Odox Motorsport. That's a good improvement from the Spanish driver. Again, a driver we've seen quite regularly at RCI in some of our championships, so we know he's got good pace, pulling over to the left-hand side to go back to the pits. More than likely to take another set of Pirelli tyres. Of course, no limits on tyres for this event. Drivers are free to use as many as they like. So we're going to see the cars at their fastest throughout the 6 hours when the green flag drops. Timothy Flamger for the Alpha Simsport car, said it earlier, looked very good in Monza. The team, all three of them, had very good pace across the race, but just lurking down in P19 at the moment. Maybe not quite gelling, of course, with the Lamborghini. Tatsvina Hacker being your highest placed Lamborghini in P4. He's 0.815 off top time at the moment. So Timothy Flamger comes to the line. Can he improve from the P19? Across the line, he does improve slightly up into P13, although still inside the 2-minute time. And just under 9 minutes to go, Jesse Lee. There's still plenty of time to get a lap in yet.
Still is. Many cars out there, I think, are just about at their limit, and they're trying to fight for time, but not a lot of them able to find a whole lot of it out there on the racetrack. They still have a couple of opportunities to get it right, and they could even come down pit lane, change some settings, put a new set of Pirelli P0 racing tires on the cars, and go back out again. A lot of them are not doing that. In fact, they are trudging along. I think you'll see after this lap is concluded more and more cars doing that, though, with as we round down this qualifying session. All these drivers back this far in the field. Christian Lindgren for Sim Brothers Racing. This is completely out of the ordinary for this team. This is nowhere near where we would expect them to be. Their quickest lap to date is a 201.625, not nearly representative of what the Sim Brothers are capable of doing. And Lindgren, of course, on a quick one right now, as they may get a little bit of a tow, but you got to be careful. That might have been a bigger tow than they would have wanted, and I think it has been a little bit of a distraction as the 76 car of Madley goes off in the chase, may have distracted Lindgren a little bit, and this lap has been completely ruined. Not only were they losing time doing that, of course, they've also invalidated the lap. That's how quickly this can all change, something like that. Jaron here in the Steady Start Racing blue car. It is very blue, and it is very Ferrari, but now trying to improve upon their time. They had it up until the chase there. They lost their couple of tenths they had. It's tracking just about even, was able to gather just a little bit. Nope, lost it off of Murray's, and almost no improvement there. Like I say, it's just that easy. You have it for a second, and then you lose it all in one corner. Everything. You raced your lap up until that point.
Yeah, it's like the luck of the mountain, isn't it? Sometimes it bites very hard, and other times you do escape with your life and your car still intact. 2 minutes flat nearly for Christoph Verstappen, not enough to improve on Jose Jimenez currently, so he will go for another run. Meanwhile, Christian Lindgren finds his way across the top of the mountain, of course, through Suleiman Park and the John Hicksman Vista corner. Very quick, the Porsche car, of course, over the top of the mountain, makes up all the time in the corners, and we say it time and time again, don't we, Jesse Lee? The Porsche struggles on the straight. You've, of course, got the big straight between turn 1 and 2, Mountain Straight, and then you've got the Conrad Straight between, obviously, the Forest Elbow and the Chase at the bottom. So Porsche expect them to be very quick in sector 2, although losing it in sectors 1 and 3. So you've really got to drive the wheels off it over the top of the mountain. And of course, it's very hard to do that here at Bathurst. No runoff area, particularly only really in the Skyline section of corners. And, you know, it's very easy to get it wrong at the mountain. I'm sure we're going to see plenty of cars in the wall today rather than track limits on the minds of everybody. Of course, we normally race at modern circuit, should we say, Jesse? Plenty of runoff area, plenty of limits to test the drivers on and how far they can really push the envelope. But here you cannot push the envelope at all because of the amount of concrete walls that surround you as you go over the top of the mountain. Christian Lindgren, a small lockup by the looks of it into the last turn, might have hemorrhaged a little bit of time, and he does go faster, but not enough to improve there. 2 minute 1.410, really struggling with the Porsche platform. But of course, it's not all about qualifying, Jesse Lee. We do have 6 hours ahead of us with those impeding walls, lots of very technical sections, and traffic will be a big thing towards the latter half of the race. Of course, all cars covered by quite a wide margin today, from P1 all the way down to P32, 3.5 seconds difference in pace as we stand in qualifying. So traffic's going to be a very big thing early on, I feel, today, Jesse.
Yeah, I think after the first stint, John, what you're going to see is that the leaders are going to be mired in traffic. And we've seen this before in one of the last 3 races that we've ran here. The race was decided because of lap traffic. Of course, we've ran a lot of Bathurst races here in the past week and a half here at RCI. Yeah, you're welcome if you are in today's race, as Felix Davinza Hacker goes P4, a 59.497 for the High-Mo team. That will do them justice and serve them quite well in their championship hopes nearing the midway point of the season. But we've had so much Bathurst here. There's been a lot of practice. A lot of the drivers and the teams have told us they've used those hour races as sort of a practice for this race. They've learned a lot. This should be a really good showing from everybody, and you just hope that they learned enough to stay on top of the track. One thing they would have learned, of course, like you say, is the traffic. They're going to run into it at some point. It's going to be quite heavy. We've seen surprise winners here in the past, including Friday and Night Owl in our most recent adventures here. So It's hard to believe today would be any different from that. Everybody has to keep their head on a swivel in a race like this.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be a very dynamic race. It's going to be a race of attrition as well, with the amount of cars that may find their way scraping along the walls up the top of the mountain. Thomas Jack, meanwhile, for the small PP team, the number 800 McLaren in a striking new livery of dark red. It was a baby pink for the first couple of rounds, and now we're gone back to the end of the spectrum. He does go faster with a 1:59.715, although not enough to improve the time. Of course, a big window ahead to Vincent Hacker. Meanwhile, Tim Rule for the SPHE Motorsport team, the number 969, looking very good in the white and green livery coming down the Commerce Straight. Of course, Frederick Gutman shares the car with him. And shout out to Frederick Gutman for making some very awesome highlight reels along the way of the World Tour Canada. It's really interesting to watch back on the progress of the team. So do look him up on YouTube and have a look at his highlight reels, because some fantastic action on there. But back to the action today, of course, Tim Rule overcooks the last corner a little bit, kind of misses the apex, washes a little bit wide. Across the line he goes for a small improvement, although, again, not enough to improve position. It's a very spread out field today, Jesse. Top 7 covered by a second. It's normally a much smaller window than that across the grid. So maybe a lot of drivers here today just not gelling with the conditions.
I think it's the opposite of that, John. I think most of them are pretty similar on pace. I think it's just the top couple that have shown that they're just a little bit more elite here. Maybe they've hit on something in the setup. Maybe they've hit on something just with the car in general. Hard to say, but everybody else quite close indeed. Trustclair comes across the line. It's a 201.035. That was an improvement and up to 23rd, but that has not helped them on the exit of Hell Corner. In fact, they were up going through there, but of course, with the bouncing off of the curb into Hell, they have lost all of that time on this lap. Everybody out there on a valid lap, of course, gets to complete their lap, and even if time expires, several cars on one right now looking to improve, including this driver, Otso Alila, for the Jordy Suss Racing 888 Mercedes-Benz. Now, this car is on a bit of a flyer. They're tracking 0.3 up on their time. That would be a massive jump inside the top 20 if they can hold on to this.
Yeah, let's continue with Olila down to the last corner.
It's
Murray's
half a
get the chart
second.
drawn up in time. It's looking very good on the timing board. Olila to the line, big improvement up into P13 with a 2-minute 0.370. He cemented the Mercedes further forward. Of course, if you are coming across the line at the moment, you do have enough for one more in you. It's probably worthwhile sticking at it, because you never know, you may just hook that dream lap together. Meanwhile, Jordan Nixon for the sister tire sim racing esports, the number 133. They find themselves in a Mercedes as well. Of course, looking slightly up on the first couple of sectors as they come down into the chase. A big improvement through the chase they get. Let's see, is it going to be enough to fire themselves towards the front of the top 10? Of course, just outside the top 20 at the moment. And of course, grid position is everything, although overcooks Murray's corner just a little bit, lost a lot of time there, and that puts him in P21 as the checkered flag comes out. Of course, I'm not sure, did he make the checkered flag? It was very, very close. He might just have enough.
No, he made it
for one more. He made it just about. Did. So Jordan Nixon gets another stab at it. Meanwhile, of course, drivers coming across the line at the moment set to improve. The number 23 is next across, but we're going to have a look at Christian Lindgren here for the Sim Brothers Racing. Can he hook that dream lap together? We said it earlier, Jesse, a little bit out of contention. Christian Lindgren, P29 out of 32 cars. Not the end of the grid we're used to the Sim Brothers seeing. It's going to be a long afternoon if Christian can't improve here. Uses all the track and some more over the curb. A small improvement up into P27 with a 201.277. Although, again, just not enough to fire him up the grid. It's going to be a long afternoon for the Sim Brothers. Meanwhile, Steady Start Racing overcooks it into the chase. A little bit of slipstream ahead, I think, from the number 7. Probably off-put them on their braking point along the way down the straight, and just wasn't expecting to carry that much speed into the chase, and unfortunately overcooked it. Steady Start, not Steady Start Racing, sorry, the Crazy File Racing car has crossed the line to cement themselves a pole position. But this man here, Felix Tarksvina Hacker, is probably about the only driver on circuit at the moment that could challenge him. Although, will he have enough in the Lamborghini? It's a big ask, of course. 0.652 seconds for Tartsvina Hacker to make up. But quickly, Enrubia is coming across the line for another Tire Sim Racing Esports entry and up into P12. That's a good improvement there from the Spaniard. So they throw themselves just outside the top 10. Meanwhile, Tartsvina Hacker, one of the third to last cars to cross the line in today's session. Through Murray's he goes. Will it be enough to improve? It does. Put him up another position, although still on the second row of the grid, just ahead, of course, of the SPHE Motorsport car. That's going to be a very challenging car all afternoon to race against. Jordan Nixon across the line, your last car. Unfortunately, no improvement for him. He will remain in P21. And what a fantastic qualifying session so far. And just look at that at the top. Complete dominance from the number 7 in all three sectors. Purple, purple, and purple to take the pole position. The next nearest car, of course, Miguel Renault Ritchie in the number 34 Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry. Tartsvina Hacker for Hymo puts it in P3 and SPHE Motorsport in 4th. And then we've got a quick rundown, of course. Tobias Lang for Limitless Speed Drivers. There's a lot of 2-driver entries this afternoon, some electing to take 3. And again, Small PP Racing in P6. We then got a few more, 146 and the 121 next back there. Number 87. Then we've got the RCI Esports Blue car just inside the top 10. Although, Jesse, looking like a very dominant top 10 filled with McLarens, a couple of Audis sprinkled in there for good measure. And it seems like the Raging Bulls and the Prancing Horses are all towards the back of the grid today.
Yeah, it certainly is. The thing that I take away from this is just how far in front the first couple of cars are. That's so unusual to see that. And what is typical, though, is from about 4th place on back, just how close they are. Typically, less than a tenth between every position is what you see in Split 1 Pro and esports level racing. And that's what you see after you get off those first couple of rows. You start to see that less than a tenth between each position, all different manufacturers in play. Unfortunately for Ferrari, there are a lot of them near the back of this field. You got to hope that maybe they race better, maybe they're a little better on their tires than some of the other cars that are out there running the quicker laps. They could have more longevity here. Could be the difference between qualifying and the race. We will have to see. But none of these times, regardless of how impressive they are, folks, none of these times are going to be enough by themselves for any one car to just run away with this race, because that is not how the mountain plays, and it's not like somebody's a second ahead. So all that in consideration, it's going to be a tight one. One tiny mistake, by the way, in qualifying, in case you were wondering, lost a car on average about half a second. One small mistake, not a crash. One small mistake, missing an apex, missing a line, loses you about half a second. Imagine how much an off would make. That is what we're playing with here today. Nobody has those kinds of gaps. It's going to be a fun day for us. Hopefully it's fun for the drivers as well.
Yeah, I can imagine it being very fun indeed. Of course, the mountain is one of my favorite circuits in ACC, and fantastic scenes on the cutaway here on the screens. Of course, look at the elevation changes through, of course, turn 2. It's very crucial to get a good run through turn 1 to turn 2. Of course, the massive long drag. It's all going to be about corner exit and maximizing everything you can this afternoon. But we'll have a look now at the championship standings. Of course, 2 rounds in, it's Hymo setups at the top, tied with the SPHE Motorsport on 116 points apiece, just 3 points behind the RCI Esports Blue car, and 13 points behind them Thomas Enger Sim Racing with 100. Small PP Racing takes 74 points, and then we've got another draw between Limitless Speed Drivers and Odox Motorsport, 71 points apiece. Pirate Racing on 68, Alpha Sim Sport on 62, and Tire Sim Racing Esports Iberia on 49, rounding out your top 10 in Pro. As we move, of course, on to page 2, Rebound Racing with 46, Crazy File Racing at the front of the grid today. They're looking to improve their haul of points on 37, Luna Rossa Racing on 34, Grid Finder on 31, BW4E on 28, McLeod Racing Team on 27, Geordie Sus Racing joint with the Porsche team of Shumi Skins on 25 points apiece. And then we've got a draw again between the Steady Start Racing Blue entry and Sim Brothers Racing on 23 points apiece, rounding out, of course, your top 20. Then head on to page 3, the Lamborghini Team Shumi Skins for 23 points. Simulation and Zaza tied on 18 points apiece. Sim Brothers on 17. SRT Turbo Lag goes brr in a naturally aspirated car on 14. Tire Sim Racing Esports Big Body Benz, ironically in a Mercedes-Benz, on 13. TE Racing with 11. E1 Sim Sport and Spain without the A with 10. And Broken Bone Sim Racing with 9 points. Rounding out, of course, your top 30. Then head on, of course, to page 4. It's a very big entry list at the World Tour. Next level play racing on 7. Tire Sim Racing Esports J Squared on 5. Kawadi Motorsport Team on 4. AERT on 3. E1 Simsport also on 3. And the Steady Start Racing Red Entry on 2. Rational Driving Brilliance on 1. And then everybody else towards the bottom has yet to score any points in the World Tour so far. Of course, moving on to your final page, of course, of non-scorers. N and M competition is the last scoring car. Everybody else, of course, with a dash against their name, has signed out of the championship and will take no further part, including another tire Sim Sports entry. Feels like they've got half the grid filled up with cars at the moment. And we're going to have also a quick look at the silver, or say silver, should we say split 2 standings, of course, split 2. Unfortunately, not getting any airtime with us here at RCI TV for the World Tour, but we'll have a look and we'll check in on them just to see what they are up to as Jessie Lee, of course, prepares the results. It was a whopping 90 teams qualifying for the calendar and breaking it down the middle into 2 splits with 45 cars roughly a piece. Of course, we now have a look.
Apparently, they call it silver, so we'll call it silver. It's split 2. But it's Silver Championship. I think that's how they have to split it up on the website. But this is split 2.
Yeah, split 2 results coming in at you, of course, at the top. Dropping the Hammer Racing on 123. Goat Racing on 109. Connexus Motorsports on 105. Trewal Sim Racing on 92. Flying Hellfish, Taters, Heroes and Zeros on 72. Scuderia, Pepperoni, Margarita. I'm feeling a bit of a pizza theme here with 71 points. Kaiju on 70. RPMS Simsport, again, long-time members of RCI, appearing in numerous championships along the way with 65. And then we've got a joint of the Onid racing teams for P9 and P10 on 63 and 51 points apiece. Rounding out your top 10 in silver. We then move on, of course, to page 2, where we've got the Sim Seniors on 50 points. Wheelie Slow Racing Team with our very own Kevin Boss with 47. Flying Hellfish Spinala with 35, tied with Scuderia Pepperoni Diavola on 35. Also tied with Wheelbarrow Racing Team, before we then see the Pizza Enduro Team with 34. All this talk of pizza making me very hungry, Jessie Lee, at the moment. Alpha Simsport on 30. SRT High Latency Racing on 24, tied with RK9 Motorsport. And I'm not even going to try and pronounce this. The number 20 with 23
Off gets Apex.
It's going to mean something about getting the Apex, isn't it, in German?
Of course it is. I'm sure it doesn't say anything else that we don't understand because we're English.
We need Stewie in the box to maybe translate next time. Blacksmith Racing on 22. RK9 Motorsport, second entry of theirs on 21. Lemuran Racing even on 17. NS Racing with 16. Not Fast Sorry on 15. Team Monkey Racing on 13. Tied with Tri-State Racing and Sapphire Simsport. Andretti tied with Esports Weishafas. All these names are really catching me today on 7, and I'm not even going with P30 on 6 points.
Oh my goodness, you did a great job. I think, is that it? I think that might be it. No, it isn't it. There's another page.
There's another page. P31 Immersony Scuderi Corsa on 6, tied again. Another pizza themed team, Scuderia Pepperoni Capricosia on 6.
Green Team Racing on 4.
Goat Racing on 3, ATS MS on 3 as well, and Kvetch Motorsports on 1. Everybody else below Kvetch yet to score a point, and I fear there could even be another page, but I don't think so. No, there is Albanian Gang Racing with 0, Flying Hellfish Safari again on 0, and another Flying Hellfish car with 0. Everybody else, P44 Down, has unfortunately signed out, and there's one more food reference in there, Jesse Lee, for good measure. Lasagna Racing at the bottom, and I am now very hungry after reading Split 2 results.
Well done. Take a break. And wow, that was the most standings anyone has ever read in the history of Racing Club International. Give John Dalton a hand getting through that. Some, was it 60, 70 plus 80 nearly sign-ups for this championship. He got them all in there. We are on the pace lap, the staggered start of Split 1 and 2. Split 2 already underway. Split 1 now on their pace lap. Everybody installed into the cars starting this race. There's been a couple of changes of driver. You are allowed to do that. The qualifying driver doesn't have to start the race, of course. You can put your hot shoe in for quali and put your best starting driver in there for the race. Some have elected to do that. Nikita has elected to stay in the Crazy File Racing 7, where they qualified on pole. John Dalton, my question to you today is, Jaimo is in a championship battle right now in the middle of this championship. We still got 2 rounds to go, including a 24-hour race. It's a long way before we crown a champion. But is Jaimo, are the teams near the top of the standings, are they thinking about that here in this 6-hour race today?
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, there's still plenty of time ahead in the World Tour. Of course, we're only kind of halfway through the calendar at the moment, and still plenty of things to play for. And we know the Lamborghini isn't particularly strong here, judging by how everybody else has qualified down in P12, 13, 15, even as far as 19 for Arlavi in the 545. So going to have a challenge on their hands this afternoon. The McLarens and the Audis looking very strong, and of course SPHE Motorsport, they're a force to be reckoned with, aren't they? Staying very much consistently clean in the last couple of rounds and finding their way to the second step of the podium consistently in rounds 1 and 2. So they're looking like they could be on for a good points haul as well. Tim Rule out of the car for them. Frederick Gutman into the car for the start of the race, as you see them weaving just behind on the Conrad Straight. Drivers, of course, still single file, waiting for the sign to go double file before, of course, getting ready for the green flag. It's going to be a long race this afternoon, Jesse. It's going to be a race of attrition and who can keep their car out of the walls at the top of the mountain.
Well, we got questions from chat. Of course, we do read chat throughout the course of the race. And one of the questions asked, what are their rules for this race? Well, it's quite simple. There's a 65-minute driver stint. They don't have to get out of the car. They've just got to come down pit lane every 65 minutes. A lot of teams have confided in me that they will not be double stinting today. Still, there was a couple of teams that told me they would absolutely be double stinting today as well. But most, you shouldn't expect that. But they're going to be down pit lane every 65 minutes. What they reckon they have to do is on them. There's no required pit stop. There's no required minimum refueling. Nothing like that going on in this series. It is a battle of attrition. It is a battle for 6 hours. And beyond that, it is just a fantastic spectacle. Race 3 of the World Tour about to go live.
Yeah, green flag we go, and a great start already from the number 7, closing off the Thomas Enger entry on the outside, covering off the inside nicely. Jaimo gets a clean getaway, manages to break away from Frederick Gutman. Meanwhile, down the back of the pack, of course, we've got the Sim Brothers Racing. We've got double file through Hell Corner, up Mountain Straight they go, looking relatively clean so far, but don't speak too soon. Of course, curse of the commentator, Miguel Renault Ritchie already to the outside into turn 2 of Quarry. He won't be able to make it stick, of course. Cold tires there, gets muscled out, and that's going to allow Tatsvina Hacker up the inside towards the outside, should we say, for the cutting in the Jaimo Lamborghini. He's going to have to go the long way around, but very sensibly, Renault Ritchie backs out of that one, allows the Jaimo Lamborghini to take provisionally P2. Of course, 6 hours on the clock this afternoon. It's a very long race ahead. Don't worry about what happens on the first lap. Of course, there's plenty of time to make up later on in the race, and it looks like, I think, Jesse Lee, I don't want to curse it too early, but one of the cleanest starts maybe we've had at Bathurst in RCI history, but I've cursed it. At top of the mountain, cars round. We've got the Sim Brothers Racing Porsche lengthways across the track. Steady Start Racing Red involved as well on that one, and the day has just gone from bad to worse for the Sim Brothers. They're going to have a very long afternoon ahead of them, and absolute commentator's curse by myself. I am very sorry for that one as both drivers do get back underway. I think it's going to be an early stop for the SSR and the Sim Brothers racing team. They're going to come down pit lane, get the damage fixed, throw themselves out of contention, and of course get back towards the race. And they're going to lose a heap load of time doing so. But meanwhile, towards the front, of course, the long drag down the Conrod Straight. We've got Renault Ritchie tucked right in behind Tatsvina Hacker. Into the chase they go, side by side. Tatsvina Hacker takes the defensive line. Renault Ritchie's going to have to go the long way round and just can't do it. Hooks up the grass, and they got the SPHE Motorsport car impending in the background down towards Murray's Corner, turn 23. The Audi R8 looking very close, very menacing, and they are a very sensible team you do not want behind you because they will play the long game with you, Jesse, all afternoon. We've seen it, of course, last couple of rounds, the SPHE Motorsport crew getting very handsy towards the end of the race. Meanwhile, Martin Kovacs goes down a position to the Audi R8 of Jose Jimenez for Odox Motorsport. Lots of drivers running wide through turn 1. That's going to hamper them on the run up towards turn 2. Christopher Streppen getting very close ahead to the Odox Motorsport car as well. Odox goes defensive for turn 2. Corey gets pinched off towards the outside. Verstappen darts to the inside, has a little look, but backs out very sensibly into single file. They go through Quarry. And I think, other than the 2 injured cars, Jesse, probably one of the best starts I've seen at Bathurst.
Yeah, I heard that maybe Split 2 had a restart there, but no such thing happening here. Just a couple of cars involved in an opening scrap, and that's almost sort of dangerous, John, because when you don't have some sort of drama in the middle or near the front of the field, like there often is, it normally starts up near the front of the field. The first several cars can get slowed up, woed up enough that it isn't a big deal or it isn't an issue. It's the accordion effect that happens later on further back in the pack. It catches drivers unawares, and that's when you get the accident. That isn't what happened here, and because of that, they're all in a line like they're queuing to get a bus ticket. It is incredible that they've been able to maintain this for the last couple laps without any real major incidents, barring the one, of course, in the park section of lap number 1. Because of that, they all are still together, which means some of them are going to be holding each other up. It's going to create an issue as maybe this invites a little bit more drama in it. You get a little bit more aggressive. You can see many positions in front of you. It's one simple maneuver to make a pass, and Verstappen lying in wait, looking at Jose Jimenez, who is on the back of Daniel. Daniel trying to keep that 23 in front of Jose Jimenez. Jimenez made a look, but didn't think anything else of it. Fell back in line through the chase, and nothing doing, of course, from Verstappen there as well. Tavinza Hacker has just given up second place to Renault Ritchie. That place that swapped on the opening lap has now been reasserted by the 34 as the Hymo car down into third, and look who's up here to play. It's Frederick Gutman for SPH Esports.
Yeah, SPH Esports still kind of in with the mix at the front. They're not breaking away from this strain as we ride on board, of course. Look to the dashboard. We saw this a few weeks ago with Williams in another series I was casting, but no TC being ran on the Audi R8. You see the little yellow symbol there? That's traction control completely turned off on the Audi R8 for Frederick Gutman. So they're going to be wrestling the car over the mountain today. It's going to be a very risky strategy to play, but of course, any regulars to the Audi R8 knows how bad the TC system is in the car. So it's better sometimes just to switch it off, especially at a fast circuit like Bathurst, of course. Couple of very slow corners, of course, at the towards the end of the lap, but nothing really to be had. And of course, if you can keep it stable over the mountain and stop having that TC cutting constantly, it's going to reap rewards come the end of the race and the amount of time. But you just see how much time Gutman has lost there over the mountain. Tatsvina Hacker certainly pulled out a little bit of a gap in comparison, and doesn't want to break away, Jesse, because if he breaks away, he's going to lose the slipstream off the back of that Audi, and then he's just going to be sat in kind of no man's land, of course, at the moment. The next kind of train of cars is this one behind, of course, headed up by Nardazinski in the number 23, the Team Limitless Speed Drivers, of course, followed by Odox Motorsport, RCI Esports Blue, and then Enrubia for the Tire Sim Racing Lamborghini, just in the back of the shot there, being pressured already by N&M competition. There's a pass behind. It's elbows out already already in the chase, Jesse. Side by side this time. Down into Murray's corner they go. Under the Liquid Molly Bridge, of course. Pit entry to driver's left. Up the inside, the Ferrari will go. Hopefully, he's got it drawn up in time. He has. It's very tight, very pinchy on the exit, but they have just about held on to the position. But turn one, of course, coming up. Ferrari on the favoured side of the road. Can the Tyre Sim racing car outbrake themselves? They look like they nearly managed it, but of course, sliding back in behind. So that's P8 and 9 swapped around already early on. The 146 and the 134 exchange places, but they don't want to waste too much time battling, Jesse, because they got O'Lila just behind, and we know how fast the Finnish driver can be in that Mercedes.
Certainly is. Jimenez had a look up the mountain straight that time, but ended up falling back into the clutches of Christoph Verstappen. Verstappen looking to make a move, but he's going to be hard-pressed to find room to do it. It's going to take a colossal mess-up from Jimenez to allow him to get through at this point on the mountain. Once you're on this particular section, or the top of the hill, as we call it, the top of the mountain, it's nearly impossible to make a pass here cleanly, but you've seen so many drivers take looks and try to make moves. As many drivers into the pit lane. Kovacs is in, Minez Rodriguez, Vanbra, Madley, and Nordquist. No, Nordquist not in the pit lane, just running 32nd, but all the other cars indeed already coming into the pit lane early on, dealing with damage, dealing with issues, perhaps also getting into the wall. I can't imagine less than 10 minutes into this race, strategy is coming into play.
Yeah, I can imagine, of course, the long game this afternoon. If you can forecast your strategy across the next 6 hours, then very good to you. It's going to be a very big power play if you already try and make a decision on the race you're going to run and the strategies you're going to run. Of course, absolutely anything can happen at Bathurst, and Odox Motorsport looks to have a sniff at Nardazinski in the 23, although nothing to be had. A little wobble through the chase. Could that allow Christoph Verstappen to close the gap back up towards Murray's, and we might have a three-way fight on our hands. Meanwhile, towards the mid-pack, Nico Kumpu for Rebound Racing locked in with Arlavi in the 545 just ahead. They come down towards the final corner. Can Nico Kumpu make a position up? I don't think he's close enough to send it, especially this early on in the race. Don't really see many big sends from drivers, but looks like maybe a little bit of damage on the front end of that Lamborghini. I'm not sure if I'm seeing this right, Jesse, but possibly Arlavi caught up in some drama and fighting some front end damage. So that's not going to make the Lamborghini too pleasant over the top of the mountain. Of course, lots of fast sweeping turns, and like you said, Jesse, there's only one real line through the top of the mountain, and can't really make passes. But O'Lila coming under fire this time from Nick Tarrant, I think just behind, and Pirate Racing, the number 8 of Borovec, has front row seats to this fight just ahead of them as they come up to the elbow section. Meanwhile, Christopher Streppen still brave, trying to hassle through the outside. It definitely is brave out of the cutting on the 769 BMW. Of course, Odox Motorsport just ahead, and it's terrifying, Jesse, running over the mountain. Of course, with a car this close in your mirror, you're just constantly diverting your eyes off the road, and you don't want to do that across the top of the hill. Down, of course, through the cascading turns now. Switchback nature, of course, down to the right, to the left, back to the right, back to the left again as they swoop towards Forest Elbow at the bottom of the hill. And Christopher Streppen still following very nicely, although I'm not sure the BMW has the legs in a straight line today. It looks like it's definitely struggling against the Audi, but Christoph's car looks very good through the first couple of sectors.
Yeah, it certainly does, doesn't it? And you got to know where your car's good, and you're hoping your car's good at getting the run out of the Forest Elbow or potentially out of Hell Corner, because your real passing opportunities is down through the chase, obviously, and then up into turn number 2. So there's where your passing opportunities was. You saw Verstappen take a look down the inside, or around the outside, rather, of Jimenez after they came through the cutting area, and that's such a brave move. If you'd have got side by side, I can guarantee you Christoph would have kept his foot in it and tried to pin Jimenez to the inside, which would have slowed them both down, obviously, and put them in the clutches of the 146 behind. But still, you got to take passes where you can potentially find them, and that's what you've got to do. Even if it's unorthodox, you've got to try it when you can, because when you're stacked up like this, it is like ringing the dinner bell a little bit, but you can't lose your head. You talk about the left right nature of the mountain in general, and the thing about that is you get mesmerized by the car in front of you. You've done it, right, John? I've done it, where you're following a car through there, you forget that they're a different layout than your car. Maybe they can take corners a little bit sharper. Maybe they can brake a little later. You outbrake yourself. You don't turn in. You're too close. You can't sight where your turn-in point is. You end up getting yourself into trouble. You try to follow them as close as possible because you have to make that move, but you end up getting yourself in trouble because you're too close. It's such a tight section. One momentary lapse of judgment and slap bang, you're in the wall, and it's a minute worth of repairs.
Yeah, not only that, of course, the dirty air effect, of course, as you come across the mountain and losing all kind of aero grip. Fantastic helicopter shots as they cascade down through the S's, of course, after Skyline. Fantastic scenes at the mountain. Of course, this snaky train of cars. And like you say, Jesse, you get a little bit mesmerized following the car ahead of you. And before you know it, you're kind of firing yourself, grazing down the wall, or, you know, you find yourself slightly offline and you hit a bump slightly wrong. And that's where it all kind of comes unraveled. Meanwhile, towards the lower end of the grid, should we say, Gear Axelin in the number 91 finds himself in a little train with Fajardo's Porsche ahead. And it got Kip behind in the number 29 as well. So Ferraris, we know, are struggling a little bit today. We've seen in the chat a few questions on the BOP that we are running. Of course, a very famous community that does daily races has announced a custom BOP very recently, but we are using the in-game BOP as defined by Kunos at the moment, and looks like there could have been a move here into the chase. It got very dicey through the first kink. Of course, turn 20 looked like Gear Axelin was coming under fire, certainly by Kip behind, although the Porsche, the slipstream of the Porsche ahead, doing not too much for him. Not able to get close enough to the Porsche or find a way through in the chase, and Axelin's going to have to absorb a lot of pressure from Kip behind, because they do want to make up some spaces. And looks like Kip's been caught napping somewhere along the way, maybe through the chase, had a little bit of a bad run there, and that's allowed Axelin to focus ahead of them. Meanwhile, we've got side by side, we got Troxclair and Karpov going in to turn 2 of Quarry. Of course, the inside line is the favored one through turn 2. You've got the cambered effect where the car essentially sucks itself around, but Troxclair going around the long way on the outside, manages to mount a defense into the cutting, and definitely a very good move there
I'm
from
tell
the
you
Tire
something.
Sim Racing entry.
That is a lot of trust you're putting in a race car driver you maybe only see here at the World Tour. You know, there's so many drivers, the likelihood that you know some of these drivers personally still rather high, but you kind of size each other up. And anytime you go side by side in a turn like that and you give them just enough room, you're putting a lot of trust in them, and you should be able to do that. Let's be clear. You should be able to do this. This isn't a pub lobby. This is regulated racing. You should be able, and it's pro, of course, so you should be able to trust them. We all know that isn't always the case, and accidents do happen, of course, that are nobody's fault. It's just luck of the draw. But that is a lot of trust early in a race to put on somebody. But again, it comes down to it. There wasn't a gigantic accident. It puts pressure on you to make these passes because there's points on offer, there's positions on offer, and obviously if you're in the car, your team has designated you as the driver that can make up spots early in the race. Otherwise, you wouldn't be in the car right now. So everybody under pressure, doing a really good job of it. So many good battles back and forth, case and point. This is still going on.
Yeah, case in point, Christoph Verstappen, to the inside in turn 1. Odox Motorsport over the curb on the exit. That's going to hamper Jose Jimenez, but he's getting the tow from the M4. Maybe very sensibly for Christoph Verstappen here to drag the Odox Motorsport out of trouble. And it looks like a little bit of bump drafting already going on Mountain Straight, and the N and M competition car just behind. No luck to be had there for the number 146. Odox Motorsport mounting a fantastic defense using the BMW very sensibly to draw themselves away from the front of the Ferrari, but this battle is still ongoing as they head up the mountain, of course. Now, single file nature across the top. We're riding on board, of course, with the Odox Motorsport car, and we had a look earlier at the dashboard of the SPHE Motorsport team of Frederick Gutmann, of course, the number 969. They're running no TC in the car, but Odox Motorsport electing to, of course, use the factory TC option from the Audi team. No yellow light on the dashboard, so they are using some form of TC. I know a lot of drivers elect to turn TC2 off and just run with the regular TC1, so possibly what is happening here. And Frederick Gutmann, of course, ahead, running no TC at all, so very brave, and hopefully they can make the Pirelli tyres last through a stint, because the last thing you want to do, Jesse, is, of course, overwork the rears, grain them ever so slightly, and have that irreversible effect that 1.9, of course, brought with it.
Yeah, I think with Odox, they're sort of hedging their bets here. They know that they can be super aggressive as the Alpha Sim Sport driver, Timothy Flamger, has to shortcut there. And that sort of, that paved area there is for a reason. It's for safety, just in case you can't make the turn, and did the smart thing there, realized they weren't going to make it, abandon it, and I do wonder and worry a bit if that is caused by the damage on the front of that 224 Alpha Sim Sport Lamborghini. Let's take you back to the start of the race, maybe catch some of the action. We're going to start with what happened, or what potentially happened, to Nicholas Nordquist. John Dalton, tell me what you see here.
Yeah, let's have a look as we go to a race replay. Of course, the number 139 in the middle of the shot here. The red, black and white striped car goes up the inside, makes it 3 wide. A little bit of a hip and shoulder check, should we say. Backs out of it quite sensibly. Doesn't make it 3 wide too long. And of course, the undoing, Jesse, was, you know, towards the top of the mountain when we saw them clash with the SSR team red car. Let's have a look. SSR is miles back at the moment. And, there's a check up ahead.
A stack up, yeah.
There was
exactly
a stack up,
and it always happens in front.
Always happens in front, and Christian Lindgren, of course, nothing to be done essentially at that point. He checked up the best he could, but of course the drives behind, not expecting anyone to be checking up across the top of the mountain. Yellow flags again can be delayed a little bit within ACC, so that again makes it tricky to kind of read the road ahead. Some drivers, of course, driving in VR, some drivers driving solo. They haven't got a spotter. You know, back when I used to race with you know, the RCI team with Sebastian Brunier, Tom Robertson, Tom Pottage, one of us always used to be a kind of spotter, should we say, you know, spectating a few cars ahead to kind of warn of any, you know, impeding dangers that were coming on lap 1. It's only really lap 1 that you get this kind of stack up nature, of course, where everybody's racing quite close together. Sometimes you've got drivers that aren't always used to, you know, driving with each other as well. That's another factor. It's a lot of regular names we see up and down the grid within RCI, but have they all shared the same circuit, raced the same championship? And of course, some drivers may be in machines that they're not quite used to for this championship. Of course, a lot of drivers electing to take the McLaren. The Porsche was a very brave choice for a lot of people, of course, with the lacking of the straight line speed within the 992, although not as serious as the 991 was. And let's have a look here. Jordan Nixon to the inside of our Lavi on the outside. Of course, nursing some front end damage on that Lamborghini, plays it very safe, and Zaza comes through as well and says thank you very much, I will be having that position, and even possibly with a run around the outside on Jordan Nixon, although Nixon covers off the middle of the road very nicely. Zaza definitely thinks twice about going for the lunge around the outside. Hold station, Zaza up to 17th. Meanwhile, our Lavi shuffled down 2 positions in that Lamborghini, and we've got another Tire Sim racing car just behind them looking to make up positions as well, Jesse.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate part. You get shuffled out of line, you lose all that pace, and even if you're struggling to begin with, it just adds insult to injury, and all of a sudden you're a half a second off the pace. I mentioned that with qualifying. You dip a tire a little bit offline, not even into the dirt necessarily, or you don't hit the apex correctly in the park section, you're going to have a bad time. Imagine what it's like if you're going side by side, but this has been exactly what Karpov ordered, as they're going to try and go up the inside and get that position from Troclair, and they have in fact done exactly that. Kirill Karpov now has taken a spot, the ultimate opportunistic move. Realized that Arlavi was backing up Troclair just a little bit. Karpov able to get in there. Santon also had a look, couldn't do anything with that, but just like that, in 2 corners, 3 positions have changed hands. That's how quickly it happens. That's how much time you lose, specifically at this racetrack, when that happens.
Yeah, it's a very easy track to lose positions, and it's a very momentum-based track. Of course, you've got long runs out of all of these corners, you know, turns 1 to 2, you know, a massive run, and then again out of the elbow all the way down to the chase. That's quite a big run as well. So you've really got to keep momentum up. You've got to keep the circuit flowing, the nature, of course, going all the time. And meanwhile, it's Antonio Fajardo that's lost a position to Axlin ahead. We saw this fight earlier on the number 91 and the 116. They have elected to, I wouldn't say give up the fight, but maybe choose their battles wisely. And meanwhile, we've got Panis and Elgard going at each other in the last corner of Murray's BMW to the inside, holds very well. And Simulation Esport, of course, not with the best start at Monza. They were involved in an early accident, which set them very much off the pace. So looking to turn it around today if they can. And Mark Elgard, we had him in the booth, didn't we, on round 1, Jesse, and he's a driver that's not to be kind of messed with as well. He's very good at mounting defenses and knows that BMW speed in the McLaren in the tow, passed before they even get to turn 2. I think Mark Elgard probably heads up driving, thinks, I'm not going to fight this one. We'll see each other in maybe 5.5 hours, and let's see where we are come the end of the race.
Well, for anyone who thought Nikita Bogarditsky was going to run away with this race, it hasn't happened. In fact, it's gone the other way. They had more than a 1.5-second gap back to Miguel Reno Ricci. Remember, Reno Ricci lost P2 to Davinza Hacker in the opening lap of the race, and now all three of these cars are still close together, but Jeffrey Miguel Reno Ricci now closing into the Crazy File Racing number 7 at the lead of this field. 2 McLarens, not necessarily very surprising. Not surprising to see that Lamborghini up there as well, the 221 of Davinza Hacker, because that car quite fast as well. If I was Davinza Hacker, and I think this is exactly what they're doing, they're not worried about this. They're running their own game plan. They've got bigger fish to fry, a championship and all of that. And also, too, if these two were to get together, if these two were to get preoccupied with each other, obviously the 221 would be the one picking up all of the spoils from that fight. But Reno Ricci caught him about a lap or so ago. He's been about this distance for the last lap or so now. Hasn't been able to get too close. I don't think he wants to get too close. You get that aero wash. I think it's particularly bad in the McLaren. You just want to stay almost at arm's length right here, right now.
Yeah, the McLaren is a very kind of aero-reliant car. I remember driving the pre-Evo 720S for considerable amounts of time, and as soon as you pick up any damage, be it front or rear, the balance of the car just completely changes and it becomes an undrivable mess. So I could only imagine in dirty air what the car feels like. Maybe the Evo version has improved on that slightly, but it's not going to be too pretty if you do get too close, as you say, Jesse Lee. And looking to the circuit map just to the right-hand side, of course, the red dot indicates where we are viewing from at the moment, of course, in this small train forming at the front. But just ahead, we've got a couple of cars out of sequence. So could they be the kind of, the spanner in the works, as we say in endurance racing, where they pop up and we do know traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. And Bogarditsky is going to have to navigate them very quickly and safely and then bring through them as well. Miguel Reno Ricci, the number 34. And, Tatsvina Hacker, like you say, sat back there. First class seats to what is about to unfold between these two, and Frederick Gutmann as well, just in the back of the shot. Remember, the 969 keeps itself out of trouble, normally sits, look at it, Jesse, it's in no man's land. It's not near Tatsvina Hacker, it's nowhere near the next car along the road, Christopher Streppen, 10.5 seconds to the good. So Frederick Gutmann right now, all he has to do is just put in some consistent laps, keep the car out of trouble, and just progress onwards. As we got a yellow flag, Jesse, top of the mountain, the number 296 is stopped, the number 90 involved as well, white flag being shown for them, and they got a gaggle of cars coming through. I can only hope that car is offline. It's Karpov for the Next Level Play Racing team at the top of Skyline. Not sure what's happened here. Let's have a race replay to see if we can unfold. It's the it's a Lamborghini of the tire sim racing. I think this is possibly, I could be completely wrong actually.
Is that our
This is
Lavi?
down in, that's our Lavi, yeah, the 545. You're bang on the money there, and Kirill Karpov through into the elbow. All looks relatively sane. Of course, you've got Zaza just ahead in the 712, and Linus Stern all the way through the BP Ultimate sponsors section, down into the compression, of course. There's a little bit of a dab of the brakes from the 545.
Oh, it was up in
through the
front
tree.
again.
Oh,
Nixon.
That's Nixon in the Mercedes.
Oh,
And-
man.
Oh, 4 cars involved in that one. I thought it was just a couple. But Nixon started it all off, and it was a chain reaction, and Karpov then has to get the car turned back around on the entry to Skyline. Of course, any driver knows that's a blind corner. You come flying towards turn 11, and very near misses from all of the cars coming through there. Porsche taking evading action of Fajaro, but Axelin nearly involved. Vecchel nearly got themselves involved as well. But Jordan Nixon now to the pit lane. That's going to be a lengthy repair stop, Jesse.
Yeah, it certainly is. A couple of cars in and off pit lane. Troclair has exited the pit lane in the 122. and a couple of cars still sitting there. Claudio Zaza in the 712 also sitting on pit lane with significant damage to the front of their Ferrari. Nobody else came in, despite many other cars receiving some damage from that. They all stayed out on the racetrack. But a huge moment in this race somewhere near the middle of the field. Frederick Gutman for SPHE Motorsports looking for the run around the outside of the Conrad and now the chase, and he's done it. No huge fight from Tavenza Hacker. I think everybody here is thinking bigger picture. Gutman got there. Hacker didn't want to get too aggressive, and that's how third place changes hands. Put Gutman and SPH up to third.
Up to third indeed, and that's one step closer to their consistent finishing position, of course, of second. Next car in line for them is Renault Ritchie, who is obviously currently right behind Bogorditsky. So now Gutman becomes the driver that will inherit the most should calamity happen at the start. But I can only imagine something has happened to Tatsvina Hacker in that last lap, because he had about a second and a half to 2 seconds from memory between himself and Gutman, and that gap has closed up very rapidly indeed. And Christopher Streppen has even caught up. He was 10.5 seconds to the good on the back of Gutman, and now he's 9.3 seconds. So I'm wondering if Tatsvina Hacker had a bit of trouble, and Gutman took it slowly to avoid him, and maybe that's how the positions changed, but nothing being logged, and of course no replay being stacked up at the moment. So very mysterious on what happened to Tatsvina Hacker there.
Yeah, very interesting as well. I think Hacker just sort of was getting caught. I don't know exactly what would have happened. He wouldn't have had to have had a big incident for that to happen. Just had to get off the throttle in one of these corners that you're normally either flat or mostly flat in. It wasn't a big issue, certainly. I just think got caught, and I think once Hacker got caught, his team and probably he also realized bigger fish to fry. Let's not worry about it. Who's to say we won't get it back in a pit stop? Who's to say we won't see them a little bit later? And I think it was the opposite for Gutman. It was like, hey, we have an opportunity here. If it presents itself, we're going to get in there. And of course, these drivers all know how to race in a respectable manner, right? So why not go for it? It was a respectable move. Nobody put a foot wrong there, and you get a change of position. Gutman and SPH, they feel good about that. Hacker and Hymo feel good about that. Nobody made it more difficult than it had to have been. They're still only about 5 or so seconds behind the lead couple of cars who continue to pace out each other. I'm convinced, by the way, that Reno Ritchie is literally just pacing the leader right now in no urgency to go up there and take the lead.
Yeah, probably some heads-up driving from Renault Ritchie again, like you say, with Tatsvina Hacker. Bigger kind of fish to fry this afternoon. It's a long way ahead at the moment. There's still 5.5 hours, of course, on the clock to go. Still a very, very long way till the checker. And what you don't want to do is, of course, tangle with the leader so early on. You'll cost yourself lots of time at the moment. You're 5.5 seconds clear of the next car. Work together, see how far you can progress each other up as Lila dips a tire in the grass on corner entry there. Every driver using the whole circuit to really try and maximize everything, and the Lamborghini of Rubio running wide ahead as well. Meanwhile, Kip nearly into the back of Flamger through the chase, and that's the effect again of the slipstream. Philip Kip for Across Europe Racing Team. Let's have a race replay. It's going to be a classic moment of course, big slipstream down Conrad, breaking in your usual point, and the car just doesn't quite draw up. Timothy Flamger going to have a bit of a jump scare, I can only imagine there. And of course, the Tire Sim racing car finding its way back through to take another lap away. Minus a lap, should we say, back towards the race lead, of course, after their lengthy stop. I believe they got caught in the incident at the top of the mountain, of course, with Jordan Nixon just a few laps ago. Meanwhile, leaders have caught traffic, and it's the SSR Blue entry running on board now with Miguel Renault Ritchie. He's going to want to try and get past him, and just look at the tactics already from Bogorditsky ahead, pulling across to the lap car to deny Renault Ritchie of the slipstream. Very heads-up driving from the number 7 Crazy File Racing Team, and Renault Ritchie still getting ever closer, and a big wiggle there, under braking, of course, as you slam the pedal to 100% to get the car drawn up in time for the chase. A little wiggle of oversteer on the exit as they try and use all of the rev range and more. A little look in to Murray's, although not going to be close enough, of course, to send a move up the inside. Bogorditsky very unfazed, but you can just see the level of tactics that they're employing right now, Jesse. Pulling out slipstreams, bump drafting we saw earlier on from Odox and RCI Blue. It's, all to play for at the moment.
First hour of the race, by the way, and that was only one lap car that they had gotten to. Can you imagine when eventually they catch up to the rear of the queue sometime in the next hour of the race? Told you pre-race that we expected them to catch lap traffic before the end of the first hour. They have done. They will continue to do so, but they will not catch the main back of the pack for another hour or so, but they will do, and they will be in heavy traffic. Of course, the leaders here, all they're hoping for is by the time that they get around to doing that they've broken up just a little bit, because there is a steady pack coming through the chase right now. In fact, what do you call that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably about 10 cars all cycling through, and you don't want to have to hit that as the leader and have to work your way through it. But of course, if they don't break up, you will have to sort that out. Questions from chat: what happened to Nixon to put them in that precarious position in the park section to begin with? Yeah, I'd like to tell you, but when someone leaves the race, that team has left the race, by the way. I believe that's the 7. I'm actually not sure what number they were, but I don't see Nixon out there on track. I don't know if that car's left the race, but I would guess, based on where that Mercedes was running, they hit a curb, looped the car, and unfortunately, because it was a blind corner into Sullivan and McPhillamy, I assume they just got absolutely clobbered into. And there was nothing anyone could have done in that situation. It's a blind corner. Yes, you get the waved yellow flags from the track marshals, but that doesn't tell you where the accident is. And when you're coming through there at 180 kph, it's impossible to stop in time or even to change direction in time, even if you have the yellow flag. So if I had to guess, the Mercedes looped it by themselves, according to the telemetry I'm looking at here, and that set off a humongous accident. I can tell you what we can try to do. We can go back to Zaza, and we could try and get a secondary look at this thing, and you can see it. The Mercedes, yes indeed, exactly right there, was coming through one of the parks and just looped it on the curb, John.
Yeah, it looks like Nixon maybe did the classic old wall slap as he came, of course, through the previous turn and just bounced the car out and lost the rear, and of course finds themselves then parked literally on the apex. Zaza with nowhere really to go other than into the front. Even checking up in that situation, you know, you wouldn't have had enough to scrub the speed off. Even if you had a spotter, again, you might not have even been able to cool it in time. Of course, one of the fastest points of the mountain by that point. It's a real momentum builder, isn't it? As you come through the cutting, you know, gear 2, you're cycling up the gears now, 3 and 4. You're probably near enough gear 5 by the time you come to that corner, and just nowhere to go, not enough, you know, anywhere to scrub the speed off. You can't really take avoiding action as you're already loading the car up through the left-hander. You can't then jink the steering wheel even further left because you just don't have the grip in the tires by that point. You're going to find the front of the Mercedes, unfortunately, and that is exactly what happened. Bogoditsky riding on board with at the moment, looking back towards, of course, Renault Ritchie in the number 34. Again, pulling out the trick with the lap traffic, pulling out of the slipstream to break the toe on the Thomas Enger sim racing car. And Renault Ritchie now looks like he's close enough to the inside of the chase. Bogoditsky around the outside mounts a fantastic defense there, but the lap traffic again playing a small part. It allowed Renault Ritchie just to have a little sniff up the inside, and just look how close this was coming down. Renault Ritchie not really close enough, Jesse, by that point, but maybe outbraking himself and just slightly missing the braking point, carrying maybe a little bit too much speed into the chase, and just managed to nearly find his way alongside the number 7 completely by accident.
Yeah, Ritchie's just lucky there that Broditsky decided to go as wide as they did to give them a very wide berth there, because if they wouldn't have done that, the Thomas Inc. sim racing car would have registered a contact on the leader of the race. But he's not phased as Miguel Reno Ritchie, looking for it here in turn number 2, unable to get any sort of side-by-side action there as they remain single file. Ritchie having to get onto the brakes there a little bit as they head into the cutting this time. A little bit better around most of the corners, I would have to say, John, right now is the Thomas Inc. sim racing car. Just seems to have a little bit extra grip, I suppose, in some of these corners. Now, that could be just confidence. That could be setup. I don't know. It could be that Broditsky's just running a little bit more conservative, leading this race, realizing what's at stake here, and maybe Reno Ritchie It's just a little bit more aggressive. Could be the opposite of that. Could be the tires not quite where they need them to be for the Crazy File team. Either way, it's a good fight between these two. It's been cat and mouse up until this point, but that was a real shot Reno Ritchie just took right there through the chase that time. And I wonder if he gets close again, will he try it then? Because the lap car facilitated that, of course, just a little bit. The lap car didn't do anything wrong, of course. It's just the nature of endurance racing. But I wonder if it's going to take that to make this pass on Crazy File.
Yeah, it could take some serious amounts of traffic, and like we say, of course, traffic giveth and traffic taketh away. But looking to the circuit map, the next bunch of cars are just going through turn 2 now, so they're going to have quite a lot of clear running ahead, and of course 65-minute stint timer, so we expect to see the drivers come down the lane in the next half an hour or so. Of course, 5 hours 23 still on the clock. The limit of the pit stop will, of course, be when the clock hits 4 hours and 55. So you can really push the envelope, if you like, to just under the 5-hour mark. But I'm sure we're going to see a lot of drivers blink before then. Meanwhile, N and M competition still in a fight with the limitless speed driver, of course, Nardazinski just ahead there in the McLaren, the number 23 and the 146. This has been going on for a few laps now, and again, Jose Jimenez just in the background in the Odox Motorsport number 121. They've, of course, got front row seats to this fight. Again, we said it earlier on, didn't we, with Tatsvina Hacker. If anything goes wrong between these duos of battling cars, then the car just behind sets to gain an awful lot. And of course, with Jimenez taking a wider gap, should we say, just behind, he's going to have more than enough time to react to anything ahead of him as well. So fingers crossed everybody keeps it clean as they begin their run, of course, towards the cutting once more. Looks like the Ferrari, this one being the fastest on the grid at the moment. Of course, the next nearest Ferrari to the top 10, you have to go all the way down to P17 to find the number 90 just down there ahead of Timothy Flamger. So the 296, not the favourable car at the mountain. It seems McLaren looking very strong in their manufacturers, although Audi as well with 2 cars inside the top 10, and O'Lila being the only Mercedes, along with Christopher Streppen being one of 2 BMWs. So certainly a McLaren stacked field today, and some Lamborghini drivers again not quite gelling with the car, looking just outside the top 10 for your next highest one. Of course, Tatsvina Hacker in P4 being your highest rated one at the moment, between, of course, Borovec and Enrubia just down the order. Christopher Streppen up into P5, Jesse. Has he always been in P5, or am I imagining things right now?
They did not qualify inside the top 5. They've had to get these positions back. This was about 10 laps ago. This is contact between those 2 cars. It registered for me. I just wanted to show that, and that sort of leads into your point that you were making. No, they didn't start in the top 5. They started outside of that by several positions. Verstappen's just driven up in there, is what it is. This car wasn't one that qualified very well for RCI Esports, but it certainly raced a lot better than they qualified. I think they qualified around 8th or 9th, something like that. That battle, that replay, that brief replay that we showed you was really the story of them getting 2 or 3 positions, handfuls at a time, like Halloween candy. It might be a trick or treat for Christopher Streppen. It's been all treat so far. I hope you don't see a trick from them in this race. They've got to keep it on the level. They're running decent enough lap times. It's just that they're in a little bit of no man's land right about now. Hey, you know what? While we're at this point in the race, we have a little moment here. Just want to apologize for the audio technical issue that played qualifying and the very start of the race. I don't know why Windows Update likes to reset every single setting I have, but it certainly does, and it did on this occasion. I apologize for that. Luckily, you at home were on top of that and able to help me sort that out. I do appreciate that, and on top of that, just thank you all for being here today, no matter where you're watching. We appreciate you spending a little bit of time with us here on RCI TV.
Yeah, and of course, wouldn't be possible, would it, without everybody at home watching along. And of course, the drivers putting on a fantastic show today, of course, giving up their Saturday for a little bit of competition. And meanwhile, N and M competition trying to find their way still through the limitless speed driver ahead. Looks like the gaps opened up a little bit in the past few laps. Maybe the Ferrari starting to struggle towards the end of the stint. We know, of course, the Ferrari fuel consumption used to be very low at the beginning of 1.9, so the car can certainly run a lot lighter than its competitors based on fuel load alone. So maybe the BOP hasn't been too healthy in the horsepower segment of that to counteract it, of course. Meanwhile, on board the rear view diffuser, should we say, of Bogoditsky, looking towards, of course, Renault Ritchie's Thomas Enger Sim Racing number 34, just chasing him down still. I think these guys, they must be working together by this point, Jesse. I'm very surprised, of course. We've seen Renault Ritchie in numerous guises along the esports path and various competitions along the way, and we know Renault Ritchie can be a very aggressive driver, but just, you know, maybe we're dialing it down a few notches today and just working together with the Crazy File Racing team, knowing they are driving away, of course, from Frederick Gutman just behind in the 969. They're about 10 seconds to the good, I think I just saw flash up before we went through a timing gate. 8 seconds to the good now on that one, and Tatsvina Hacker now 3 seconds just behind them as well. So, you know, everybody kind of spread out a little bit now, and probably Renault Ritchie maybe being coached in his ear a little bit, saying, you know, work together with the number 7. Let's pull out a gap. Let's pull ourselves away from the field. And once we've got enough of a gap, you know, even in the pit stops, you said it earlier, Jesse, of course, it only takes 1 or 2 fumbles of the pit, you know, the pit sequence, whether it's starting the car too cautious into the lane, not quick enough on the exit of the lane, and, you know, undercuts and overcuts again playing a very big factor. So lots of things at hand in order to be able to promote the Thomas Enger car into P1. And of course, anything can happen when we do get to those pit stops in about 20 minutes time or so. Looks like the Ferrari much tighter through the S's there. It got very close to the TV camera on the wall, and looked like the car of Nardizinski ahead just a little bit wider. So maybe the Ferrari, the better car across the top of the mountain, but then really struggles when it gets, of course, to these long drags. Although Jose Jimenez still not close enough to get involved in this fight, but close enough within earshot in case it all goes wrong, Jesse. He's going to be there and waiting to take a couple of positions away.
Certainly is. These two are in a cat and mouse game. Nardizinski and Nisimia try to do battle with each other, trying to not let Jimenez get back into this fight. You got the 146, the N&M competition car, trying to do their level best to get around them, and they're certainly Christian's peeking out from behind the 23 at different points, just trying to be on an alternate line, probably also trying to get out of the dirty air, the turbulent air of the McLaren in front. There's certainly periods of that lap, as we rode with them that entire time, that Ferrari did look better than that McLaren, and it was particularly at the top of the circuit, and you can never quite tell. Is Daniel just a little bit more conservative? Are they trying to keep it off the wall because it's early in the race? Or is that just what the car has in the grip right now? Is Christian, in this case, just a little bit more confident? But either way, Jimenez definitely catching that gap. Last lap was over a second and a quarter. Now less than a second between them now as Jimenez catches up to these two. It's about to be a three-way fight. Three's company, as they say, so they're going to want to sort this out at some point, though I will say Nardizinski has done a really good job of staying in front. Really, all you got to do is defend on the straights and just not make a mistake on the top of the mountain. Easy for me to say up here in the box, hard to do down there on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's very easy to say, isn't it, for us up here in the box? Just, you know, don't make a mistake.
Just go out there, do it.
Yeah, you know, just drive around the mountain.
All you got to do is be perfect for 6 hours and run the fastest laps in ACC. All you got to do.
Exactly. What more do you want? It's easy, you know. For us up here in the booth, of course, we do jest, but, you know, it's a very complex circuit, Mount Panorama, and so easy to, you know, really get it wrong. So for most of the drivers, keeping it out of the wall for the first hour is probably going to be an achievement before they hand, of course, the reins over to the next driver in the race. We've had word from, you know, lead steward today that they are all caught up for lap 1 incidents. So I'm going to hit it from the top. Not too many on this one. Of course, lap 1, turn 6. This was the big one, of course, at the top of the mountain, involving the 133, the 712, the 139, and the 91, deemed a racing incident. So the 133 hits the wall in turn 6, causes the 712 to take avoiding action and also hit the wall. Cars behind slow down, but the 91 does not have a view and then causes contact with the 139. That was, of course, the Sim Brothers Racing Porsche we looked at earlier on. So nobody really deemed at fault, as we said, Jesse, in the box. Of course, it's it's a blind corner by that point. You're relying on flags being thrown quick enough. You're relying on maybe a few people back in the garage spotting for you, but everybody of course not having that luxury. And I think we're going to see a race replay here, but I think this is actually live action. We're seeing here we go. Nicholas Northwest.
It hasn't worked.
Yeah. It hasn't gone to plan here. A few production issues, wires being swapped around in the booth for Jesse Lee today. But of course, incident, the next one on the list, lap 1, turn 7, so just one more corner ago. The 139 and the 76. It's a warning for the 76. Causes contact with the 139 and it does not stop. We then have an incident, lap 1, turn 22, involving the 87 and the 911. A warning for the 87 for not leaving enough space and forcing the 911 off the track. And that is all the stewards' reports for lap 1 caught up with. So, in the grand scheme of things, Jesse, bear in mind, of course, we had a restart in split 2. That's quite a clean Bathurst start.
Yeah, they must have been stricken with fear from the driver's briefing prior to the race. No, all jokes aside, these drivers have it. They understand. They've had 2 races under their belts. At this point, they know that these are pros, okay? They know that this is about racing the racetrack, as Reno Ritchie has a little bit of a look, maybe nothing more than a fake, to live in the mirror and in the memory of Nikita in front. The Crazy File driver probably won't care too much about that, but Reno Ritchie trying to play head games here. But no, these drivers know, and they know what's at stake here. I think a lot of them, the vast majority, took it easy on the opening laps. I think a lot of them still are, by my eye. They're taking it quite easy in the first hour of the race. They know that because there wasn't a gigantic accident, one small mistake could completely ruin your day. I jokingly have said for the past couple of weeks, this is a 6-hour race, but it's going to feel like a 24-hour race. And it will do. It takes a toll on your body. It's hard to explain. Sim racing is a physical esport. And I'm not saying other esports aren't, but it is actually physical. To turn the wheel, to the mental toughness that is required, the focus, the preparation. You some days racing around here, you are completely soaking wet getting out of the sim rig. Oh, and it's a big mistake here from Reno Ritchie. Let's take a look at exactly what happened to P2, as they've just had a huge mistake and damaged the number 34 McLaren.
Exactly what we were saying earlier, wasn't it, Jesse, where you get in a kind of trance-like state following your opponent, of course, through Skyline. They go down into the S's. Bogorditsky overcooked Skyline, and Reno Ritchie, of course, forced offline a little bit, and the billboard hiding it, but Reno Ritchie just a little bit too keen on the left steering input, found its way into the inside wall, and that's going to be some front-end damage for the number 34 Thomas Enger crew. And of course, they're now going to have to be fixing that at the next pit stop if they don't want to detriment the next driver that takes that car over. So a little bit clumsy from the front runners, of course. The 7 overcooking Skyline, and then Reno Ritchie just not backing off enough, losing a little bit of focus and just pitching it in a little bit too soon for the last kind of corner of the S's, and just kissing the front wall. Of course, I say kissing, it was quite a clatter on the front end of the number 34. So pit stop's going to be a little bit lengthy for the number 34. That's, of course, going to allow Frederick Gutman to catch back up. And SPHE Motorsport are a little bit of a dark horse, I say, Jesse. Of course, we haven't seen much of them this race. They've been lurking in 4th. They passed Tatsvina Hacker for 3rd. They've now been just lurking in 3rd. And, of course, they could be set to gain now. If that's more than 7-8 seconds of damage for Reno Ritchie, that's going to close the gap right up between the 34 and the 969.
It certainly could do. Robert Arlavi and the Quabi team becomes the first team down pit lane. Arlavi gets out of the car. Ivo Zorsic gets in the car, and I suspect that's actually a graphical bug. I think this was the first purposeful pit stop we've seen in this race. It's quite early, but remember, the Quabi car had damage on it quite early on. They may have called an early stop to fix that, put the new driver in the car, Zorsic this time, and it's not the end of the world being 10 or so minutes early on your stop, and I think they were cutting their losses doing that just a little bit. The only problem with that now is, of course, they are basically a lap down, and they're surrounded by cars who are fighting for their own positions while they are being blue flagged. Zorsic would very much like to get a move on here and get going. I suspect that might be exactly what happens. Actually, no, I've just realized something. These are all cars fighting for position. He is not a lap down to these cars. He's in 23rd. That's Jerome Ruling right behind him. That is fourth position. That's Claudio Zaza. These are all cars who have already been down pit lane once today with damage.
Yeah, this is, of course, the cars slightly out of sequence, of course, with the number 33 just behind, yielding to the train of cars, wanting nothing to do with the kind of front runners, of course. This is
They
where
are
we've
being
got
blue
P6,
flagged by a couple
7,
of these cars,
and
though.
8. Yeah, they are, of course, being blue flagged, as you say, Jesse. But, you know, blue flags in GT racing don't necessarily mean what they mean in open wheelers, of course. In the normal format, blue flag means dive out of the way, give the position up immediately, and, you know, just don't impede anyone. Whereas in GT racing, it's slightly different. There's no immediate yield rule. A little bit of tussling there, and the 545 finds itself into the wall, courtesy of the 121 Odox Motorsport car. That's going to be very detrimental to them. I'm sure stewards are going to have their keen eye cast over that one, Jesse. Forcing another car off the track isn't favorable in a battle, let alone when you're trying to pass them. Of course, it looks like the car, you know, opened up the inside, a big wiggle on the inside from the 121, just kind of twitched themselves into the side of the 545 and unfortunately found the wall. So Jimenez is going to be looked at by the stewards, I can only imagine, and a little bit of a wiggle from the N and M competition car, trying to get on the back of Nardazinski, still ahead, and Jimenez is now in the fight with, of course, the Ferrari behind of Ruling, the number 33, that's just promoted themselves up into P23 after the hip and shoulder from Jimenez. And I think Jimenez there grazed the wall. We got a car off at the chase. I think some of the brake marker boards have found their way off the circuit as well. Timothy Flamger for the Alpha Simsport pulling the car in early for their pit stop. It's Dieter Santon for the E1 team. Let's have a look side by side across the top of the mountain. Could this be friendly fire, actually? This is E1 on E1, surely not. Just ahead here. And got it wrong. There's a bump really nastily in the first part of the chase, and I think they hit the bump, fired the car off into the concrete wall to the right hand side. Not sure if it was teammate induced, of course, going side by side through there with their teammate, the number 91. I think it was Axelin possibly in the mix as well. So I have to take a closer look at that. But Dieter Santon down the lane for the E1 Simsport, number 90. And of course the sister car, the number 91 of Axelin, is still circulating around. So maybe going to have a few words in the E1 camp. And Jimenez is sideways. We've got a car off out of shot. It's the number 146 away. And where's Nardazinski in all this? Is he's still up the road? So I think the Ferrari and the Audi have clashed into the chase. There's Daniel Nardazinski for the number 23. He's escaped them. Jimenez there in the background. And the number 146 is nowhere to be seen, just in the back of shot now. That's a massive gap. I wonder if we can get a race replay of what happened. Certainly, let's have a look down into, this is into turn 2, actually. This is what kind of brought Jimenez into the mix. Of course, the 146 on the less favoured line slipped out of the banking that we spoke about earlier and nearly found their way to the Armco. And then later on in the lap, slipstreaming. Oh, was that a bump, Jesse, I saw there? And well, certainly, definitely a second bump. It was the old bump and run strategy. Jimenez overcooking it into the braking zone. The 146 forced off into the grass. And Stewart's not going to take too favourably of that one, of course. Jimenez dealing out the bump and then kind of passing and running away with it. So I'm sure we're going to see a penalty popping up very soon as we see Axelin with a 5-second pickup. Don't have any word from the stewards at the moment. I'll keep you updated on that one though, Jesse.
Absolutely. Mini Simeon doing my job for me. Antonio in the 116, the Soar in Racing team. Talking about a dark horse is Mini Simeon. Well, took the words right out of my mouth. Inside the top half of the field now. Fajardo doing their level best, and that car looks a little bit damaged, from a little bit, maybe a slight understatement, but still inside the top 20. They've maintained their position on the track, and they've been able to do it without coming into pit lane. Now, the good news for them is they are going to be, because they've made it this far, they are going to be able to pit on sequence with everybody else, the leaders, of course, and they will get to fix that damage on that car without having to come in early or anything else. The other good news is, of course, you can kind of tell the steering on that car is very straight indeed. Otherwise, they would have had to come in at some other point. But yeah, in the top 20 right now for Soarin' Racing team.
Yeah, looking very good, of course, for Antonio Fajardo, even with the damage on the front end. Meanwhile, towards the front of the field, we've got Borovec and Olila being very close. Two very different machines here. Mercedes on Lamborghini. Of course, they got a little bit of traffic ahead in the form of Zorozic in the 545. All blue Lamborghini we saw just in the tyre wall a few laps ago. Meanwhile, of course, the Shumi Skins Porsche lurks in the background. Fantastic livery on the number 911. Currently Taran at the wheel of that one. So he's going to want to see if traffic can, help him get any closer, as we see marshals waving furiously blue flags into turn 2. And of course, the only rule set being with GT racing is you don't go defensive if you're being shown a blue flag. So if Olila gets the overlap, the 545 can't fight it, and very sensibly around the outside of the cutting, that's a good place to do it. Allows two cars through and keeps the battle alive for Olila and Borovec. So not much time lost for these two, and Nick Taran is going to be the next car to pass the 545, so we can only assume they're going to give the same respect. Meanwhile, we've got Gear Axlin in the pit lane for the E1 Sim Sport. That's a relatively early stop, Jesse. Of course, we've still got about 8 minutes or so on the race timer, so maybe under fueling the car ever so slightly for the first stint to potentially gain an advantage. But Gear Axlin, of course, with the 5-second penalty to their name. Still no note on that from our stewards at the moment, so I'll keep you updated on what that was for. But if you are new to viewing ACC and you're wondering how the penalties are dealt out, of course, any time penalties will be served at the pit stop cycle. So Gear Axlin, of course, getting the 5 seconds to his name, will take an extended 5-minute pit stop, 5 seconds, pit stop, not minutes. What am I talking about here? As we see Olila coming under fire from Borovec, goes around the outside of the chase, extends the gap open for the Lamborghini in case he did find the snout up the inside. But the Lamborghini of Pirate Racing certainly looking very good in the slipstream of that Mercedes. But back to the point at hand, of course, Axlin will serve the 5-second penalty in his pit stop timer. So instead of the Ferrari being stationary for 30 seconds, fuel, tyres and a driver change if needed, it'll be 35 seconds. So they'll hold the additional 5 seconds in the lane, and then he'll be released to continue on the race on that one as the battle begins to hot up between the Geordie Suss racing car and Pirate Racing. This could be an interesting one developing. Of course, nobody really around them, Jesse Lee. They're, free to fight each other, and I don't think there's going to be any, friends orders as such against these two. So this could be very interesting in the first hour of the race.
Yeah, I think for Borovec here, all they've got to do is stay as close as they possibly can to the back of Olila, because they lose them just a little bit, or at least they did the last lap on the mountain side of the racetrack, and they caught it all the way back up near the end of Forest Elbow and obviously down the Conrad Straight. But see, this is what I'm talking about. This is where they lost it last time, and that gap's too big. That's why they have to make up all that gap, and they run out of time on the Conrad Straight to make that move down to the inside or outside, whatever it may be. They just have to make up too much time. So they've got to figure out a way to keep it somewhat close to this section, close up here. But of course, doing that runs the risk of going over the limit of grip, going over the limit of what your car's capable of doing. This looks a little bit better this time coming through here, and now Forest Elbow. This is really good. Excellent drive. The first half of the mountain, so-so. The second half, absolutely excellent for Philip Borovec here in the Pirate Racing number 8. This is close enough. He might be able to make a move, though he hasn't quite made up enough. He's showing intent down to the inside. Olila staying in the center of the racetrack. Borovec thinks better of it, and he trails back off again. That's good heads-up driving by everybody involved. Olila was very deliberate. Went to the middle of the track, said, "You're going to pass me on one way or another. I'm not giving you this easily." And look at this, both cars into the pit lane at the same time. We will not have an immediate resolution to this fight, as they're both down the pit lane now.
Yeah, of course, both drivers able to go on time for another lap or so. Of course, they've still got 5 minutes on the driver timer, but playing it very sensibly indeed. And we thought maybe it could be decided in the pit lane, and it still obviously could be. Have to see which team is faster of getting their car on the jacks, off the jacks, and out of the lane. I do have word from the number 91 now on what picked up their 5-second penalty. We have an incident on lap 7, turn 23, involving the 116 and the 91. So 5 seconds for the 91 after turning into the 116. The 116 is on the curb and can't physically give the 91 any more space. They also do not accelerate out of the corner before contact, and the 91 gains the position after contact. So that was what the 5 seconds for gear Absalom was as he came down the pit lane last time by. And not sure, but there could be another investigation for the E1, of course, after we saw Santonov at the chase. Meanwhile, a couple more cars coming down the pit lane to complete their hourly cycle. And Jonjic is already out for the Pirate Racing. That's a very fast stop in comparison. Olila is only just moving, and Dijon is now in the car for Jordi Suss Racing. Not sure what happened there. Maybe a lengthy stop for Olila for damage. And the Lamborghini already getting defensive as they come out onto the circuit.
Yeah, what you don't want to do is you don't want to have a fight with a car that's just out of the pit lane. You at least want to clear them, and once you realize you're clear, you're just going to go back to your line. You're not going to really worry about them too much. You know that they have newer tires, but hey, you're just going to have to wait your turn. But that was quite a slow stop for what was Otso Alila bringing the car in. De Jong in it now for Jordi Suss. I tell you what, that livery sus, but there's nothing else sus about that team. That team is been absolutely rock solid so far, and such a good battle there. Now split up by the pit stop. Speaking of, it was a 113.3 on pit lane. Now that's the time when they hit the line to enter pit lane to the time where they hit the pit out line. And in comparison, Zoran Jonjic, who got in the car, the number 8 that is, it was only a 1:06, so quite a bit quicker time for them. 7 seconds quicker down pit lane, and you can just see it. Jonjic is up the road. He's even got a car in between them, though I believe that car will be pitting at some time. Speaking of that, several of the top runners into the pit lane. The SPHE Motorsports car in pit lane. Frederick Gutman gets out of the car. Tim Rule is installed into the 969 for SPH. They're down and gone. That was a routine stop, a 1:08. Nothing out of the ordinary there.
Yeah, a little bit average, wasn't it? A 1:08, bearing in mind, of course, the Pirate Racing team flipped themselves around in a 1:06. So possibly a few cars still with early damage, and it looks like Nardozinski's being held quite a while here. Chris Picker, meanwhile, being installed into the Porsche Team Schumi Skins entry, and Tobias Lang is in for the Limitless Speed drivers. So plenty of swaps happening, of course, up and down the field. Jesse Lee, we said it earlier, didn't we? Bathurst, a very demanding track, even in the virtual world. It's one of those tracks that's kind of relentless. You've got a little bit of straight, of course, between 1, 2 and the Conrad straight, but otherwise you're constantly on it, always steering inputs, eyes on stalks, watching for all of the walls as you circulate around the top of the mountain. So there's no real breather, and especially if you're locked in a fight with an opponent, it's going to get even harder. So a lot of drivers electing to give up their seats to the next car, and of course there we see the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry of Renault Ritchie on to the Jacks for his routine stop. Going to keep an eye on that pit stop timer. Of course, we know that car has some front end damage. Meanwhile, it looks like the number 7 has gone for another lap. I think that's going to be cutting it very fine indeed. If they don't make the stint timer, it's there's no point risking it this early on to go for the extra lap. Of course, anything happens across the top of the mountain, you are going to be detrimenting yourself. But again, it could be all part of the longer plan to extend the stops as much as they can. And we see now Mark Elgard, of course, for McLeod Sim Racing coming down the lane. We've got Nico Kumbu in the background for Rebound Racing as well, coming down the lane. So pit stops are plenty, and Van Vechel, the number 86, stop go 30 as he leaves the lane. That's been handed over to Peter Jorgensen in the number 86. That's going to be for speeding on pit entry, I can only imagine, on that one for the U amateurs. Maybe a little bit too hot in the lane. It's quite easy to overcook, of course, the pit lane entry into Bathurst. It's a chicane basically before you hit the pit limiter line, so super easy to overextend and find yourself too fast in. De Jong still in a fight with a car ahead. I think that must be for position, but Bogoditsky is the last car to come down the lane. He's cutting it very fine indeed. He's probably got about 30 seconds left on his stint timer, and of course 35 seconds there at the top of the screen. 4 hours 55 will signal the end of his driving time, wrestling it over the curbs, and of course the nasty bump as you come in. Gets it slowed up nicely in time for the pit speed limit line, and of course the clock will stop as soon as he enters the pit lane. So pushing the envelope, Jesse Lee, the Crazy File Racing team, already in the first hour.
They might have felt that they needed to do that, John. To be fair, they were ran down at the middle to the end of that stint, and had it not been for contact with the wall with 34, they might have been overtaken. at some point as well. So they might have risked it because they felt like they had to. They had to do something a little bit different. They had to do the overcut here. They had to maximize the stint and give themselves an extra sort of leeway later on in this race. Of course, the later you stop, the more options you have, the further you get into the race. I believe the 545 of Ivo Zoricic has had a huge off, and in fact, yes, they have. They're going to rejoin the racetrack. No further incident that I can tell there. They're going to have completely dirty tires, but let's see what has happened to Zoricic here. There's a pack of cars. Was there contact that led to that? No, just the bump. We saw the bump potentially lead to an incident earlier, but we can confirm that is all a bump. There is a massive dip if you're on the inside, and especially if you touch that curb with the splitter. It is a huge deal, and that it upsets some cars more than others, admittedly, but definitely a wild ride for Ivo.
Yeah, it's the second mid-engine car, should we say, that's, of course, been caught out by the bump on the inside of the chase. That's turn 20, I believe, officially on the circuit map. So,
there's 20 turns on this racetrack?
There's 23 turns, Jesse Lee, if you count Murray's Corner to the end. It's
I only have 10 fingers. I can only count them.
I'm going to have to get two and a bit hands out for that to count to 23 on my fingers. But yeah, a lot of corners to get right in a lap. And we said it earlier, didn't we? Bathurst is a very tricky circuit to consistently nail and put through good lap times. And especially when you need to keep it out of the wall at the top of the mountain and you're battling this close. Of course, Filiapak ahead in the number 420, De Jong in the number 888 at the moment. And of course, Elgaard is the next car behind, although 2.2 seconds to the good. So the red McLaren isn't in shot for this fight, although to the inside goes De Jong. He's got the camber of the road, and you see how easy it is to drive up the inside, even bringing with him the lapped car through the fight as well. So that's not going to be good for Filiapak. He's going to be seething the fact the blue flag car got through, and he's now going to have to unlap, relap the car, should we say, ahead. The number of red McLaren, of course, behind is not for position. And look at the clear air De Jong's got now across the top of the mountain. He's going to be getting no aero wash. That Mercedes is going to be very dreamy to drive. And meanwhile, towards the front, Hymo losing out quite a lot in the sequence of pit stops. Of course, they were up in P4, Jesse, and they've now found their way all the way down to P8. Of course, Max Wojner now at the wheel there, and a very slow stop for Hymo. 1 minute 29 from pit in to pit out. Just for a reference, your race leaders, the Crazy File Racing Team, did a 1 minute 5.3. That is a considerable chunk of time lost, of course, for the Hymo crew, and that then frees up the SPHE Motorsport team to essentially progress their way up to the front of the field now, as Max Wojner to the inside. Be very careful of the bump. We've already seen one Lamborghini claimed, but not to be had here as he goes through on Meyer. But a big wiggle off the chase could allow Meyer back into the fight, although Meyer might be thinking twice about taking this fight. Of course, they got Jonjic just behind in the number 8. That's the Pirate Racing car, the black and grey Lamborghini you see just at the back of the shot there. But Max Wojner sealing up P7 very nicely, and he's now got to get the foot down to catch Tobias Lang ahead. But one bad stop and it's really shuffled the Hymo car down. Very interested to know what happened there. I'm going to go do some digging.
Yeah, that was quite interesting. Well, we saw that there was damage to the car when Davinta Hacker was in it for Hymo, but I didn't realize it was that severe. Certainly, of anybody in the top 20 in this race, the slowest stop, realistically. A 129 is huge. The next slowest, I think, was the 224 car, and they're in 18th. They did a 127. Everybody else is at least in the 1-teens. So a huge bit of damage on that car. It certainly would explain why they were backing up. Remember, they were in P2 for a bit, then they dropped down to 3rd, then they dropped down to 4th. It was a whole thing. So not terribly surprised that they had damage. I'm certainly surprised it was that much. And by the way, you can still see visual damage on the race car. I promise you it's not actually there. It's just a desync that does happen from time to time. At some point today, especially if they hit the wall again, funnily enough, that will disappear. That is just a sync issue. It happens. It's very common indeed. But that car has been repaired, and it's certainly driving like it, now gaining spots up into 7th place and absolutely digging. We talked about Crazy File, Aleksey Solensev behind the wheel of that car right now. They not only pitted almost as late as you possibly could do, they had one of the quickest stops I've ever seen. It was a 1 minute 5, almost even, quite good. Not the quickest in the top 5, because that was Christoph Verstrappen's stop for RCI Blue. They ran a 1 minute 4.4 down pit lane without getting a speeding penalty. Just incredible. Everybody else was in the 2 minute 7, 2 minute 8 bracket. Of course, second place, the 34 car, the Thomas Inc. Sim Racing, Matteo De Campo behind the wheel of that car right now. They did a 1 minute 12. We almost expected that because, of course, they also had some damage they needed to address.
Yeah, speaking of damage, I have word from Felix Tarzavina Hacker, of course, fresh out of the car on his first stint. And yeah, it was as we speculated earlier on, Jesse, of course, when the SPHE Motorsport car gained nearly 2 seconds in one lap. It was because of a mistake just before the elbow. Of course, you've got the right-hand kink before you dive onto the brakes for the sharp hairpin left. Felix just getting a little bit too close to the inside wall, slapping the right wall, coming into the left wall, and that's what picked up significant amounts of damage, about 30 minutes in, apparently 20 seconds of additional damage in that pit stop, and that is how the SPHE Motorsport car got through them. So just by keeping it clean, Jesse, of course, running the risk dial a little lower than you usually would, keeping it just away from those walls could prove very vital come 6 hours time. Of course, we're over an hour and 10 minutes in now, and Mark Elgaard looking very racy for the McLeod Racing Team. Just a few laps ago was about 2.5 seconds back from Filipiak in the simulation car, but right onto the diffuser now, and Filipiak's going to be feeling the pressure as we ride on board from the rear wing of the McLaren. The simulation esport car gets much better drive out of the S. As a flash of the lights from Mark Elgaard. He wants to get a move on. Mark Elgaard. He's just flashing the lights. I wonder if he's listening to the broadcast or he's got a teammate watching along, and he's just said, gives a flash of the lights to the broadcast. But, you know, fantastic scenes here as Elgaard follows in the wake of that McLaren.
A little bit further just in front of that fight, you've got Enrubia trying to make a move here for... We're actually trying to stay in a P9 is what they're trying to do. It's a big old fight, though, that they're having and trying to keep Meyer behind them. That they're side by side. Meyer down the inside. It's going to be contact just a little bit into Murray's, but it will be settled. The Tier Sim Racing Esport car of Salva Enrubia will take that spot here and keep Meyer behind, much to Meyer's dismay. I thought Meyer would have it down the inside, but just got bound up. Couldn't turn off of Murray's corner.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird corner, isn't it? It's very slow in its nature, and of course the Ferrari 296, we know the turbo spool in that car can be very slow to kind of pick up and go. It's almost like an old Group C car where the turbo takes forever to get spooling, and then once it does, gives you a big punch of power off the corner, you know, much to the dismay of the Lamborghini. That, of course, the naturally aspirated engine has a great get up as it, you know, you plant the throttle, it's instantly there. It hasn't got to wait for any spool up time or, you know, anything like that. And the M4, again, insane torque off a corner. It's another car that drives very nicely off the slower turns here. So you're probably going to see a lot of cars making up positions in that manner. But Patrick Meyer not losing the back, of course, of Enrubia behind. They've got a little bit of a slow traffic ahead. I think that's the SSR red entry. Of course, we've seen plenty of them in the slipstream battle already being, you know, covered off by Boroditsky earlier on, and it could play hand in this battle now. And that Ferrari just looks so well turned coming through the S's. We keep seeing it on that wall cam every time the Ferrari gets so much closer than any competitor does. And a little bit of a checkup into the elbow. We've got Enrubia round. Meyer has misjudged this one ever so slightly, and that's going to be a nightmare position to get that Lamborghini out of. Jesse thrown yellow flags, of course, there. The marshal on the outside throwing a green flag for some peculiar reason there as Enrubia gets the car turned around.
Colors are hard,
all
man.
All is well in jest, and I think Enrubia has just about got away with that, Jesse. That was very lucky. Let's have a race replay.
Well, I went back as long as I could. They've just entered the mountain section, so this is going to be a build-up. You can see that there's a decent-sized gap right there between the two of them, that Meyer and Enrubia. Enrubia in front of Meyer here. And, yeah, just a little bit of a touch of the... Oh, was it a lap car that maybe slowed them up potentially? Yes, indeed. That will make them sort of accordion together. Here comes Meyer. Back onto the back, Enrubia trying to look for a way through to do it as politely as possible, unable to do so, and Meyer just gets into the back of him there and gets out of dodge. But an unfortunate moment for Salva and Rubia as they get turned into Forest Elbow. Admittedly, absolutely not their fault.
Yeah, I think Enrubia was maybe a little bit cautious on passing the lap car ahead. And of course, Maya came in expecting Enrubia to maybe go for the gap, braked on their normal point to get the swooping run around the elbow, and just obviously, checked up a little bit too much. Didn't go for the gap, and then of course Maya was in the back already with their Ferrari. Just seen 5 seconds pop up for Jose Jimenez in the number 121. That's, of course, due to a lap 23, turn 23 incident. That's a very satisfying combination of numbers involving the 545 and the 121. 5 seconds for the 121, Odox Motorsport. The 121 overtakes the 545 with contact, which of course sent the 545 into the wall. So Stewart's not very happy with that one. 5-second penalty to be served at the next pit stop. And we've got another yellow flag on the mountain, Jesse. The 122 looks like in to Skyline and the S's possibly. I think that's just getting around. That's Jared Troxclair and the Rebound Racing Car coming their way through the incident as well. And that's going to be a heavy impact with the wall. Let's have a look at the race replay. So Troxclair into the top of Skyline, got the rear loose, slid down the escape road. Oh, De Jong was in the wall ahead as well. I'm not sure if you caught that, but De Jong was bouncing the Mercedes off the right-hand side in the wall. And I think that's the SSR red entry as well involved at the helm of that one. And Rubia, you see him go through there after the massive loss of time. Manages to get the car looped round very sensibly. Rebound Racing, I think, trailing the brake maybe a little bit further down the S's than they would like to, but very heads-up driving from everybody there to avoid the incident. But I think De Jong was involved in that one as well, Jesse. I think he slapped the wall, and he did. He's down pit lane. This is an unscheduled stop for the Geordie Suss racing car.
Yeah, there must have been a huge hit, and we saw it right there. If you were paying attention to the right-hand side of the screen, completely unrelated to the Troxclair incident, De Jong just smacked it into the wall, and I wonder, as he disappeared into the yonder, if that car didn't then get into the wall again. And I also wonder, too, normally when you hit the wall like that, you would generally carry on. I wonder if there's suspension or steering alignment damage to the Geordie Suss car that has brought them into pit lane. It must have been massive. It didn't look like a light hit to us, but for them to come in, considering how many cars we've seen just get on with it, just deal with it, this must have been something suspension related, steering rack, something is messed up on this car that has led them into the pit lane. This is not what De Jong wanted out of their first stint of the day, especially considering it was going pretty good up until that point.
Yeah, Lila put in, of course, a mega stint at the start of the race, and De Jong, unfortunately, finding the wall through the S's, so that's going to be a considerable time loss for that entry. We're going to have to keep an eye out come the end of the race to see how much they can claw back. Meanwhile, Mark Elgaard still in this train, and we've got a slower car ahead. Of course, that's P28 just ahead there. That's the SSR red entry, I believe, and he pulls off, of course, to the right-hand side. We've seen him do many times already on numerous onboard cameras. That allows, of course, the number 420 through, and hopefully Mark Elgar can slipstream his way past the Ferrari as well, and he does so just before the chase. Of course, the nasty bump on the inside, and Mark Elgar almost looked for a move then, I think, into the chase, thought better of it, backed out, and allowed the simulation car to resume on its normal line. But Chris Picker, of course, just behind in the number 911. You see him there looming over the horizon as they come under the Liqui Moly bridge towards Murray's, of course, turn 23 there. Chris Picker, again, a very fast Porsche driver. I believe World Tour a couple of years ago, we drove against him in the Shumi Skins outfit, and the pace that man can put through a Porsche is crazy. So expect to see big gains there. You see a massive oversteer moment out of turn one, of course, trying to get all of the traction down on that Porsche before beginning to run up the mountain straight towards turn two. But Chris Picker definitely going to make some moves in the next stint, Jesse.
Could well do, and these two holding each other up is only helping Pickett get some of that time back. Of course, now stuck behind the lapped car on the mountain section. That is not what you want to have happen, but it is just one of those things, and it will happen to the other drivers as well. You just got to put that in your mind. I always said that in endurance race. Say, look, I know you're upset, talking to other team drivers, of course. Like, I know you're upset that you're getting held up, but just know that the conditions that you're dealing with are the same for everybody else. It happened to us. It'll happen to them. I'm a big believer in the yin-yang kind of theory. You know what I mean? Like, if it happens to us, it's going to happen to other people. It's life. It goes both ways. You can't get too upset about it. hard to tell a driver that in the moment that, hey, it's not just about you, but racing drivers tend to be racing drivers in that respect. But it's true, though, all things said. It can happen to you. It will happen to you. You got to remain patient because it will happen to other people. And typically, the only winners in that situation are those that are patient. Making a rash move, being too aggressive, that only gets you into trouble. Yes, Pick has lost some time here, but they've not lost the battle yet because they're still in it. These two are still fighting. Mark Elgard and, of course, Filipiak still fighting for this position. Looking up the inside just a little bit. Took the normal line to Filipiak. Did not take the inside line defensively, but that has bit them a little bit as Filipiak has ran out of space on the exit of the Conrad, and that has allowed Mark Elgard through for McLeod Racing, and that was an excellent demonstration, as if on cue, about patient. Elgard didn't make that move. Filipiak made that move for him by missing the corner.
Yeah, it's all about, isn't it, the game of patience at Bathurst. Of course, you can sit behind a car numerous laps, and it only takes one mistake, like we see here, of course, over the curb and the grass. It's very hard to get the car turned further right as you come out of the chase. Of course, the car is already loaded up enough as you've accelerated off the corner. You're cycling through gears 3 and 4 in the box, and to turn even harder right, especially in dirty air, is very tricky. So good heads-up driving there from Mark Elgard to get that move and get that move stuck by the final corner. Of course, Filipiak could have come back very easily if he chose to, but maybe choosing to fight the fight that is at hand. Of course, it could be a few laps yet before we see the number 420 back on the rear of the 41, and we'll have to keep an eye on that fight. Meanwhile, Patrick Meyer for the N&M competition entry, the number 146, now stuck in a bit of no man's land. Of course, we saw them fighting earlier on in about P6, P7 towards the front of the grid. A little bit of unluckiness has set them back off the pace. Of course, they've got now 9 seconds nearly to make up to Jean-Jacques ahead in the number 8 Lamborghini. Of course, Jose Jimenez in no man's land as well with a 5-second penalty to his name. Let's have a look what happened here. Through the chase they go up the inside. Oh, and a wiggle for the 91. It looked like the 91 hooked the grass, Jesse, on entry, and that just tweaked him to the left enough. And of course, the Jose Jimenez was already hard on the brakes and had nowhere really to go by that point. Ellis Buckley currently aboard the number 91, so we'll have to keep an eye out in the stewards chat to see what they make of that one, Jesse.
Yeah, I know some people at home are wondering, well, I've seen 500,000 incidents and the stewards haven't done anything about it. Well, if you're used to RCI racing, you are very correct that they do review for the weekly series. They review every single contact that they receive. That's not how it works in endurance racing here at RCI. The teams have to report the contact or the infraction to the stewarding team, to race control directly. They have to do that within a prescribed time window from when the incident occurred as well. They also have to provide the information necessary to find the incident, and it has to be accurate, because if it's not accurate and they go and look for something, they can't find it, they just sort of, well, what are you going to do? You can't find it. You've given me wrong information. They have nothing to look at in that case. So that's the way it works. The teams have to report it. There's a high likelihood, and I know this from talking to some of the teams, they've told me straight up, like, look, a lot of this little, tit for tat contact that we have in a race like this, it's just not worth it. All you're going to do is upset the other team because they know you've reported them. That's going to change how they race, and it's not worth it for little incidents. Other teams, on the other hand, especially teams near the sharp end of the field, they will report every single thing, because to them, it's the difference between losing and winning, and I get that more than anything. But there are teams out there, even at the sharp end, that John will not report an incident. I know the stewards get frustrated with that because they want infractions to be looked at. They want it to be reported. They want it to be dealt with in a judicial manner. But there are some teams who just, they just take it in stride. It's like, look, it's all just racing. And I almost admire that a little bit, though admittedly, sometimes when takeouts aren't reported, that to me is a little too far.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? I mean, it depends, the nature of the takeout, doesn't it? I mean, if you've, been taking lumps out of each other for laps, you've been, barging doors, giving each other a little bump here and there, it's all kind of, fair and jest, where, some teams do spot a malicious takeout when a driver has deliberately done something to, gain the position, should we say, rather than, just overcooked it a little bit or, just slightly misjudged.
John,
It's one of those, isn't it?
I want you to read the comment from our YouTube chat if you're over there. Arjun says, I have won races by being petty. Absolutely. And that is, you're right. That's the thing.
Yeah,
I love the mix. I'm not calling anyone out. I genuinely love the mix of teams that are like, I'm not going to report the small stuff, or even if it comes to blows, I'm not going to report it. It's just not worth our time. We're going to upset them. Even if it goes our way, it doesn't go our way, whatever. We let it roll off. Then there's other teams who will do exactly what Arjun's saying. They will report it, and you can win races that way. That's exactly my point. Near the sharp end of the field, it becomes imperative for your survival that you do things like that. You report stuff like that. And also, while I'm going to shift off of that topic, and I'm going to say something I never thought I would say. Ash, congratulations on becoming horizontal. No further context.
Yeah, no context at all. If you're watching this back, it's a bit of a mystery, but I think Ash is going to lay down, should we say, after a hard day of work. He's been up since 7 in the morning. So great to have you here with us at RCI TV and everybody at home as well, whether you've dropped in, you're dropping in, or you're rewatching this broadcast back. Welcome aboard. It's fantastic to have you. And of course, there would be no point doing this if it wasn't for you guys at home. Whether you're watching, of course, on Twitch or YouTube, whatever your preferred platform is, we appreciate every little bit of support you give. Whether it's just lurking in the background, increasing the viewing numbers, or whether you've hit the subscribe button or the follow button and the bell icon and all that good stuff. We do bring you regular races here at RCI TV, so we hope you stick around for the foreseeable future. As we see a change of position here, this is Peter Jorgensen. No, it's not a change of position, sorry. This is just a lapped car. This is the Rebound Racing car. I believe Joe Dorber in the 256 currently aboard, just putting a lap on Peter Jorgensen in the number 86. Of course, after there, stop go 30 for speeding down the pit lane. And there we go, Joe Dorber, confirmation there in the bottom right-hand corner. And of course, as well as everybody at home, we appreciate our partners that are on board with us here at RCI. You can check them out, of course, the bottom left-hand side. Oh, there's contact in turn 1. That's the UA Amateurs car forcing off the Steady Start Racing SSR Red Entry, the number 76. They've really been in the wars today. That's Brooke aboard the wheel at the moment, Chris Brooke, as he comes around the last turn. Of course, all is well, gets a little bit of a wiggle on, probably sees Joe Dorber and thinks, this is an absolute charge. Whether or not he's indicating by this point, he could well be aboard the Ferrari. Takes the wide line through turn 1. The Lamborghini comes up the inside as well. A little bit of a rub, keeps his foot in it, and unfortunately the classic pit maneuver there finds the 76 on to the inside wall. Gets going again with not a lot of time loss, although Pirelli's are going to be a little bit hotter. And, of course, a little small kiss with the wall, probably some rear aero damage to boot. But I was going to say thank you very much to our partners, of course, aboard with us here at RCI, AK Esports, of course, a leading Italian company in esports management across the world and providing our server solutions here at RCI. And what a fantastic job they do with that. Driver61.com, where you can, of course, get 25% off your driver coaching by using our discount code with a link in the description below. I'm sure they've got something that will suit your needs. Of course, Fanatec, we do have an affiliate link. Again, no introduction needed to Fanatec. Everybody knows who they are by now. And, of course, the Quick Release 2 has come out very recently. So if you are looking to pick one of those up, be sure to use our affiliate link down below. And, of course, 2 new partners for 2023, digitalmotorsports.com, offering a number of products and services across the board, from complete turnkey SimRig solutions to products, early drive programs, corporate events, virtual driving experiences, and much more. And lastly, of course, Go Setups, formed to be one of the most premium esports setup stores for ACC. Their primary aim to create setups for all skill levels, whether you're esports ready or looking for a safer alternative for your favorite car. And I'm sure a lot of the drivers here today have maybe opted for the safer alternative, of course, of the nasty bite that the mountain has here. It's vital to get your car set up well for the bumps down the mountain. But be sure to check them out in the description below if you believe they can help you with your sim racing path Meanwhile, Martin Lawrence has jammily somehow found his way up into P4, just outside the podium positions, of course, for the RCI Esports Blue car. That BMW is running fantastically well in race trim, Jesse. Didn't look too competitive in the qualifying, but once we chucked some fuel in it and got it going, it does seem to be very consistent in the hands of Christoph Verstappen and Martin Lawrence so far.
Martin Lawrence, words cannot express how much I enjoy the company of Martin Lawrence. Just a lovely human being in general. Martin is easy to talk to. Has a vendetta against pigeons, which I find quite interesting. I suppose they are a nuisance, but has a vendetta against them. But just a lovely guy and really fast, annoyingly quick as well. And for what they're able to do with this BMW today, I think it was the big question mark. They've had some success as RCI Esports Blue, but would they today on the mountain in that big BMW? And the answer apparently is yes, of course. They were running 5th before the pit stop, and because of the very slow repairs that were required on the Hymo car, they're, of course, in P4 right now. They ran a 201.8 their last time through, and unfortunately for them, that was slower than the next two cars in front of them, though the leader, Solensev, did run a 2.5, and it was invalidated, so a little bit of a drama there for Solensev and Crazy File up in front of the field. Just about the quickest lap on the racetrack is P2. Of course, Mattia DeCampo behind the wheel of the Thomas Inc. Sim Racing car. They've ran a 2:465, and that's just about as quick as anyone's ever been. Crazy File did run earlier on a 2:06 to Campo's 2:04, of course. Just a little bit quicker, but that big gap, the repairs required on the Thomas Inc. car, John, they've been able to get into this gap. This gap was over 10 seconds at one point. It's now under 5.
Yeah, it just proves, doesn't it, how fast DeCampo is probably pushing the Thomas Enger car. And we can already see the Crazy File car at the front of the shot there, just going through turn 1 before, of course, we focus back on the battle at the moment. An indicator on for the Sim Brothers car ahead. I think that's obviously a lapped car going down another lap there to the race leaders, but very heads-up driving, obviously indicating which way they are staying, and of course the driver behind will react and of course go the opposite way to the indicator. So very good to see, obviously, communication between drivers. It's, again, another key kind of skill you learn in endurance racing, is to remain safe and predictable at all times, and certainly the Sim Brothers entry doing just that out of turn 1. Meanwhile, just let's give you a rundown of the RCI calendar this week while we've kind of calmed down. Everybody's spread out a little bit before everything rears its head again. Monday, of course, we are nearing the end of our Porsche Cup Championship with a whopping 3 classes involved there with Pro, Silver and Am. Miguel Renault Ricci, ironically a driver we've seen a lot of today, commanding the lead in Pro, being chased by Klaus Nyring and Christian Lindgren. Meanwhile, in Silver, Mitchell Menez Rodriguez, Wojciech Dvorak and Richard Phillips contest their championship, and Am is currently between Mike Redford and Tim Ireland and Martin Foster, and that's the number 296. That's Morev currently at the wheel of that one, around in front of the Hymo car. That could have been very, very dangerous indeed. Pavel Morev, that's the next level play racing car. It's the second incident that we've seen today with the number 296. Let's have a look. Into turn 2 he goes, keeps it off the grass on the inside, gets through the middle turn, and just looks like he gasses it up a little bit too early. Nose of the car finding the wall on driver's right hand side. The 545 having to take evasive action as well, but everybody getting out of that one, surviving. And the number 296 having a battering on the front end of that McLaren. So we're going to have to see if they can contest that damage all the way for the next kind of 35 minutes or so for the next round of pit stops. Back to, obviously, the calendar here. Paul Ricard, of course, this Monday will play host to round 4 as we see the Sim Brothers racing car getting very close, trying to make up some laps on the 296. Wednesday's team championship still very much alive. It looks like an RCI Esports washout with Esports Yellow leading MRT KTM and RCI Esports Blue in 3rd. And this week we head to Hungaroring. Thursday, we're dipping our toes back into the world of iRacing with Formula 1600s at Virginia. Of course, if you do want to get involved in that one, if you're an iRacing predominant driver and you want to get involved with us here at RCI, sign up still open for that. Friday, we continue our GT Sprint Championship with currently Christopher Streppen leading Jordan Daly and Joachim Shelgren. They're heading stateside to Watkins Glen for their next round. And of course, Saturday next week, we'll resume night owl action. Of course, no night owl tonight due to the World Tour clashing on the schedule. Jordan Daly leading Harry Conway and Joe Dorber, with Laguna Seca taking stage next week. And of course, if you do like the sound of that, you can sign up and pre-qualify at any time for any of these events by heading on over to racerci.com. And of course, I mentioned in the calendar, iRacing kicking off with Formula 1600, at Virginia on October 12th. We, of course, are kicking off a plethora of events on the iRacing platform. We then begin the Legends Cup on October 19th before heading off to the Charlotte 150 on October 28th. And lastly, we got some good old multi-class in the form of the iRacing Road Championship with GT4 and MX5 Cup both mingling on circuit. That begins early November 9th. You can find your way into that series. And if you do want to get involved in iRacing and you haven't yet got an account and you do want to get involved, we do have some exclusive discount codes over in our Discord. I believe it's 3 months for $12.99, I believe, if I'm right in saying, Jesse, or you can get a full 12 months for $50, near enough, of course, standing for new accounts only. And I believe all the content, again, Jesse, correct me if I'm wrong, is all available for you to enter on the subscription service of iRacing. So no need to buy any additional cars or tracks to compete with us here.
Yeah, I think it's something like that. It could be ever so slightly different than that, but I think down the road, I think there's going to be some tracks that we work in. But for now, the majority of iRacing stuff that we are attempting to do, of course, are just the basic package with no need to purchase anything. If you are at all interested in branching out from sim racing in ACC in general, or outside of GT3 cars, I would say iRacing is a great platform from that, of course, and there is so much variety over there, and it's just absolute fun. I can't explain to you what it's like driving a Mazda Cup car or a Skippy or a Formula V or whatever it is. Even stock cars, legend cars, all that stuff. It's super fun. It's super engaging. iRacing's a great platform for that, and we would love to have you. We're going to broadcast as many of those races as we possibly can this fall. I am super excited to get to do some of that. I hope to get to do some of the Formula and the Oval stuff that we're doing this fall. Join us. Join us on the racetrack. We would love to have you do that with us.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and of course, you can sign up and pre-qualify for any events at any time, of course, over on our website. That's racerci.com. News just in, the 146 with a drive-through penalty. No note from the stewards on that one yet, so we'll have to keep an eye out. And fastest fingers first in the YouTube chat, number 34 is elected to
where
to
you were
be
going with
on
that, and I'm like, I didn't know what you were saying. I was like, uh-oh. I'm not prepared for that, but I see what you're saying now.
Yeah, the number 34, of course, is elected to remain on our screens for a short break. Of course, myself and Jesse Lee have been here from the beginning, especially with Jesse Lee on double duty. We need to give him a little bit of a rest period. So give us about 5 to 10 minutes while we just get ourselves refreshed, back in the booth. And of course, we'll resume with the action here at World Tour Round 3. Let's leave you on board with the Thomas Enger sim racing car, currently Mattia DeCampo at the helm of the number 34. Turn up your speakers and enjoy the ride around the mountain with DeCampo. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023 live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. As you can see, of course, Bathurst, also known as Mount Panorama, playing host to round 3 today, just over 6.2 kilometers in length with a whopping 23 turns and technically a street circuit. And just then, of course, we caught the move for the lead. This man here, Matteo De Campo, managed to get past Sontchev in the number 7 Crazy File Racing team. And of course, you see in the back there lurking Tim Rule in the 969 Audi for SPHE Motorsport. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator. Alongside me and behind the cameras on double duty is Jesse Lee. And of course, a big hello to our live stewards as well. Welcome, everyone.
Well, that was a heck of a pass made by De Campo on Solensev. When we went to break, it was a little more than 4 seconds the gap. Just in the brief time that we were away, De Campo was able to catch and dispatch Solensev. A move into turn number 2 from De Campo made Solensev think twice about turning in. It was probably the right decision, as Tim Rule for SPHE Motorsport goes completely sideways, exiting the cutting. This is a team that is on the ragged edge of performance. They're going for every last 1,000th of a second, but De Campo able to make the pass, take the top position. It was an hour and a half in the making for Thomas Ing Sim Racing, if we're honest. But the question now becomes, what has happened to Crazy File? Is it damage to that number 7 that has led to their loss of performance, or is this just what they have? You'll see they have the hazard indicators on. That is very strange. Have they had an incident just now?
I think that's probably thanking, I would say, the SSR Red team. As you can see, they've turned them off now. So I think the SSR team, as they've been doing from the beginning, of course, indicating which side of the road they're staying. And I think Sontchev just maybe put the hazards on a little bit too prematurely, and it just looked a little bit strange on the broadcast. And a couple of more stewards incidents coming through. We've got an incident from qualifying of turn 1 involving the 221 and the 34. It's a warning for car number 34. So they're now on the stewards' radar for the race. So keep your eye out for them in case they get involved in anything else. Lap 37, turn 19, involving the 134 and the 146. It's a drive-through for the 146 position, or takeout, sorry, position not return. And then the second drive-through for for lap 47, turn 1, involving the 122 and the 116 that we're riding on board here with at the moment. A drive-through for the 116 for a takeout on the 122. So pretty interesting scenes indeed. A few penalties being handed out, of course, by our stewards. And as we covered earlier on, it is up to the teams to report the incidents, not the other way around like we would normally see during our weeknight series, where stewards, of course, look at every single incident logged on the form. It's now up to teams to lodge their appeal with the stewards to investigate, of course, here. But relatively speaking, it has been a clean race so far. So, of course, we had a lap 1 incident at the top of the mountain with a few cars involved, about 4 or 5 of them, so they were shuffled out of contention. But other than that, probably one of the cleanest starts we've had here at Bathurst, I would say, Jesse.
Yeah, I would call it isolated, John, if it were me. Isolated incidents, just pockets of chaos, but overall, really good race. We've seen good racing inside the top 10. We've seen good racing near the back of the field here today. And barring those few little incidents, those isolated incidents, it has been largely just a highly competitive race. We've made it just about to the 2-hour mark, and you've got these battles that still persist on the racetrack, and cars that are not necessarily tightly packed together anymore, but they're not only on the same straightaway, but a lot of times they're in the same corner as each other as well. Just because they're not under each other's wings doesn't mean they're not within striking distance. You're never more than one curb away from danger here anyway. So just keeping them at arm's length, keeping yourself in contention, perhaps most important here. And that's exactly what you got here. Imo Plate ran up to the back of Javier Rance, and I wonder if Plate got close enough to Rance that they ended up losing the nose just a little bit, because they just sort of were off once they got close enough. The Soren Racing team still holding the 22nd place for the time being, but it just seemed like the 33 charged up there for Plate, and once they got there, just couldn't quite turn in quite as well as they had done.
Yeah, we spoke earlier, didn't we, about the dirty air, of course, over the mountain. Getting close to your rival isn't always ideal here at Bathurst. It can create this horrible area wash, and especially in the high load corners, of course, through the numerous park turns across the top of the mountain, of course, beginning with Reed Park, Suleiman Park, and then McPhillamy Park. It's very easy to upset the car and wash yourself off the circuit. And of course, if you do end up with area wash, you're going to find a wall, and it's going to be quite hard and quite solid. A little insight from the YouTube chat: Jeffrey Ritchie apparently knows that the number 7 of Solchev has damage, and that's of course why De Campo was so easily through and has driven away since 4 seconds to the good nearly on the number 7 Crazy File car. So it could bring, of course, SPHE Motorsport into the fight. Tim Rule currently at the wheel. We saw him pedaling over the mountain earlier. And interesting thing to note about the SPHE Motorsports car, they're running with no TC on the Audi, so that's why we saw Rule getting a little bit leery through some of the corners. Meanwhile, a few pit stops coming through. Not sure if these are on schedule or not. Buckley, I believe, came down the lane very recently, so that's quite strange to see the number 91 through so soon. Meanwhile, this is the Sim Brothers racing car fighting with the small PP entry. We didn't think they would be on the cards. Of course, small PP and the number 800 has been towards the front of the grid, but it certainly looks like the position was given, shall we say, as Wallerius was on the grass coming down the Comrade Straight, allowed the number 800 through, and shuffling positions back and forth, P25 to 26.
Well, there you have it. More cars coming in, and I'm not quite sure what I'm witnessing. I think these are a lot of cars that may be slightly out of position. The Alpha Sim Sport 224, Jonathan Clifford behind the wheel. They're down the pit lane. Ellis Buckley, by the way, who we saw in the 91, they're still in the pit lane. They have not left. They had a long stop their first time through on lap 26. We're working lap 56 now. They're back down pit lane. They're still sitting there. Is Ellis Buckley, the 91. This should be a more standard stop for Jonathan Clifford, though I will say this is starting to seem like this is also a longer stop. So many cars out of sequence. It's hard to tell who actually is in sequence outside of the top 10. You imagine the top 10 or so is, but Clifford now falling through the field. Now that looked, to my eye, slightly longer than usual, as if they were repairing something. We'll see. We'll know in just a moment when they trip the end of pit lane. Nope, that was a completely routine stop. In fact, maybe a little bit quick. 105.9 down the pit lane. So nothing out of sorts there. Jonathan Clifford stays in the car. A rare double stint by a team here. And hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it for Alpha Sim Sport. He's in there doing a good job. Leave him in the car.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, especially for drivers, recently woken up. Of course, a lot of teams scheduling themselves from different time zones around the world today, and even in the comms box, of course, myself and Jesse Lee on completely opposite ends of the world. So maybe you've got an elected driver that's had a nice lay-in today, not done a lot, and they're really fresh and really ready to get going, and you stick them in for 2 hours to kill off at least a third of the race today. But of course, some drivers electing to do the single stint, and Bathurst, we said it earlier, was very hard on the driver. Even in a virtual world, it can be quite a tough task, especially with, of course, direct drive units. Some drivers electing to run high levels of force feedback through their wheelbases can make for an interesting combination, especially working some of these corners over the mountain. Jeffrey Ritchie in our YouTube chat, of course, hanging out from the number 34 Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry, noting that a lot of these cars coming down the lane are about 10 minutes out of sequence on where you'd expect to see them come through. Of course, the first pit stops were made at 4 hours and 55 minutes. They've since, the limit would have been 4 hours and 55 minutes, which we saw the Crazy File team, Tim Rule, very sideways over the top of the mountain. Of course, the yellow symbol on the dashboard indicating no traction control being run in the Audi R8 for SPH today. So they've really got to be on their toes with it. And just look how committed he is through the top of the mountain and down through the S's and Skyline. It's fantastic cascade of corners and a little bit of a car ahead. That is Solchev ahead. We're seeing now the gap has come down from 2.5 seconds to 1.1. So the Crazy File team certainly fighting something at the moment, whether it be damage, whether it be the driver just not fully comfortable with the car. We're kind of speculating up here in the box at the moment, but we saw DeCampo, of course, get through very easily earlier on, and now Tim Rule could be the next one in line to take P2. And of course, if they take P2, that will remain very consistent with where they finished in rounds 1 and 2.
Certainly is, and it's a good point you make out. It's just about consistency. You got all these different racetracks. Certainly some of them spark your interest a little bit more than others. You're a little bit leery about some of them, and they're all drivers too, by the way, that they relish the opportunity to do something incredibly difficult, and they like tracks more than others. I've talked to just as many drivers who love racing here at the mountain there's just as many that love this place as ones that are perhaps a little bit more like, oh God, Bathurst again. It's such a tricky racetrack. Same thing, you could say that about a lot of racetracks. The Nordschleife, for instance, there's a lot of people I know that absolutely abhor racing there. It's such a long track and you never do many laps, and they don't like that. But I love the Nordschleife. It's to me, it's one of the holy grails of motorsport. I think most people would agree with that, but it's just such a lovely track. You can get set in your ways. You end up finding space some of the time, and sometimes you're in the middle of class, and it's even more fun because you got faster cars, you got slower cars. It's going both ways. So some people don't like that, and it's the same thing here at the mountain. Some people hate that it's tight confines. They hate that there's no runoff. They hate that it's hard to pass. Other drivers love that. They love being forced to do the hard thing. There's some people that like playing Dark Souls, right? Some people like playing Mickey's Adventure. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I couldn't have put it any better myself. I mean, Nordschleife, like you say, one of the holy grails, and I've got all my fingers and toes crossed that it comes into ACC, even if it is in the late stages of the game. But obviously time will tell what Kunos do. Of course, those of you out of the loop, it has been added to the SRO calendar and in collaboration with the ADAC 24 hours. So kind of two bodies amalgamating together to create one super event. Should be a real good spectacle next year, and we can only pray that we of course see it in ACC. If not, more than likely, I can't imagine we won't be seeing it in AC2. Of course, Nordschleife featuring quite heavily in the first Assetto Corsa, and looking on board with the diffuser currently of Jose Jimenez. It's Max Wagner behind, of course, chasing down the Odox Motorsport Lamborghini after a earlier incident from Felix Tarzavina Hacker in this very section here, where he collected the wall on the first part of the elbow and unfortunately slapped off the left-hand side wall as well. Made some big damages for the pit lane crew to fix, and that's what shuffled them out of contention. Of course, Jimenez with 5 seconds to his name as well, so again, he's going to be slow off pit lane. So if Max Wagner can't do it on the circuit, he's certainly going to be able to do it in the pit stop cycle. Of course, we are nearing the pit stop cycle in the next 9 minutes or so. We've already seen a few cars coming down the lane prematurely, and of course the Crazy File Racing team, the number 7, ran it right up to the end of the clock. So if they do the same again, they'll be coming in with 3 hours and 50 minutes to spare on the race timer ahead. But for now, of course, Jimenez is under fire from Hymo at the moment. Odox on Hymo. The Audi R8 certainly looks like the faster car at the moment, especially in the hands of Tim Rule at the head of the field, of course, the number 969. Jean-Jacques for the Pirate Racing entry, P8. Currently for the number 8, they come down at pit lane to serve their mandatory pit stop. So again, fairly prematurely, Jesse. I'm wondering if a lot of these drivers are, still getting used to the circuit. Maybe some of them have grazed the wall and they're all carrying a little bit of damage. They just want to pull the car in early to get it fixed and maybe get it back out with a fresh pair of hands behind the wheel.
I don't know if it's inexperience with the circuit. I just think it bites you. It's one of the worst circuits for lulling you into a false sense of security. You can run 15, 20 laps around here, not hit the walls, and you get confident. You start to dull your senses, you get lax, and all of a sudden you find yourself in just a little bit of trouble. It's so easy to do. Felipiak, by the way, and Pika both in the pit lane, those cars inside the top 15. Javier Rance exiting the pit lane in 20th spot, though they're falling a little bit. We got 2 battles inside the top 10. Solonsev has backed all the way back up to Tim Rule for the SPHE Motorsports car. This for second place, and just a little bit behind them, Jimenez and Wajna continue their fight, though they are not necessarily as close as these two. Tim Rule has caught Solensev, and I just wonder how patient Rule will be here.
Yeah, I think Rule will probably play a very patient game. We've seen the SPHE Motorsport guys, of course, in the last few races, again, play the patient game, play the long game all the way through the race. They've, found some trials and tribulations along the way at Monza and still managed a P2. So, of course, at the moment, looking very healthily for them as they're glued to the back of Solnchev's McLaren, the number 7, of course, ahead of them. It looks like all clear for traffic. You got the number 8 just up the road. They could be the next kind of cork in the bottle. That's Borovec at the wheel again for that one. Tobias Lang, meanwhile, comes down the lane for the limitless speed, drives the number 23 onto the jacks. He goes to make his mandatory pit stop, and that will of course promote Jose Jimenez briefly up another position while the cycles obviously come through on that one. 969 meanwhile looking very racy over the top of the mountain. He's going to have the draft down the Conrod straight this time. Lap traffic ahead, not going to be detrimental to this fight, I don't think, at the moment. I think they've probably got enough pace just about to last out until the pit stop cycles come through. But Tim Rule glued to the back of the McLaren, of course, focusing his eyes completely on the rear wing of Solnchev and the Crazy File Racing team ahead. De Campo now 8.1 seconds to the good up the road. So the number 7 certainly fighting some kind of damage. You can see a few wall wounds on the front and the left-hand side of the car. So he's definitely been dragged down the wall at some point by something or someone. And both cars into the pit lane. So this is going to be one on the lane. I think Rule, of course, providing he has no damage, of course, should jump Solnchev through the pit stop cycle. Both drivers coming down the lane at a nice pace, getting on the anchors in time for the pit speed limit. Can't imagine there's going to be any penalties for the top 2 at the moment.
This is going to be interesting. This is a battle that could be won and lost in the pit lane. We talked about how that is very possible here because it's so hard to pass. Otherwise, sometimes you can get it done in the pit lane. We'll see what that happens between those two. Keep in mind, the 7 was leading the 969, and the question for Crazy File is, can they stop the bleeding? They've lost the lead of the race. They're under threat to drop down to P3. Meanwhile, Jimenez and Wajna, this is definitely heating up down into Murray's corner. Wajna has the inside position. Jimenez gives him the room, and there you go. Pass made. It's a top 5 currently. That would be for P6 whenever the cycle finishes out. If it were to go back to the way it was, it is for actually 3rd now, considering they still have both these cars a pit stop to give. Keep in mind, Jimenez is going to fall down an extra 5 seconds. He has to serve that time penalty on the next stop. There's no way to unselect that, so they'll be sitting there for an additional 5. But for Max Wajna, it's job done. They're able to get through, no contact done, and the sort of drive back up inside the top 5, it's back on, and the question will become not if Jaimo gets into the top 5, how far up inside the top 5 might they be able to go.
Yeah, meanwhile, as we come back down the lane, of course, Bogroditsky back in the car for the Crazy File number 7 entry. Of course, we saw them come down the lane just a few moments ago with some damage, and just looking to the pit stop timer for the Crazy File team, 1 minute 35.2. Meanwhile, the SPHE Motorsport crew cycled through in, of course, 1 minute, just lost them on the board. 1 minute 6.3 for Frederick Gutmann in the 969. Tim Rule out, Frederick Gutmann in. Of course, they will now propel themselves up into P2 once the pit stop cycle has completed, Jesse.
It's all going to plan for SPH, isn't it? It's looking like one of those races where they're not going to make a mistake. They're not making mistakes, and they're letting everybody else fall by the wayside. They're climbing through the field, and now that's going to be good enough for, what is that, 2nd, 3rd? Certainly somewhere on the podium. More pit stops still yet to happen, including one for RCI Esports Blue. Martin Lawrence brings the 769 down pit lane. And by the way, I'm sure there's somebody going, well, isn't this biased? Trust me, we don't even have their livery for this car. There's no bias here. They didn't turn it in properly. They don't get it in the race.
Jesse Lee sticking to the
I'm
rules.
not mad or
definitely.
anything.
So not set up properly on the website, of course, where you can submit your custom liveries for events at RCI, where we'll approve them or disapprove them depending on their content. So Martin Lawrence down the lane.
There's a lot of lovely liveries in this race. Too bad RCI isn't one of them.
Exactly that. You can't say fairer than that. Of course, we don't even get our own livery uploaded for our own car on the website.
No special treatment around here. I can guarantee you that.
Absolutely not. Meanwhile, of course, Jose Jimenez following line of stern with Max Wojner. They've been promoted briefly up into second and third, of course, while the pit stops cycle on through. De Campo in the number 34, still yet to pit at this current stage, so they'll be coming down the lane very shortly indeed. Joe Dorber for Rebound Racing brings their McLaren down, the number 256 in the striking livery of grey and black. Fantastic one, very reminiscent of the old kind of McLaren liveries you used to see in Formula One, of course, with the West sponsor up the side. And right on cue comes Mattia De Campo down the lane for the number 34 Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry. They've got 4 drivers in that car today, Jesse Lee. That's one of the most stacked lineups I've seen on the field. A couple more teams electing for 4 drivers at the mountain, but De Campo, Santima, Varaglonolo and Miguel Rene Ricci will take the helm of that car. Of course, all drivers must cycle through at least one stint within the race, so we should see, in theory, 6 hours split between 4 drivers. It means somebody is picking up a double stint over the rest of them, so that should see them nicely to the end. Of course, a lot of drivers this time electing to take a 2-car lineup. Of course, in the Hymo car, 2 drivers in there. The Odox Motorsport car, 3 drivers in Jimenez, Meza, and Perez. Gutman and Rule, of course, in the 969. RCI even electing for 2 drivers today, Verstappen and Lawrence. So plenty of, flopping about, we should say. Of course, not many are going to elect to take the double stint. It's going to be a very big ask for the 2 driver lineups today. So we're going to see a lot of drivers in and out constantly, which always keeps it, a bit exciting, Jesse, because sometimes you get driver pairings, of course, that have never seen each other on a circuit before in their life. And of course, the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry doing just that, changing drivers into that car. So we will see a new driver on the field, and can they keep pace and keep the opponents, of course, honest in their lap times? Time will tell. We'll have to keep an eye on the timing board and see if anybody is gaining or losing. But Max Wojner now down the lane for Hymo. Of course, Jimenez behind him will serve the additional 5-second penalty. So in theory, Gutman and Verstappen should promote themselves up into P2 and 3 once the cycles come through, and they have done just that. Of course, Gutman at the top of the mountain, Christoph Verstappen beginning his ascent through turn 2 at the moment for the RCI Esports blue car. So, fantastic scenes for RCI again. Jesse wasn't looking too good in qualifying, but they've certainly picked their way through the grid today, kept the BMW relatively out of trouble, and found their way up into P3.
It certainly has. Max Wojna has a fight on his hands immediately coming out of the pit lane. You got to be very careful about this. The tires aren't up to temperature. You have to be aware of that. You don't want to scrub them and start to blister them, and even worse, of course, get some really uneven wear on them at this point, because you have to deal with them for the next hour or so. But quite smartly, they end up single file again, and they will end up, unfortunately, 5th and 6th place. Vernolo in front of the field, and you talk about a 4-driver lineup like they have, and how difficult that might be for a race team. It is, because the reason that most teams will only have 2 or 3 drivers is you want to limit the variables in a race more than anything else. You don't want any wild cards in the race, and having 4 drivers, that is an extra moving part. Having a 4th driver, they can be the best driver in the world, it's still an extra driver. What happens if they, can't compete? What happens if there's a connection issue? All those things that are out of anybody's hands whenever the car is being driven by a 3rd or 4th driver. That's why you see so many teams with only 2 drivers. All they're doing is limiting the points of failure, and it's not the driver's fault at all. I promise you that. It's just one of those things that can happen. Also, too, for some teams, it's availability. Some of these teams have multiple cars in the race, so they can only afford to have 2 drivers per team. So you split it down the middle, right? 3 hours apiece, most likely in some cases. But yeah, you have 4 drivers. Somebody's doing the double stint. The question is, who?
Yeah, well put there, Jesse Lee. Of course, with the more the more variables you have in the car, it's going to make it very awkward if one driver drops it out of the three or the four in the car. Whereas, of course, if you're a pairing such as Wojner and Tatsvina Hacker in the Hymo car, you've got a lot less variables. You've got two very reliable pairs of hands. Maybe each driver knows exactly what they're going to do in various scenarios. Potentially, Wojner's maybe better in the middle to the end of the race. Maybe Tatsvina Hacker is a better starter. Again, you've got two different, styles that play into very different strengths. So it's, interesting to see. And of course, other drivers may be off with real life commitments. Obviously, McWilliam was in the car for the first couple of rounds as well. So not present here at Bathurst today. So possibly off just in other business. And of course, numerous other events are happening at the moment. iRacing, I believe, Petit Le Mans is this weekend, so I've seen a few drivers already streaming that. So could have, double duty in iRacing and ACC, much like you are, Jesse Lee, with cameras and commentary.
Yeah, indeed, it is the case. It's one of those things that, admittedly, I'm strangely becoming slightly comfortable with, and it's easy to make a point and talk about points whenever you're the one controlling the camera, so you always know what you're going to do. Normally, it's the other way around. As a commentator, peek behind the curtain of how commentary works. Normally, it's either the broadcaster leading you into something that they've pre-prepared, or you sort of making an analytical point, hoping that the broadcaster picks up on what you're saying and can adequately display what you're trying to convey. Me doing both, though, quite fun. I can just rattle off whatever I want and change the cameras, and I hope I'm doing you justice with that as I'm keeping up with the camera changes. So trying to listen intently as well as come up with intelligent conversation. Not my forte, but it's been a good race. It's been a good series as well, and I can say over the past month of my life I have such a bigger appreciation for what Stewie does. Sometimes 3-4 days a week he's broadcasting races. I have such an appreciation. And for all of you at home, I do appreciate you sort of bearing with me, bearing with us as we deal with some of the technical difficulties and stuff through these races. Some are my fault. Some are Ryan Gill's fault. We'll gloss over that. By the by, we appreciate you sticking around nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. So, everybody at home, it's great to have you with us. And of course, if you are looking to get involved with the ACC RCI community, or even the iRacing side of things with us, we do have a vacancies channel in our Discord server where, of course, we're always looking out for commentators, broadcasters, and stewards. You can never have enough stewards, I am told. And this looks like it could be almost an incident for them as Danny Santo gets very close towards the back of the number 420 Simulation Esport car ahead. And of course, the Ferrari behind isn't actually for position. That is, of course, a car that is a lap down on this fight. But if you are looking to get involved, of course, whether you need broadcasters, commentators, or you want to get involved in being a steward, that's one job I certainly wouldn't want to do, because it can get very dicey at times with some decisions. But yeah, if you do want to get involved with us here at RCI, head on over to the Discord, find the vacancies channel and get involved. Of course, full training and support will be provided from all of our very experienced staff members we have on the roster. So get yourselves involved, get your name down, and we look forward to having you aboard very soon if you are interested in this. Jonathan Clifford in the Alpha Sim Sport, currently trying to chase down the back of Chris Picker in the Shumi Skins Porsche. And we paid for the track today, Jesse, and Jonathan Clifford certainly using all of it.
Yeah, I think that's quite funny. I think it goes to show you a lot of these drivers are playing it very coy with how they've raced this racetrack today. They've sort of let off when they get near to the wall. They're not trying to maximize off of every corner. And that's kind of obvious. If you're a racer, you kind of see that, especially if you've raced around here, you kind of have an idea. But I can guarantee you this, and you don't need me to tell you, but I'll tell you anyway, that is not what's happening with Jonathan Clifford. I don't know if Alpha Sim Sports turned him loose or he's just on the ragged edge, but that is a driver racing like the race is on the line in the last 10 minutes of the event. We've got over 3.5 hours left, but Jonathan Clifford doesn't care about that. They're trying to make up places in a hurry. They are maximizing every corner, nearly getting into the wall in the park section, nearly running out of room in Hell Corner, and you can see the difference. even with a little bobble that Clifford has, he's already on the back of Pitka again in that 911. That's how quick it was, simply because Clifford is just on that ragged edge of control, digging for every last 1,000th of a second. They must know they're in a situation where they have to make up spots now. They've got drivers and cars in front of them that they should be in front of regardless, and they're going to go up there and try to make it happen. Oh, and he's going to make it happen a little too early here. Contact with Pitka. That's going to send the 911 around, and I believe Clifford is trying to wait on him, and in fact that is what's happening. Flashing of the lights from Pitka. Pitka's going to reluctantly go back through here, and they're going to set up and try it again. John Dalton, tell me what you see on this replay.
Yeah, let's have a look here. Of course, the slipstream down the Conrod straight. We know the Porsche isn't the best in a straight line, and Jonathan Clifford probably getting caught out by the fact, of course, he had the bucket load of slipstream all the way from the elbow down to the chase, and that is what happens when you just slightly misjudge your braking point, running into the back of the Schumi Skins car. Of course, not really malicious, I would say. It was purely by accident, and Clifford again waiting for Picker to go back through into Murray's to go. Of course, turn 23 racing order resumed on that one, but I did notice the 221, I think, last time over the mountain caused a yellow flag for something. I'm not sure what it was, but it was on my screen. I'm 99% sure I saw something, Jesse Lee. I don't know if we're going to be able to catch it on the race replay. I think this is a little bit too late. It was around the park corners from memory. It was either McPhillamy or one of the two before, but yeah, not catching it on the replay this time. But maybe a little incident for Max Fortuner. Of course, the 221
right.
was battling with the 23, wasn't it? And they're now way out of contention on the limitless speed drivers. So something definitely happened to the Hymo car. I'm going to do a little bit of probing to see if I can figure out what happened.
The sides and the back of that car, John, are not damaged like at all. There's no scuff marks, but the front splitter and the entire front bumper assembly of that Hymo Lamborghini is scuffed. So whatever they hit, whomever they hit it square with the front of the race car, because nothing else on that car is damaged. It's absolutely immaculate. They've obviously had to put that car back together already once today, but that's new damage. The hood's fine, so it's not a massive frontal impact, but that entire front splitter on that car is scratched quite badly, and that typically with the ACC damage model tells you that they've been into the wall or something, but it wasn't major enough to buckle the hood, which you would see an air gap on the front hood compartment of that car. If it wasn't that bad, but whatever happened, they lost 10 seconds in the recovery. That could have been getting on a curb, getting into the wall. I would have to say, without knowing exactly what went wrong there, certainly something, it's not out of the question, just rubbed the car into the wall in the park section a little bit, and having to recover took a long time because obviously you're out of the groove and you're off pace. That could have been the large part of it, but I would say minimal damage, but considerable time loss on that one.
Yeah, just having a look through my in-game replay on my end, Jesse, and caught the curb into one of the parks. It was Suleiman Park. Just before the rise, of course, of McPhillamy. Caught the inside curve very nastily. Had a big slide all the way to driver's left. Caught the inside wall, much like we saw the Mercedes of Jordan Nolan do. Spin around a few times. Ended up on the grass of the inside of the corner. And a big spin there for one of the Tire Sim Racing McLarens. That's the number 122, John Carberra at the wheel at the moment. And he manages to bounce off the wall and back to driver's right out of the racing line. Let's have a look what happened here. I was just watching Max Wagner last time by. It was this curve here. He caught on the inside, spun him round to driver's left on the grass and grazed the wall. But the rear was already lost through McPhillamy Park into the wall. I'm thinking maybe just missed the turning point, Jesse. The nose washed wide and backed out of the throttle. And of course, the weight transfer coming off the rear was just enough to upset the car and find its way into the wall. Very unfortunate there, but does get going nonetheless. A little bit of front end damage and maybe a little bit of rear end to boot, and certainly a big flat spot on those Pirellis. But back to the Hymo incident, of course, just to the inside of the McPhillamy Park section, managed to kind of slide it all the way into the wall on the inside, kissed it, and then of course got going again. Big moment there for the Geordie Suss racing car up the inside of Axlin, I think that was, in the E1 Ferrari. Let's have a look what happened here. This is O'Lila, of course, on the run up. The SSR blue car on the left hand side, of course. Both drivers are braking for the turn, and contact is made. The SSR blue car into the wall on the outside, and that's not what the Geordie Suss camp wanted today. Of course, they've already had a bit of a rotten start to the session down in P20 after a strong qualifying, and Stewart's more than likely going to be receiving a report of that one, I would say, Jesse.
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. Normally, if you're used to racing here, you're kind of used to that in turn number 2, but we just haven't seen much of that today. A lot of room and a lot of space given on some of these trouble corners. Self-preservation winning out, it seems like, but on that instance, that did not happen, and certainly contact there. Lila's going to argue for Geordie Suss, but look, I was there. I wasn't given room. The car on the outside's going to argue, well, they just barged through there. And, of course, that is the yin and yang of racing. They always say there's two sides to the story, and, well, somebody's always wrong. And, that was contact there. Let's take a look at exactly what happened. Was that, yes, it was. It was Stas in the UA Amateurs 86. Take a look at what happened here coming through the chase this time.
Yeah, of course, small PP to the outside. Kovacs went the long way around, and it looks like Ivanyuk was just kind of napping, wasn't really aware of the car on the outside, kind of didn't make the apex in time in the second half of the chase, and just kind of ran into the side of Kovacs and turned himself around. Kovacs very lucky again not to get turned himself, and of course the stewards more than likely, I would say, would be receiving a report for that one. But in the background, looks like Bogoditsky's made up a position on Verstappen for the RCI Esports Blue. Of course, the number 769 just coming over the crest behind this car here. Nikita up into P3 on a bit of a comeback drive, of course, after big damage on that McLaren. Saw them set back 30 seconds or so in the pit stop on their rivals. They've got a big gain, of course, now to the back of Frederick Gutmann, the car ahead, the number 969 Audi, 26.5 seconds nearly to the good. So dispatched of Christoph Verstappen quite easily somewhere around the lap. They'll now set their sights onto the back of the Audi, and we know how loose the Audi's running at the moment, Jesse. No TC in that car, of course. It's going to become a bit of a handful towards the latter half of these stints, so they're going to have to play it very safe in the SPHE Motorsports camp if they want to stay consistent and, most importantly, out of the wall and out of trouble today.
Well, they certainly are, and I don't think they'd be running that no traction control setup if they weren't confident in their actual setup, how the car is handling. Nobody's going to run that if they don't have confidence that the car is going to stick, and I think they do have that, but they also, to your point, they got to be careful, because having that traction control, even on minimum, which is 1 for that car, even having it on 1 can save you. If you go over a curb, we've seen several cars spin, that becomes irrecoverable if you get into it without any traction control. There's no aids. There's almost no hope with the steering lock in these cars to be able to steer out of an incident like that. So that's stuff you got to be careful of, no matter how good the setup is. If you get it wrong, the squishy pink bit holding the wheel, if you get it wrong, you can go really bad really, really quickly. You're essentially driving without any sort of safety net, and that's a scary feeling. It's an exhilarating feeling for them, I'm assured, but they also probably feel, to be competitive in that Audi, they must reckon they have to do it. But yes, the number 7 Crazy File back up to P3 after what was a very lengthy repair stop down pit lane. Their average lap time is just under 2-minute 1. Their last time through was a 2-minute .810. Christoph Verstappen's not running anywhere really near that ballpark. They're running 201.6, and I admittedly, knowing Verstappen and that team behind there, it's just Martin, Lawrence, and Verstappen today. Those are very fast drivers. Those are esports drivers, top 5 in the world drivers, I would say. I think they're getting everything they can out of that BMW. I just reckon the BOP is not on for them in this weekend, so a top 5 for them would almost feel like winning in that car. So we'll keep an eye on that. Also, the 41, of course, Yuri Svinček, they're inside the top 10 in the BMW as well. But those cars, of course, are swallowed up by Audis, McLarens, and Lamborghinis. And you can't hate people for that, John. You know what I'm saying? You can't hate people for picking cars that are good. The end product is you want to compete at a high level. You got to give yourself the best chance to succeed, and that's all they're doing. And if you hate that, then, I mean, what is that old saying? Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yeah, literally hate the player, hate the game. Sorry, not hate. Yeah, what you said, Jesse Lee. My brain's a little bit frazzled already this afternoon. But yeah, you know, it's all about picking the ideal car for the calendar, should we say? Of course, if you have a calendar that predominantly has a lot of straights, the last thing you mainly want to pick is maybe the 992 Porsche, unless it's got particularly good BOP at said track. Of course, there's no point really picking it because you're in for a season of straight line misery, but very much a corner enjoyer. Of course, you know, some cars are good all round. The McLaren 720S Evo, of course, being the newest car added to ACC, is quite strong, relatively speaking, across the board. The Audi R8 Evo 2 in the right hands can be very competitive across the whole calendar in ACC as well. And it's one of those things, isn't it? It's, you know, you've got to mix and match, you've got to take your wins with your losses. And of course, we are, for those of you at home curious to know, we are using the Kunos BOP in the game currently. Of course, no custom BOP for the World Tour at the moment, although a fellow community, of course, is implementing custom BOP in their next season. So that'll be interesting to see how that turns out with the numerous amounts of data they've gained over the months. Robert Arlavi, meanwhile, is coming under pressure. I think this is for position we saw on the screen.
He wasn't really near Noah here. I'm assuming Noah's had a moment, and he has done.
Just lost the rear down the S's. Ferrari 296, of course, braking all the way down the S's. Rear got away with the weight shift forward on that car. The rear end becoming very light and just about managing to catch it and keep it out of the wall. Got it slowed up in time as well. So probably very minimal damage for Bierbach in that car at the moment. But meanwhile, Arlavi, of course, up into P15. They're on a bit of a comeback drive from earlier on incidents. Of course, front end damage plagued the Lamborghini for the first stint, and then found their way hip and shouldered into the wall by a fellow competitor, which obviously got dealt with by the stewards very swiftly. But Arlavi into P15. Of course, next car for position is Chris Picker in the number 911, and that is quite a considerable gap, as you can see right here. Chris Picker just coming down the mountain, essentially, as Arlavi begins his ascent up the mountain in the Lamborghini. So big ask on the number 545. But of course, 3.5 hours to go. Jesse Lee, we say it all the time in these enduro events, anything can happen, and especially at Bathurst, of course, the flip of the coin up the mountain. Will you find your way into a concrete wall this time by? Who knows? But of course, Bierbach nearly got caught out last time by.
Yeah, the thing about Bierbach is they were able to wreck the car in such a way that they minimized damage, and because they've done that, they didn't really ruin the tires fully. Oh, was that contact in the wall just a little bit? It was very close if it wasn't. The rear wing was just about hanging over the concrete barrier that indicate the confines of the racetrack, but that car very truly scraped up on multiple sides, but doesn't look like the N&M competition cars lost too much speed. And certainly the driver behind the wheel, Bierbach, hasn't lost confidence in the car, because after that pass was made, they haven't fallen off the back of Robert Arlavi, and in fact, they've been able to hang with him. That was a shaky run around the mountain that time. But rather beside that, it looked pretty okay. Something's happened to Justin Madley in a very strange place on the racetrack. They've come to a complete stop on the front straight. What has happened to the 76 here? Did they just pull over? They do.
It's like a classic kind of Control-Alt-Delete, I would say there, Jesse. Something's happened, whether it be with the hardware maybe disconnecting from the computer or something else, and he's pulled off to driver's left, very sensibly kind of grazed down the pit wall to stop the car, kind of flicked the switch on and off, and then somehow got going again. So maybe a wheel disconnect, a pedal disconnect, or something to that nature. But of course, Justin Madley now back underway. There was a brief yellow flag while we were watching the replay.
Uh-oh.
I'm not sure.
Uh-oh.
I think this is more than a control delete now, Jesse. This is a hardware failure, probably at best for Justin Madley. And the last thing he wants to do is, of course, take this car across the mountain. And I was going to mention how close Frederick Gutman is getting to the Thomas Enger car. Been watching that gap tumble down a while, but just off the driver's left, stopped the car after the crash sensibly again on the grass, managed to use the wall to slow it down. There's definitely a pedal input there you see in the driver's camera and steering input, but unfortunately I think the car has it hasn't disconnected, just a camera bug. It's still sat there, and you can see a lot of the cars coming over to the right hand side because they're not sure what's going on. Obviously the in-game is showing them a yellow car stopped essentially on the mountain straight. They're not quite sure where. Teammates are going to be scrambling on the spectators to spot the car for them and indicate where it is. But Justin Madley still stationary for the Steady Start Racing red entry. The number 76 is losing time here at the moment. And something's happened as well to Frederick Gutman. The gap was under a second. You see a big jink there from the number 992, from the 992 Porsche, sorry, coming over the rise. That's the 116 just seen there. And even Max Wodgner giving it a little tweak of the wheel as he kind of sees the Ferrari. And we've got slight movement from Justin Madley at the moment, but could just be the car coasting down the hill on its natural descent. Of course, there's a braking marker there. Try not to take that out because that could be somebody's reference point, but he is back underway, so that could be the telltale sign. That's definitely a hardware error, but I'm praying they fixed it, Jesse, because the last place we want to see this car stop now is at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, if they tried a good old-fashioned, and it's going again. Now this is hallmarks of some sort of a hardware failure, and like massive too, that where it continuously is disconnecting itself. I've seen this before in competition, and it is a frustrating thing where you can Control-Alt-Delete, the system that you're using, the wheel and pedal system, will reboot and it'll work for a second, and then it will go back to not existing again, so to speak, or it'll disconnect. And I think he's had pedals this entire time. If I had to guess, it's something to do with the actual steering, the wheel itself. And after the third failure, the Steady Start Racing red team has decided to bring that car perhaps very sensibly down to pit lane, but you can't fault them for trying to debug out there. I mean, they were never in the way, right, John? They pulled over in a very obvious place on the start-finish straight. They were off the racetrack on the mountain straight. They were not a threat to anybody. But once they got on the mountain and it happened in the cutting here, they said, okay, that's dangerous. We're going to tow. I think that was the right decision on all accounts. And hey, who knows? They could have fixed it. They didn't. They made the right decision. They towed back to pit lane. Now they can get another driver in the car. They can continue to go through their process of figuring out what exactly was wrong. Maybe get the driver back into the car later, but just more than anything, crushing for them right now.
Yeah, very crushing indeed. Of course, we're nearly at the halfway mark in the race, so it's going to be super hard to come back from this one. But like we say, very heads-up driving from all at hand. Of course, the SSR red entry pulling way over to the left on the pit straight, and then again over to drivers to the left on mountain straight. And as soon as they had the problem coming up the mountain into the cut, and they called it there, towed it back to the pits, and very respectful to all competitors on the grid. Of course, it could have continued on, up the mountain. Another hardware failure at McPhillamy, parked it in the middle of the road, and then that could have been chaos ensued for many more people. So kudos to the SSR Red crew for getting that one back to the garage. Hopefully their race will turn around and we'll see them cross the line at the end of the race. Meanwhile, Christopher Streben has interrupted the fight between Philip Kipp and Geert Axelen here. This is the Across Europe racing team and the E1 SimSport car on the right-hand side of your picture. Up the inside into Murray's they go, and we got a yellow flag, Jesse, top of the mountain, number 116, with Arjun currently at the wheel of that one. They've got going again after, of course, coming down the mountain, so I can only assume that's going to be Porsche rear end pendulum effect swinging around, and unfortunately blocked by the trees at the moment. They're parked sideways on the racetrack. It's very interesting how they've ended up here, and they've almost Austin powered themselves into the kind of the race circuit. That's a very awkward rejoin from the 116, and I can only assume that's been bounced off a wall at some point, because super strange to be off there.
That was very odd indeed. You can lose it through there, and I wonder if maybe that's what's happened. Could also have had some help as well, but they were able to get the car going, and quite sensibly they sat there and were able to rejoin without any further incident. The unfortunate moment, to say the very least.
Yeah, small stewards update as well. Just want to speak of unfortunate incidents. Of course, we saw a couple of laps ago the 911 and the 224. That's the Alpha Sim Sport, and of course the Shumi Skins Porsche team. They were fighting, and 15 seconds for the 224 for a takeout of the number 911. But meanwhile, Frederick Gutman to the inside. There's a bit of a hip and shoulder check, Jesse, on the Thomas Enger entry. Gutman's been chipping away at the gap lap after lap since he's got in the car. Good slipstream down the Comrade straight into the chase. Fires it to the inside line on the braking zone. Had the overlap to the apex. I don't think Gutman could have gone any further left. Of course, you've got the massive curb on the inside that can really upset the car if you hit it at the wrong angle. Gutman through into P1 for the SPHE Motorsport car. Thomas Enger Sim Racing down to P2 in the number 34. And all the meanwhile, of course, Bogoditsky in the number 7 Crazy File Racing car is fighting to get back to the top.
Certainly is, and we've had no shortage of lead changes here in today's race. Well, we showed you the championship points in the silver class before we went green here tonight because, well, we like to show off all of our talented racers, not just the ones that made it into split number 1. Speaking of which, talk about a majorly talented individual. We're now joined by Kevin Boss, who not only is a commentator, he's a broadcaster and a racer at that. He's in split 2 today with the Wheelie Slow Racing team. Kevin Boss, how's it going?
Oh, shucks, Jesse, you say too much. But, yeah, we're doing pretty well currently. We started P9. Did the first stint, still had a very good time doing, I think, Noosa came in P7 or something like that. But once we got out of the pits, I think it was around P7 or 6. Had to fight a couple of the faster boys then. My pace is not as strong as Noosa's, but I was able to hold off the likes of our very own Phil Roberts for a bit, so that's a little bit of a pat on my shoulder for myself, being able to do that. But we got a little bonkage, got a bit of damage, but was able to continue my stints without any further issue. We're now in P11, catching up to the guys in front slowly but surely, and yeah. It's not going too bad.
Yeah, I mean, you were sort of, I would say, slightly concerned about this race. You know, it's just the two of you and Nooser, and you were, I would say, you weren't necessarily optimistic. Normally, when I talk to drivers about their race, you get a feel for how they expect the race to go. Is it right in saying that you've exceeded your expectation thus far?
For one stint, definitely. I fully expected, like with any race I do on the mountain, that I get some sort of accident with a wall, causing myself damage and getting more contact with the wall. Though something very interesting just happened. The guys who were in P1 just got a disqualification in Split 2. So...
Are you telling me the leaders of Split 2 just got disqualified? Is that correct?
I'm saying that, yes. I'm trying to figure out... let me see.
Kevin Boss reporting from a parallel universe.
It was the team with Sparks in. Just give me 1 second, because I don't see them quickly on my screen right now.
I gotta add that to the list. Kevin Boss, the commentator, the broadcaster, the racer, and the reporter.
Yeah, we do it all here. Let's see.
While we're doing that, we are watching Bernard Bindel and Minez Rodriguez fight over P22. The Sim Brothers trying to work their way through some of these positions and hopefully get back inside the top 20 here in split number 1. We're talking about split number 2. It would appear as if the leader in split number 2 has received a disqualification. Now, that can only be one of a couple of things. That is insane speeding in the pit lane. You would have to be absolutely cooking it to do that. Driving backwards on the racetrack will do that. or it could be a steward thing, but I highly doubt that. I've never seen, unless they've got past the incident limit, which would be almost impossible for the leader to do, quite frankly, especially only with less than half of the race to go. But Kevin, do you have anything for us?
So it was the Sim Seniors McLaren 180, and all I see so far is just the message that they got disqualified, and I'm not seeing anything from the stewards. So the only thing I can imagine is they must have had a penalty for something else, maybe speeding in the pit lane, but I doubt it because we were like on the same part of the track. And then the only thing I can imagine is that they got a DT for track limits, but that's very interesting if you get that at Bathurst.
Yeah, I'm just looking just to see. There's not been... What car number did you say that was? I'm not seeing anything.
It's the 180. So
yeah,
that's a very peculiar thing.
There's no way. Okay, looking at the stewarding reports that we have access to here, they don't even show up on the report once. So it is nigh on impossible that in one incident they would have been disqualified anyway. You would have to have accrued 3 or 4 incidents, you have to understand, folks at home, to even get into trouble where you might be disqualified for a race. So I think we can rule out steward intervention here. The question now becomes, as several cars have just crashed over the park section, and these 3 cars, who are all racing each other, Ivan Yuck, Bindel, and Menez Rodriguez, are about to enter that section, the 420, smashed into the wall there as they're able to just about clear it. The problem is, I think there's an 800 car that is now just in front of this group that has gotten back onto the racetrack. 2 simultaneous incidents here in the same section of the racetrack that appeared to be independent of one another now have both cleared. No incident here. This battle will continue. But boss, let's go back to you, your team, and your race. Of course, the Wheelie Slow Racing team. They're a mainstay in RCI these days. A very distinctive livery. It's easy to pick out from a crowd. And on top of that, you guys have quietly amassed some trophies.
Have we? Well, I've won a race here and there, but
that's what I meant. You've done things.
I've done things. So yeah, as a team, we're still pretty new. We did do the Spa 24, but yeah, due to hardware issues, we had to stop there, which was sad. We did do the 6-hour series, but it was a different team composition. But yeah, that wasn't a bad experience. That went pretty well. But yeah, it's now looks like we seem to be fighting for top 10 maybe in Split 2 in the World Tour. So that's a massive increase from what I actually thought of at the start of the season. But yeah, I do actually want to continue on with the 180 getting the disqualification. There seems to be a little bit of a curse on P1 in this race, because the original P1 binned themselves in the final corner, just touched a bit too much grass, spun round, and they've never been near P1 again. So there's something with that P1 position in Split 2.
By the way, Mercy in chat seems to be confirming that it was indeed speeding in pit lane that got the Sim Seniors team disqualified while leading the race. Now to have that occur, I have seen it before. You get I think it's a drive-through for minor speeding. Mid-speeding, you get a stop and go, and for excessive speeding, you get outright disqualified. And that is absolutely insane. You would have to imagine, right, Kevin, that they went into pit lane sideways or something, out of control, to have been speeding that bad.
Must have been maybe braking for that initial corner you have on the pit lane entry. But yeah, that's all we can think of, that they had no control over it, as I do report now, Kevin Boss once again live from the field. Noosa is trying to overtake for P9 and now going side by side out of Hell's Corner. There's a little bit of rubbing there, but yeah, up to P9.
This is just like football when they go around the grounds, isn't it? I love it. I absolutely love that. That's great. We should make that a regular segment. In fact, we already have in some instances here when we have multiple splits. But boss, good luck for the race. So I assume you're getting back in the car. You're only doing single stints.
Yes, because of the mountain, it takes a lot out of you. We thought we'd just do 1 hour stints after another instead of double stinting, just to make sure that we get some rest and not, like, due to a little bit of fatigue, maybe lapse of concentration and slam it into the wall. Just make sure that doesn't happen.
Well, there you go. What's a realistic expectation? Tell me the truth. Where do you think you can get today? Is it only a top 10? Is there anything more that you reckon that you can do today?
I'm thinking top 10 because, Noosa does have a lot of good pace. But, for me, I've been doing pretty well in my first stint with keeping the faster boys behind. But, it's going to be a wait and see. But, I'll be looking at a top 10. If we reach that, we've done a good job.
Well, we wish you the very best of luck. Thanks for coming in, partner, and pulling double duty of your own here today a little bit. Anybody or anything you want to shout out to the team, the teammate, your stream, maybe?
Definitely want to thank Noosa for being here. It's a little bit of a shame that Andrew can't be here because, life does happen and he needs to work, but he'll be back with us for Suzuka. And if you want to see our shenanigans happening, twitch.tv/Crashneck.
Very well put. Kevin Boss, good luck for the rest of the race. The second half beckons. Go get them.
Thank you, Jesse. Bye, Jesse. Bye, John.
Kevin Boss, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, the link to his stream you'll find in both Twitch and YouTube chats. Go show him some love, drop him a follow.
What a
and all
legend that John
stuff.
Dalton.
But yeah,
very quick on those links. Well done.
Exactly. Get the love spread about in the race, because of course we've still got 3 hours to go in this event. And while we've been of course listening to Kevin give us an update from Split 2, of course had this fight on your screens pretty much the whole time between Kip and Bendel, both again in Ferraris. Nothing to be had from either two, looking quite equal, although into turn 2 looks like Bendel's having a look to the inside line. It's enough to put Kip off ever so slightly, but clean drive off the corner, and they will resume their battle, obviously, across the mountain. We had an update, of course, from the incident between Chris Picker and Jonathan Clifford. That's what the 15 seconds for the Alpha Sim Sport car is for. Of course, Frederick Gutman took the lead earlier on, just before we went to the interview with Kevin Boss. Of course, he's now pulled out 3.7 seconds to the good on the Thomas Enger Sim Racing car, and Bogoditsky, of course, in the 7 Crazy File Racing car, is still trying to make his way back to the top step, although time will tell if he can manage that. Christopher Strepham in P4, of course, for RCI Esports Blue. Nardinsky for the Limitless Speed drivers, of course, in P5. And, of course, Max Wojner in the Hymo Lamborghini, after his graze with the wall, is still trying to close that gap back up. Of course, it's a very stark difference, isn't it, Jesse, from round 1, of course, where we saw Hymo put it on pole and literally drive away from the competition at Valencia. Of course, Monza gave them a little bit more run for their money, but certainly getting the run for their money today, as Robert Alavi finds his way to the inside of the number 420. I'm not sure if there was contact there. The tree was in the way, and all the meanwhile, of course, Thomas Enger Sim Racing is coming up behind them, and the number 420 pulls out of the way from P2, and obviously the 545 will now be showing blue flags for them. Not sure if there was contact there, Jesse. It looked very close through turn 2, and meanwhile Bendel has somehow found his way past Kip. Not sure if we got a race replay queued up for this one, but I can only imagine it's going to be a mammoth slipstream down Conrad, and a dive into the chase has secured Bendel into P20.
That was a little while coming. Bendel had to be quite careful, and also had to be smart about the way they approached that after their recovery from an earlier contact. The E1 SimSport car now back inside the top 20. They'll be happy about that. We do have a little bit of a replay from the most recent contact with Arlavi. It seems to have been contact. Let's see just how significant it was from the reverse angle.
Yeah, of course, we had a tree in the way the first time. It looked like a little rub just on corner entry.
It wasn't big.
No, it was very minor, but of course the tool does pick up the even the minorest of incidents here.
Speaking of,
and, Speaking of Frederick Gutman, let's have a race replay. What have we just witnessed here? This is, of course, the pass earlier on. Actually, yeah, the race replay. This is how it was done. Of course, Gutman on the inside, and Varagnolo tried to go around the outside in the number 34, but I don't think, I said it earlier on, didn't I, Jesse? I don't think Gutman could have been any further to the left. And if he did, he would have been, of course, up the curb, unsettled the car, and more than likely fired it into the door of the Thomas Enger Sim Racing. Meanwhile, the 545 and the 256 Rebound Racing. This was earlier on as well. A little bit of contact on the corner exit. Of course, the chase proving to be the hotspot for all the action this afternoon, of course, with the big run down to the Conrod straight into the chase. It, creates these big lungy moves, and the SSR blue team coming from a mile and a half back in a hip and shoulder check on the tire sim racing car. And okay, again, the Thomas Enger Sim Racing entry in the mix of that one as well. So definitely getting their airtime is the number 34 today. But meanwhile, Frederick Gutman, of course, out front in the number 969 SPHE Motorsport car, and they're running some fantastic lap times at the moment in the Audi R8 Evo 2. And little insider knowledge, of course, if you've only just joined us, they're running the car without traction control this afternoon, and we've seen a few sideways moments out of the elbow. If you have a look on the dashboard there, you've got the yellow square illuminated there. That indicates there is no TC. That's TC2 and TC1 disabled for the R8 Evo 2. We know it's a little bit buggy. It has been ever since the car was introduced, but most drivers now electing to turn it off. I mean, I saw Williams a few weeks ago running a similar setup. They turned theirs completely off and had some blistering pace as well. So maybe that's the secret to truly unlocking the R8 Evo's true performance, is to turn that TC system off.
You know what was crazy? You and I experienced that race. You're talking about Williams Esports. You and I experienced that race from two different lenses. You in the commentary box and me on the manager's box for that race. And I noticed the same things you noticed, but for the opposite reason. And it's absolutely flabbergasting the way that some of these teams are able to turn the traction control off, something that you wouldn't really do in the real car for insurance purposes rather than anything else. But they figured out a way in the 1.9 universe of ACC to be able to do this and get the best out of the car. One of the craziest things we saw, not quite as pronounced on the SPHE Motorsport car, but definitely saw on the Williams, they were hanging the back of that car out with no traction control. They were hanging the back. They had that car set up so well that they could basically skid the car around the corners. How in the world they do this, run no TC, and don't burn the tires off the car, it is absolutely beyond me. Just excellent job setting up the car, excellent discipline by the drivers to not overheat the tires and ruin them and blister them and grain them. It is absolutely incredible, because at one token you can look at it like, oh, well, isn't that a bit dangerous? On the other one, it's like, look, they found a way to make it work.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean,
easy.
if you can make it work, yeah, if you can make it work and, play it safe and certainly keep it on the straight and narrow for 6 solid hours with no TC, then completely fair play. Again, we saw, like you say, we saw Williams just the other week, myself and you, Jesse, doing the exact same thing. So maybe the SPHE Motorsport car inspired by what they saw from Williams and thought, you know what, we're going to have a slice of that, but we're going to do it in a riskier scenario. We're going to do it at the mountain of all places.
Yeah, that's absolutely sketchy. At Indianapolis and at certain other racetracks, it's one thing, all right? It is insane to do that here. And as I said earlier, I'll repeat what I said. If you're running no traction control here, you know something in your setup. You have confidence in the car. You have confidence in your engineer that set the car up, whomever came up with that. You've got to be feeling good, because otherwise you would not even be attempting something like this. That's how incredible this is to see these cars do this here today. And it's one of those weird things in ACC. We've had so many revisions, haven't we, John? And there's been so many tricks, so many things you could do with the car. Running it without TC was never one I thought we would ever see in earnest. There are a couple of cars you can run without TC in GT4 and etc. But here in GT3, I never thought I'd see the day, but here you have it with the Audi.
Yeah, I mean, GT4 and, like you say, some of the slower paced cup cars, maybe you can certainly get away with it. But of course, in GT3, much higher horsepowers, of course, snappier setups, a lot more aero at work than, your typical M4, M2 of the GT4 and the cup world. It's, very interesting indeed. And anybody that's driven the 992 Cup Porsche, of course, we're running the championship at the moment on Mondays. They've been getting the tail out on that, sliding it about with no TC, and again, a lot less aero, so the car's a lot more forgiving. It's a lot less snappy and a lot more progressive in the way it comes onto the slide versus the way, of course, a GT3 car slides and sometimes snaps you the other way. We've seen it, a few times here and there on RCI TV. Eagle Eye viewers would notice there is a drive-through penalty that has popped up on the 888. That's O'Lila on that one at the moment, currently down in P17 overall, and it's for an incident on lap 68 turn 2. That's involving the 33 and the 888. Drive-through for the 888 for a takeout of the 33 with position not returned. So Stewart's not very happy about that one. That was, of course, the ruling currently in the car at the moment, the number 33. That's the SSR Blue entry, if I'm right in saying, on that one. So Stewart's not too happy with the Geordie Suss racing car. Their day has gone from kind of average at best to kind of not so average now, as they will begin to tumble down the order with the drive-through penalty, especially looming so close to the pit area. We're expecting cars to come down the lane at the 2 hours 45 minute mark if they're maximizing their stint timer, so expect to see pit stops happening from about 2 hours 55 to 2 hours 45 in a bit of a 10-minute window, as Arlavi, of course, is one of the early pitters, slightly off sequence at the moment in the number 545. He'll come down the lane to take his stop. Jonathan Clifford, of course, with the 15-second time penalty. Those of you that are new to viewing ACC, of course, the time penalties are added on to the pit stop timer. So as you'll be stationary for 30 seconds, as Robert Arlavi is about to demonstrate here, to do fuel and tyres. Jonathan Clifford will be stationary for 45 seconds, which will feel like an absolute eternity for the Alpha Sim Sport driver, and that is, of course, for the incident with Chris Picker in the number 911 Porsche. So that'll, of course, gift the position essentially back to Picker, so no harm, no foul in that sense, and then they can resume the battle maybe later on down the line. But meanwhile, Otto Alila getting the drive-through penalty out the way very swiftly indeed, coming down the lane within the lap of it being called. He'll trundle down the pit lane, fire himself back out, and in another 15 minutes time he will find himself back down the pit lane for what will be his mandatory stop. Comes out just ahead of Nardazinski in the number 23 Team Limitless Speed driver's car there, just behind in the shot the purple, black and gold McLaren. They're currently up in P5, so Alila will be showing the blue flag. Meanwhile, battles still happening down the back of the field. It's Kip once again getting some airtime for the number 29. This time, Ivanyuk on the inside of him coming into turn 2.
Ivanyuk for the U Amateurs team, trying to get it done down the inside, trying to go around the outside, nothing doing. It was held quite nicely. The 33 is off in the S's section. And I wonder if Jerome ruling, nope, they're in the middle of the racetrack. They're trying to get it backed up and get going. In fact, they have been able to do that without any further incident. The question remains, what got the 33 in that place in the first place? Oh, yes, following a car in front of them, getting into the wall. We've seen that a couple of times today, that sort of error. And there you have it, just stuck between a rock and a hard place. Is going to have to do the Austin Powers turn here. And look at this, very smartly knowing when drivers are, that could be a spotter they have. It could just be intuition on the relative to know when a car is close. But they were able to get going without anybody getting involved besides them. Well done to the Steady Start Racing team and the driver, Drone ruling there. That could have been quite nasty.
Yeah, absolutely so. And Steady Start Racing proving once again they are, very about themselves with the knowledge of what's going on around them. We saw earlier, of course, the red entry with some hardware failure, stopping in two very, very sensible places. Once they stopped the third time coming up the mountain, they called it there, pulled it back to the pit lane and stayed out of trouble. So kudos once again to the SSR team. And speaking of teams, it is going to be that time when the broadcasting team will change ever so slightly. Of course, as we come up to the halfway mark, just under 3 hours to go, we're going to have a change in the commentary box. Jesse Lee will no longer be on double duty. He'll be solely focusing his eye on the cameras. I will be departing, and I'll be giving way with Jesse Lee to Ted Edwards and Tim Peck on the broadcast. They'll take you through till the end. I'll be back for the final hour when Tim Peck departs the box. I'll take over from him there. But for now, it's been, fantastic to cast the beginning of round 3. It's been an action-packed race right up to now. From the start of the race, of course, relatively calamity-free along the way as well. So a perfect scenario all in all. We'll go for a short break, 5 to 10 minutes. We'll get ourselves changed over and ready for some more broadcasting, but we'll leave you with an onboard. So turn up your speakers, enjoy the experience here at Mount Panorama.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the RCI World Tour, where today drivers have been tackling the 6 hours of Mount Panorama. We've got just under 3 hours left to go in this race, so we've passed the halfway mark now, and still we continue on with epic battles throughout. I'm Tim Peck, I'll be leading the comms for the next couple of hours, and alongside me I've got Ted Edwards for the next 3 hours till the end of the race. Welcome in, Ted. I hear it's been quite exciting so far.
Yeah, I've been watching the first few hours, just in and out, just having a look, and it's been very interesting of how this race has gone. Obviously, it's been dry for the most part, and looks like it's going to be dry for the next half an hour at least. And it's Bathurst. It's difficult track. We've seen people rounding the mountain, people just knocking some walls. We saw second place. Who was second place earlier on? I forgot what car it was, but they tapped the wall on the dip as you come down the mountain, and it's just so easy to hit the walls on this track. Because a connoisseur of wall hitting I am at this track, I've hit every wall, and it's so easy, especially that white wall there. It's easy to hit. You hit this curb run going around here, and off into the gravel you go. And it is a difficult track, but the racing here is spectacular to watch.
Well, if you have any questions about walls, direct them over to Ted Edwards, who, as they just put it, is the wall connoisseur for the track here at Bathurst. But you're completely right, Ted. You know, this is a track where you do expect to see quite a lot of incidents up and down throughout the race, especially with the walls being as tight as they are towards the top of the mountain, and then on the way back down as well. It can be very easy to accidentally mess up the entire race just by over pushing the car a little bit. Although, surprisingly, I don't really want to jinx this split. I've been watching a bit of both splits so far, because of course we've got split 2 running alongside at the same time as well. They've had a little bit more chaos, I'd say, than split 1. There's been a lot more shenanigans over there, including a race restart right at the beginning as well. So, you know, I don't want to jinx anything, but split 1 for the majority of the time have actually been fine here at Bathurst. You do expect to see a lot of instances on this track, as you've just said, but 2 hours and 50 minutes left to go. We're in the pit window now, and we expect to see a lot of the cars start to take their check down the pit lane. Jonathan Dalton told you just before we went off to the break, it's about the 2 minutes 45 left to go is when you'll see the majority of the cars down into the pits, based on those that have been really pushing the driver stints to the limit. There is the leader of this race for now, the number 7, who's this is after pits, of course, but they were provisionally running in third. They got a bit squirrely there coming down the mountain, picked up a bit of grass, but managed to catch it before they went into a wall, Ted.
Yeah, that curb can be very dangerous. They were lucky to keep it going. I know the BMW is pretty good on those curves, but some of the other cars tend to, once they hook onto it, it pulls the rear end round, and you end up going sideways down the mountain, and it's not fun. It's like I say, it's a difficult track. You can hit a curb one lap and you'll be fine. You can hit it the next lap and it will throw you off track. And I love this track, Tim. It's so technical and scary when you get into the mountain, because you don't want to hit a wall, but then you want to be quick because you want to keep your timer, your delta going strong, and you don't want to be losing your time. There's just be the number 7 coming into the pit lane and now to do their pit stop. But it's difficult. Once you get out the mountain, it's a little bit chill. You can relax a little bit, and once you go back up again after T1, it's you start getting ready to not hit the walls. But yeah, it's just one of these tracks which is very difficult to get a grasp of.
Absolutely, and in a 6-hour race, that's a long time. But you have to be completely focused to make sure that you don't make those little mistakes and end up in a wall as well. Of course, you do split that up amongst a team. Usually it's between 2 to 4 drivers for this type of race. For most 6-hour races, we see it split between about 3 people, or 2 if they want to take on longer stints each. But you know, that's a long time to remain focused. We've been doing a lot of racing here across our weekly championships over the last couple of weeks. I know Friday and Night Owl has been there, and I believe the Monday champ might have gone here too recently. And you know, you see your fair amount of accidents in those, and they are only hour-long races. So imagine if you're in the car for 6 hours straight. You know, you've got 3 different drivers maybe in the car at different times. You do expect to have at least one accident here down the mountain. it usually comes down to it being that, you know, if you can minimise the amount of times you go into the pit lane, you're going to be the team that ends up coming out on top. I've just been informed by our broadcaster, Jesse Lee, there that Martin Lawrence, who's now behind the wheel, I believe, of the number 769 there, the RCI Esports Blue, is sitting in the pits for an awfully long time there, Ted.
Yeah, 1 minute 13 pit stop compared to the number 7 that did a 1 minute 4. So 8 to 9 seconds difference between those two cars. So looks like they've repaired some of the damage. I think they had some front end damage on the bumper. By the looks of it, it was all scratched up, and I think it looks okay now. It might still be a little bit scratched up, I'm not too sure. But here comes Venchek in the number 41 coming into the pit lane from 8th place. But yeah, we've seen so many series here this week, and yeah, it was Wednesday, Friday, and night out that's been here, and it's been one of them. I've been there at all three, driven into and commentated on the night owl. And Wednesday's a difficult one because it's a solo and team champ, so you got solos and double drivers that are doing it. And I did it solo, in an hour and 20 minutes. It was pretty tiring. We had I believe it was rain for the Wednesday champ, and it was definitely a different type of race. We had rain at the beginning, dried in the middle, so we had to swap tyres, and then we had to do a pit stop anyway, which luckily we went back onto wets again to the end. But it was pretty fun. We haven't had rain at Bathurst for a while, and it worked out quite well with what we had. And then we did a Friday champ, which was a lot of fun as well. And from that race, I was sitting in 4th for most of it. On the last lap, I think it was either 2nd or 3rd place crash, so it was a podium for me, which I didn't expect to happen especially when I had 13 seconds of damage from just giving those walls a little bit of a hug every now and then. And then on the last lap, I decided to get another 13 more seconds of damage, which was not very nice to drive, but I got it home. And it's just one of those, you lose a bit of concentration just for a split second by either looking at the relative to see what the distance is between you and the car in front, or you and the car behind, and you can get put off so easily. And it shows with these top drivers that they can sort of do that. Obviously they've got people in their ear as well, but you know, the top level of driving here just shows that they can sort of stay out of the wall. But will they lose concentration? We'll just have to wait and see. And it's so easy just to misjudge a turn just by that, like a fraction.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you just said, you've got to be basically driving your best the entire way around the track. And yeah, the Friday Championship I actually commentated on, and it was the pro class right at the front, the leader, I think with about 3 laps to go, ended up accidentally hitting a wall and completely taking himself out the race. So it was a rather rough finish for a lot of different drivers. It was that part where you get towards the end and then you start to see focus drift off quite quickly. Although, you know, sometimes that's actually when it picks up a bit more. You get that spur of, okay, we've got 5 minutes left, let's not do anything silly now and just keep it on the track, really. But like we said multiple times already, really easy to get caught out at Bathurst, and we're very lucky in this race today to not see any wet weather coming in. Looking up at the wind speed, usually how you judge whether the weather is going to change in ACC. Currently there is no wind blowing around on the track, which means hopefully for many of these drivers, I'm sure, we're not going to see any rain for a little while yet. That being said, any rain will probably welcome for a couple of teams who might want things to be shaken up a little bit. I will admit it's been a long time since I've seen rain on the track here at Bathurst. And the race replay here is going to show Svenchek for the number 41. Coming up the straight there, a nice easy overtake. I believe the lighter blue car there may have been actually exiting the pits, although yeah, I think that was the case. There was Mesa for the 1-2-1 there was just exiting the pits. Svenchek just able to clear them nice and safely on the right hand side of the track and just pushed himself up into that 8th place slot. Of the 2-2-1 team, Tatsvina Hacker behind the wheel of the number 2-2-1 right now. They are currently sitting at 1st place in the standings overall. They won the first round of the World Tour at Valencia. They came 5th at Monza over in round 2 about a month ago. Of course, they are tied for points, so with the 969 SPHE Motorsport. Both teams on 116 points at the top. SPH come in second place in both rounds 1 and 2. So some consistency there from the 969. Currently, they're sitting right at the top of this race in that first place mark. So must be a change up in the standings after today's race. What I can tell you now is if the 221 wants to hold on to that tied lead, Ted, it's going to have a bit of a wiggle on back up the standings a bit.
Yeah, they sure do, and it's easier said than done at any track. And as you see here, fighting with the 41 car and just get past coming out of the chase. So they just need to keep their speed going, as we see a race replay from just a second ago. Coming into the chase on the outside, very tricky to get around, but gets you set up for the next corner as they make the pass, and very well done there. Just to keep side by side, and the racecraft was brilliant, and that's what you want to see is racing like this, especially around this sort of track. It's very hard to try and get around someone without just completely sending it and then ended up in a contact and either both of you cars go off and it gets severe damage. It's a tricky one. It's a lot of patience, but also a lot of thinking behind what you do.
Absolutely. Well, the chase continues up the mountain. Svenček finding himself behind the 1-2-1 now, and with it, Mesa will be leading both cars up the mountain. Just said, Ted, not a whole load of overtaking opportunities when you're up on the high part of this track. Of course, the walls being very tight limits how often you can go neck and neck with each other. We have seen in the past cars try and battle their way down the mountain, and 99% of the time it has ended in tears for both drivers. So imagine these two just going to continue out of each other's hair for now. And like you just said, it's the long straight leading down to the start-finish line, where you're most likely to see those overtakes where they're just about to come onto. But it looks like Svenček falling a little bit far back there, coming down the mountain. Won't really be within striking distance of the 1-2-1 ahead, and we'll just have to look to close that gap for a little bit. Of course, the things at the top are still quite tight together. The 969 only has an 8-second lead. Number 34, Santima, behind the wheel of that McLaren. And then it's another 4-second gap to Solntsev in the number 7 back on them as well. So not totally out of reach, and with 2 hours 40 minutes left to go in this race, it's realistic time that you could be gaining back on an opponent. You know, sometimes in these endurance races, Ted, you can see it get to points where the leader's 30 seconds ahead by now, being halfway through. Of course, 8 seconds, and you look at it in the grand scheme of things, isn't the hugest gap. That's definitely a realistic goal to start clawing back towards the lead.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where it depends how your car is set up. You might struggle through the mountain, or you might struggle on the straights. But if you're good in the mountain, I tend to find that you start wearing away your tires a lot more, because there's so much corners, you gain so much heat in the tires, and if you aren't cooling them properly with the right setting of brake ducts or the right camber or even the toe, even though we've got these two big straights, you can still start graining them going through the mountain. When you're doing an hour or almost 65-minute stints, it can really put a toll on the car. And I know the Porsche, for instance, will be on board with the Porsche team Schumi Skins, the 911. It likes to wear away the rear tyres pretty quickly. But I think that just depends on the setup. I've driven this car for a whole season of Friday Champ, and I started to dislike it when I got later on into the championship. It just decided to just burn through rubber when it shouldn't do. And I think that's just because the tyres were getting too warm, so they just started slipping more, and obviously once you start sliding you start heating more, and it's just a domino effect of heating and slipping. So it's just one of those cars, whereas now I'm driving the M4 and it just feels so planted. I drove it here twice now with the Wednesday and Friday Champ, and it just felt so planted even in the rain. I was on a dry setup and it's so grippy, but on the straights it's not as quick as, let's say, the Lamborghini or the Audi.
137 there going into the pits. I believe that is a scheduled pit stop, although it is a little bit out of where you'd expect to see it, but I think that they've just had an incident earlier on and they're now pitting out of schedule with everyone else. But the battle continues for the 911 Porsche here. 2 seconds splits them up with the Lambo of the 224 Clifford behind the wheel ahead of them. And you can see right now for the 911, they're trying to clear other cars out their way. That car that's right in front of them is the Lambo in front of them. It's not the same Lambo for position there, different one on the track. And from the lack of yielding going down the hill, I'm going to guess they might be a bit further up than them, although it might just be that quite hard to let someone overtake you when you're going down the hill. And yeah, I think actually that may be the case, indicating from the Lambo ahead suggests that they are going to swing to the left-hand side of the track, allowing Taron to go through there. And that's something that we talk about in a lot of endurance races, Ted, is how quickly can you navigate traffic? You know, depending on how quickly you can do it, can really determine how the whole race goes for you. The difference between finishing in the top 10 or finishing outside the top 10. And, you know, at Bathurst, that's quite a tough thing to do. It's very hard to navigate traffic when you're going down the hill. You just have to be quite patient sometimes.
Yeah, you do. It's one thing of having race pace, but once you get stuck behind a backmarker car, especially going up into the mountain where they can't really go anywhere, if they try and brake and move off to, say, to the left, if you're going through Silverman Park and McPhillamy Park, if they try and go left, they might lose the rear end, they might hit a wall, you know. So they've just got to stick to the line we've always said. If you go through the top of the mountain, just stick to your line, forget about the car behind, they have to follow you. And if anything really happens, it most likely is on them, unless obviously you do something silly like early braking or something. That's obviously not what you would expect to happen, but once you get down past the Forest Elbow onto the Conroe Straight, then that's when you sort of move over, let them have the slipstream of you, you come off the throttle a little bit and they can fly past you and you can get into their slipstream. It's a difficult track for getting past lapped cars, but it's just one of those things that you gotta deal with, and you eventually get past them. It's just a waiting game.
Well, we've heard some of Ted's thoughts about the mountain here today. Now we're going to hear from one of the drivers that has been out on track in this race. Joining us in the commentary booth for an interview is Elgard, one of the drivers behind the number 41 BMW, currently running in 9th place. Welcome in, Elgard. How's the race going for you guys so far?
So far, it's going fairly well. We started at 17th and are now in 9th, hoping to do slightly better, but I think maybe a top 5 is out of the question, pace-wise.
Well, you still got a bit of time left in the race, but you said top 5 is out of the question right now. Where are you sort of aiming to go in the next couple of hours in this race? Are you just hoping to solidify this 9th place, or do you reckon there's a couple more positions you could potentially pick up?
With a bit of luck, I'm hoping for 8th, maybe 7th, depending on luck or misfortune of others.
Well, good luck in doing that. A little bit more though about you though. Is this a track that you particularly enjoy? Is Mount Panorama maybe one that you struggle with a little bit? Give us a bit of insight as to your feelings towards this track and how you feel like it's going today as well.
Yeah, sure. Mount Panorama is my favorite track, and I'm really enjoying it. It is a special track, and you have to be very on it and have to have a setup that's stable over the whole mountain. And the BMW is doing that very great. Right now we're able to, after the hairpin, all the way until Skyline, is just full throttle, or at least 80%. So it's very stable, very safe, and just not as fast as some cars, but we're doing what we can and hoping to do the best we can from that.
Well, we were also talking about up in the booth today that you've not had any variable weather out on track today. The sun has been shining for the first 3.5 hours. Are you hoping for rain? If rain did come, do you feel like that could potentially ruin the race for you, or do you feel like you are equipped to handle the rain in this race if it does come in the last couple of hours?
I believe, like, I've tried rain on this, but we haven't prepared or practiced it. So I'm hoping no rain will arrive. We have pressure's ready if the rain should come, but preferably not.
Brilliant. And you've mentioned as well how the BMW has been performing today. If you just want to give us a quick rundown of how it's performed across the whole championship, really, is it a car that you feel has been performing well for you? How has the championship itself gone for you and Svenček so far, do you feel?
The championship has been a lot of ups and downs. We started at Valencia, I think. And we had a lot of issues with the BMW there. It was not on pace on the one lap time, but over the whole stint we were actually keeping up quite well, and that has more or less been the story at every place we've gone to. The McLarens and Audis has been very fast, and then all of a sudden they haven't.
Well done for the championship so far, and good luck to you in the rest of the championship to go. Just on your screens right now, a race replay of a small incident, well, I say small, rather large incident occurring on the downhill section of the mountain. Two cars ended up facing the wrong way, and with a bit of chaos, they have just managed to fix themselves. The 420, one of the cars to get caught up in that mess. It was the sideways McLaren you just saw on the track trying to recover there. But Elgard, good luck to you in the rest of the championship. Just before we let you go, is there anyone you want to give a shout out to whilst you're on the stream?
Overall, I will just say that the drivers of the BMWs are doing very, very well, and I'm so happy to be a part of it all. Svenček is shout out to Svenček and Martin Lorenk, which is driving the other BMW. Both of them are doing a 12-hour race on top of this one, so they're actually doing almost 18 hours straight. So respect to them, and we're talking quite. We're in the same Discord, so we're more or less teammates. So I hope the best for them, and maybe a third or better for them. And we're aiming for that 8th.
Well, good luck to you. We'll keep our eyes on that number 41 to see if you can make that 8th. But thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us in the interview, and good luck with the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Well, that was Elgard, the driver of the number 41 BMW, currently placed 9th in this race, looking to try and get themselves up into 8th place, maybe 7th if they're lucky, in Elgard's opinion. Svenček currently behind the wheel. They've got an 8.9 second gap to Mesa ahead in the 121 Audi. But Ted, we saw that chaos on the mountain going back down with there was a 420 McLaren sideways across the track. A couple of cars got caught up in that incident, and that's something else that we've alluded to that we've not talked about a whole lot yet, with the 134 being one of the cars that got caught up in that, now sitting in the pit lane repairing damage that they picked up from it. But Ted, you know, it's one thing for you to hit the wall and damage your own car, and that's going to affect your race. Of course, if it happens when you're going down the hill where the walls are quite tight, you could end up blocking the road like the 420 accidentally did there, and that can affect a lot of other teams' races as well. So that's something you've constantly got to be looking out for. Even if you're driving fine and you feel stable, you've constantly got to be on alert of yellow flags or white flags ahead of you on the track.
Yeah, and I think what started it all off was the 134 was sideways in the S's, in the middle of the S's, which is scariest bit, because you've got to take the bumpy left hand side where is the bumpy off-road, which can, you know, if you're going too fast, will bounce the rear up and you'll end up in the wall sideways and sliding all the way down. Whereas we saw, I think it was the 420, went to the right hand side, went through the little gap and just nicked the wall, and that's what spun them round sideways, and then they got they tapped the rear end, I think, of another Ferrari, which got through, and then they got hit by a red Ferrari, which then pushed their way through. So yeah, it's one of those ones where it's literally a split-second decision and movement of what you do, and that's like they almost made it through. It's just the rear end just hit the wall. Unfortunately, they must have had a little bit of a slide on when they were on the brakes, but these things happen, and you've just got to sort of be aware of how far away from the car in front of you are. And if you've been sitting there for a while, is take a note of how they're driving. Are they sliding a bit through the mountain? Are they nice and composed? Because if they're sliding, then you got to be wary that they might lose this in a second. But if they're more composed and chilled out, and then you can sort of relax a little bit and focus on what you're doing, which is, you know, the main thing you really want to be doing all the time. But you've got to just be aware of the driver in front. And it can be difficult when next minute a yellow flag happens and it's literally right in front of you. And it's just if you go left or you go right, and you just gotta see what happens.
Constantly got to be aware of everything happening around you. You can't just focus on your own race, you have to focus almost on everyone else's as well. Currently on your screens you've got Andre Dixon Chen for the number 91, E1 Sim Sports behind the wheel, the lovely yellow livery there. They are gaining on the car ahead of them, the 116 in 24th place, just 1.5 seconds ahead of them currently. Although the 91 is lapping slightly faster, so they should be able to close that gap up soon. And it's going to be, again, a game of what you just said, Ted, which is watch the car in front, see where they're maybe not feeling quite as confident, and then wait for them to make a mistake before you really go for a move. Because, of course, up the mountain, you know, it can be very difficult. You've got a whole load of overtaking spots on this track where it's safe to actually do so. I'd argue there's probably only 2 places where realistically you can actually make the overtake happen yourself. Everything else has to kind of be waiting for a mistake out of the other driver. But the other thing that I want to talk about as well is actually linked to what we were just talking about, Ted. Is, you know, following someone up the mountain when you're that close to them, that in itself can be quite hard to do, because of course you're used to your own pace. You've done the practice hundreds of times with the car to know what the car should feel like, where your braking markers are, where you should lift and do everything like that. Of course, if you're following another car, they're pulling you up the mountain, they're pulling you down the mountain as well. That changes all of your braking markers, and it really changes the speed at which you're going down the hill too. You've got to make sure you adjust that very, very quickly so you don't end up accidentally taking out both teams in the process. It's a juggling act almost.
Yeah, it is. When you're following a backmarker car is a tricky one, especially if they're a lot slower than you. You know, you're going up the mountain, you've got the dirty air and your braking's all weird and your front feels light, and then you start making little mistakes and you're following them through the mountain and they go slower than you, so you've got to take the line a bit differently. You've got to be slower, which means your tyre pressures and tyre temps are getting colder and lower. And then when you get to the top of the mountain, when you get to Skyline and the S's, you're carrying so much more speed than them because you're used to that. So then you've got to slow down more because they probably brake a little bit earlier. Then it's so difficult, and the only time when you can get free is here on the Conrod Straight, and that's when they will let you through. But it is so difficult to just manage your car or not, you know, having any contact with the car in front. And you know, it's not their fault. They're just racing their race, you're racing your race, and you just come across each other at some point. But you know, I've not really had much problems with backmarker cars. They've all been really good, and I say to anyone who's racing here at Bathurst for the first time or has never really dealt with faster cars coming behind them through mountains, just stay to your line. That is like the #1 rule of Bathurst, is stay to your line until the Conrod Straight.
Kovacs there showing us a nice pristine overtake, just went around the outside of the number 86 down the down the back straight, making it look nice and easy very, very quickly. And that's another position gained for them and the rest of the team. Dixon Chen now catching up to the 116 ahead, and you can see coming out the corner there, looked like the 91 there came out at a bit more of a funny angle to the 116 behind. Is that the 116 that's now behind them that I've just noticed? I think they may have had an incident coming out for us elbow. Race replay is going to show us exactly what happened here with the 116. You can see them now as they come down the hill and into the Forest elbow, just go way too wide there. That leaves the door completely open for Dixon Chen, and they just say thank you very much for the position. They go right down the inside there again. 116 just overshooting that corner a little bit, Ted, find themselves stranded on the outside. Once you've done that, there's not really a whole lot you can do to try and make the defense.
Well, as a wall connoisseur and a mess up of braking points on this track, I think when you get to just before Forest Elbow, as you do the right-hander, it's a little crest, and you need to brake at the right point. Because if you brake on top of the crest, then you're moving all the weight forward, and that's when you lift the rear end up. Wonder if that's what happened to the Porsche, and that's why, as you see, when they were braking and going towards the wall, lucky they didn't hit it. The rear end was wiggling. I think they just lost the grip on the rear, and they probably needed to just brake just before the crest, and it's a very difficult corner, especially when you got someone chasing you. You know, you're looking in your mirror a little bit, and you shouldn't do that. You'd never do that when you're going through the mountains. Just focus on your line. But yeah, I think they just broke a bit late. Got the rear end all wiggly because of moving the weight forward, and yeah, that's luckily they didn't hit the wall, because that wall, you can't. Let's say you can't wall ride that wall. There is a bump in the wall that sticks out, and you hit that, it will stop and spin you, and it will stop you dead in the corner. And probably see that in a minute if we stay on board with the 91. You come around here, so coming up to this, you got left hand, and then you got the right hand, and then you got the crest there, and you come around the wall on the left hand side there where the tyres are behind the wall. That's where the bump comes out, and I've hit that a few times, and it stops you right in your tracks. It gives you a lot of damage, so they were lucky to not hit the wall and ride it.
Some great analysis there from our wall connoisseur Ted Edwards, just letting you know that that is not a wall. You can just ride along. There is, of course, a bump that does spin the car around, something that we've actually seen a couple of drivers fall victim to in previous races here at Bathurst. Not been lucky enough to catch one in the last 40 minutes today, but do keep your eyes peeled, because 2 hours 21 minutes left in this race. There's still plenty of time to go, and that's what a lot of these teams will be echoing to each other. So there's still 2 hours and 20 minutes left to go in this race. There is time to reclose those gaps, go for some of those overtakes, or just extend your gaps a little bigger if that's currently your goal. But the 911 Porsche team's Schumi Skins that we were looking at earlier, that gap not gotten any bigger, not gotten any smaller. Still about 1.7 seconds splitting them up from Jay Clifford ahead behind the 224. So right now they're just trying to keep this pace about this level. I imagine they want to pick it up a little bit, but the thing is, Ted, is you can't really push the car too much here. You want to stay at a pace that's comfortable to you, because it gets to that point where if you push the car too much, you start to lose that comfortable control that you have over the car. And again, on the track like this, where walls are very close, there's not a high margin for error. If you make that one little mistake that comes from not being quite confident with the speed you're taking the car at, that could be the end of the race, or at least a chip back down the pit lane where you don't want to do so. So, you know, this is one of those tracks where people tend to just stick to their pace that they're comfortable with more often than not. Of course, across a long stint, if they've been driving for a couple of hours, or even towards the end of a 1 hour stint, maybe the pace does tend to pick up a little bit where they're just feeling a little bit more confident behind the car. But it can be quite difficult to break out of that mindset of, okay, I think I can push a little harder here, because of course if you do it wrong, then that could be a trip down the pit lane, which absolutely no one wants to take an extra one of those in an endurance race.
Yeah, and the thing that is weird, what people say to you when you first start sim racing, is go in slow, you'll get out fast into a corner. And it's just like that. Are you sure? It just doesn't make any sense. But here, it is like when you're going up the mountain, when you go up the mountain straight to Quarry Bend, turn 2, you want to brake a bit earlier, just after the 100-meter board, and then you can get yourself in. You can shift down to second, and then shift back up to third quickly for the exit, and you just gain so much speed. And you think, yeah, but if I go faster if I get through the corner faster, then I'll be faster. And it's like, well, yeah, you think that, but actually, no, it doesn't work. And I found that out many times when I did the Wednesday and the Friday. Is it means a lot, especially here when you go through Murray's Corner. You want to brake early to get to the apex, and then you can get your foot down quicker. Because if you brake too late, you're going to go deep into the corner. You're going to have to try and control the car more, and then you're going to end up wiggling. You're going out onto the curb, in the exit curb, and you're going to be so much slower. That'll happen. Like you say, you want to push, but then you don't want to mess up your braking points, because then you're just going to be slower all round.
Speaking of maybe struggling with pace a little bit, the 969 currently leading this race at the front of the field. That gap has shrunk by about 4 seconds the last time we were properly looking at it. Santima has been going about 8/10 of a second quicker per lap than the Audi ahead. So Thomas Edge Sim Racing, the number 34 team, looking to try and take back that first place that they lost a couple of hours prior. Santima absolutely flying, been doing the fastest laps on track for the last hour or so. Really, their last lap was a 2:01.4. It was not until you get down to 6th where Felix Tesfina Hacker manages to get themselves into the 2s with a 2.875. So, you know, some fast lap time still coming out. It looks like the 34 is the car that's been flying the most. That they've been breaking into the 200s a couple of times across the past stint, but Santima reeling in now the 969. We could see a battle for the lead by the time we get to the end of this stint. If they continue at this rate, they'll be right on the back of that Audi and looking to try and overtake for the lead.
Well, you know, Tim, you know what you need around Bathurst for your car to be nice and grippy?
What do you need, Ted?
Well, I think you need some Go setups. They provide expertly made ACC setups for all skill levels, built by some of the fastest professional esports drivers and sim engineers. Go setups provide both fully tailored esports setups as well as the safer alternatives that anyone can drive. You can visit the link in the description to browse their premium setup shop today. And a lot of people here would be on a Go setup. I know Jordan Daly uses them for Night Owl and Friday Champ, but I use them every time I race, and they are a pretty good setup to use. They also chuck in wet setups with them as well, and you don't have to buy every single setup. You can have a subscription where you can download, I think it's 30 or so a month of any car that they have. They've just released the Lamborghini ST setups and the Alpine GT4 setups, so they're getting around to the other end of the cars now. So they are really good fun to use, and it just helps you get the most out of the car. So yeah, definitely check out them in the description below.
Nice little mention to our partner Go Setups there. You may have seen their logo scroll across the bottom of your screen a couple of times, but Ted, I do have to agree with you there. Having a setup can absolutely change anything in an endurance race. Of course, most of these teams will have setups anyway. Most of them, like you said, may have even come from Go Setups themselves. So it's always good to have something like Go Setups where you've got insight from professional esports drivers and also from some of the fastest sim racing engineers from around the world. You know, they've given that insight into the setup. They definitely know what they're talking about, and they know what you'll be looking for out of a setup for the mountain. Like you just said, it can make all the difference, especially with that car feeling stable as you want it to on a track like this. But right now we're watching from the rear wing of Schwencek, which we had an interview with their partner Elgard earlier in the booth, and you're watching back on the 256 McLaren Compu as they're coming up the hill here. A little bit squirrely on the entrance to the hill there, Ted. It's looking like the 256, they've got a lot of pace behind them. They just be pushing that car a little bit too much and might have to just try and reel it in a little bit if they want to make this overtake happen safely.
Well, yeah, we just had Elgar in the chat again saying that both BMWs have ridden the Go setups, only minor changes to it. Lovely setups overall. So, yeah, I think that McLaren's trying to keep up with the almighty Go setup BMW that's ridden on track. Yeah, it just goes to show. I don't know. We don't know what Kumpu's team is running, but it just shows you how planted the Beamer is, and I don't think that's just. I think that's just the car itself. Obviously, the setups make it better through corners, braking, you know, all that sort of things. But I wonder if that McLaren is just a little bit loose. Maybe their setup is a completely different setup. Maybe the top three McLarens, second, third, and fifth, are using Go setups. Who knows? But yeah, it's very, very slippery on that rear end, and maybe they're just going through the tyres quicker.
That may be the case. Of course, a big warm welcome to you all that are joining us in the chat today, and thank you for chatting along with us as we continue on in the 6 hours of Bathurst in round 3 of the World Tour here at RCI. We are streaming this on both Twitch and YouTube, so if you're join us on whatever platform you enjoy the most. We love the support, and we have been seeing your messages come in through the chat throughout the past couple of hours. Of course, welcome back to the chat to Ash Bibby. They went and took a nap since rejoined us. We saw them coming in, and a couple of you mentioning as well that you use Go setups as well. So it's good to see that you all in chat with some of the things that you are saying, and of course continue bringing in with questions that you may have about the race, or just chatting about similar experiences and with your fellow viewers. It's always nice to see a bit of action in the chat. Thank you very much for all the support that you've given us here at RCI across the last couple of years. Well, Svenchek there in the number 41 picked up a little bit of the grass on the right hand side of the track before going into this downhill section. Luckily for them, the walls are way too thin here to hold two cars neck and neck on the track, which means Kampu will have to wait until they get onto the straight to look for an overtake here. It might be the case that the BMW has that straight line speed to really hold off the McLaren, but Kampu in the slipstream now as they come down the back straight. Will the 256 here be able to get alongside by the time we get to the end of the line?
Yeah, I think the BMW will be fine because there's a lot of car lengths between them. It's yeah, like it's so difficult. You could be in a slipstream of another car, but it just depends how fast the other car is compared to you. Like again, it can be just down to setups on a straight line. Also, exit speed out of Forest Elbow is definitely a big one, because there's multiple lines you can go through that you can stick tight to the walls. You can go. It's like you treat it as a double apex in a way, or you can go out wide and then cut in on the exit. Is different ways each car can take it and how quickly they can get out. The BMW I found is sort of in the middle, so you sort of treat it as like a mini double apex, like say Laguna T1 and 2, but obviously a lot smaller. So it's very tricky, and I noticed some other cars were sticking really tight to it because they could just get the power down a lot quicker. I think the McLaren's one of those cars, and maybe the Lamborghini and Audi, I'm not too sure, but it's one of those things where each car is different around every single corner, and where you put the throttle down and where you brake. So just have to keep watching these two, and let's see if this 256 McLaren can catch up. And see, they're still on the rear end by half a second now. Half a second is not a lot of time. It looks a lot of time from where we're watching here, but if you're inside driving that McLaren, you've not got a lot of time, as we see going down the dip and very, very close to each wall there, the McLaren was, and just trying to catch another car. Now you've got to think about as well, Tim, is dirty air kicks in when you're coming down the mountain, and that's something you don't want, because that's when you start washing out into a wall.
That's definitely something you don't want, but Kampu this time a lot closer to the rear of the number 41 when they make it onto the straights. You can see the slipstream really kicking in here as the McLaren now tucks towards the right hand side, maybe thinking about going for a move, and now they've decided that actually on the inside for the chicane here, but still not quite able to find a way alongside. Not quite got the last bit of room that the McLaren really needs to pull them alongside the BMW there. With that, Svenchek able to defend for a couple of corners longer. See now coming round into the start-finish straight, crossing the start-finish line. Kampu not able to find a way through the defence of that BMW, and that is going to be a failed overtake for the McLaren there. So much closer to the rear of the BMW that time round, coming down the back straight. It looked like for sure they were just going to have enough momentum, but the second that they broke out of that slipstream, they just lost all of that acceleration they were getting, and both cars maxed out on top speed there. The McLaren unable to drag themselves alongside the 41. So back up the mountain behind the rear of this BMW it goes for Kampu as they continue to look for a way through. Of course, maybe a saving grace for them is that there is a blue flag lingering just ahead of the number 41. Svenchek coming up to the rear of another driver, and that means that they're going to have to clear them as quickly as possible to not lose a whole amount of time to the McLaren from behind. With that, I wanted to give an update as to what's been happening at the front of the field. The 969 has regained all of the time it lost to Santima in the number 34. 7.6 seconds now splits up the McLaren and the Audi teams, and it's all due to the fact that the McLaren just got caught up in quite a lot of traffic for a couple of laps back. They did manage to break into a nice bit of open air, but unfortunately in doing so they lost 4 seconds to Rule and the rest of the team at 969 ahead. So that just goes to show how traffic can really make or break an endurance race like this. If you get stuck behind the car for a little longer than you want to, Ted, it knock a couple of seconds off your lap times, and that means that's a couple of seconds that you are losing to the car ahead.
Yeah, sure can, and it can get very frustrating. As you know, we're watching Kumpu, as we're back onto Kumpu saying that they've got past the back marker car that flew Ferrari there. And I was about to say before we switched back over is when they come out of Forest Elbow, the 41's going to get the slipstream from the back marker car, so it's going to make Kumpu's job even harder to try and go for the slipstream move. As he goes for a send into, no he doesn't, he does look, makes the 41 go a bit more defensive, but Kumpu needs to just keep focused and not get annoyed or worked up about Svenček just covering off, having you know, enough speed for the McLaren not to gain too much in the slipstream. As we see here, the McLaren's not gaining that much in the slipstream. It's mainly in the braking zone. As we see, he got a little bit close and he turned out of it and had a wiggle, but it is so difficult and it's so hard to keep your composure, your focus on, you know, not getting annoyed at the car in front and not doing a silly send into the chase, for instance, because it's very easy to do a send in there and then, you know, you have a bit of contact and next minute you got a penalty. So it's just a waiting game. It's a big old waiting game, and you know, you're an hour in the car. It feels like you've been two and a half hours in the car, and you do feel tired by the end of it.
Absolutely, it really does start to weigh on you the longer you spend in the car. The chase continues though between the number 256 and the 41, as now the McLaren always touching the rear of the BMW coming out of the Forest Elbow, and now onto the back straight. Can that McLaren find any slipstream here to get them alongside the BMW? Like you said, it seems that they're really struggling in the straight line to find it alongside the BMW. Even with the slipstream, you can see now they're looking towards the right hand side, but they just don't have that little bit extra power that they need to really get alongside, and unless they can do that, it's going to be another failed overtake for the number 256, and they've got pressure from behind as well. It's not for media position, but of course that is going to be something that Kumpu is going to be looking in their mirrors trying to judge, is what's happening behind me. We can't hold up drivers for too long. We've got to at some point let them through if we are the blue flags in this situation. But Svenček still on the defence here. They've done a brilliant job so far, and really, Ted, that's all they can do, is they just have to continue with this brilliant defence. Of course, you've got the McLaren constantly looking for a way through, which means they're probably going to be impeding your lap times. You're not going to be able to take the corners the way you want to. You're going to be constantly playing the defensive game. Because of it, it's for the next, well, until pits really, Svenček is probably just going to be continuing this defence. Although Kumpu, they're taking a lot of the inside curb, completely throwing the car off. And with it, Svenček will actually get a moment to breathe as we get a race replay of what's happened, Ted.
I honestly thought they were off to the wall then, because that curb, when you mount it like this, oh, it just bounces him off. Luckily he holds it, but I honestly thought he was off into the wall there. I've not seen that. I've got onto the curb a bit too much, and it lifts you up in the middle of your car. And yeah, it's I've spun around on it, but he just bounced off with the wheels. That was a scary moment for me, and I'm not even driving the car, not even in their team, so it was a scary moment for them. But I'm just looking at their lap times, their last lap times compared to the rest of the field, and Svenček is a long way off 8th place, the 121. They're doing 2-minute 3s, high 2-minute 3s, almost 2-minute 4s. Everyone else is high 2-minute 2s to high 2-minute 1s around them. So it's a bit crazy. Like Svenček was, I think he was 21 seconds to the 121. Now he's a whole sector behind because it says +2 laps. It's not giving us a proper sector time, but I think on the back end, when he comes over the line, I should be able to sort of give you a rough estimate of how far behind he is. He is 35 seconds, or 28 seconds. There you go. So just within that first sector, 25 seconds, 28 seconds. Sorry. So yeah, it's increased quite a bit because he's trying to defend from Kumpu. Now I wonder if you should let Kumpu through and follow him, but then again, you let someone through and they are a lot faster than you, it's going to be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, absolutely. You can lose a lot of time here, though, fighting on the mountain, as we have seen already. And a blue marker here, almost blocking the way for Kumpu. They managed to let Svenchik through in time, but the McLaren just got caught up behind them. And now going up the mountain, they may be stuck behind them for a little while. So a replay of what just happened here. You can see the blue flag driver coming out the corner there. May have swung over to the left a bit too soon. Could have probably yielded that position to the McLaren. That might be a little thing for the McLaren to take a look at there. But for now, for Svenchek, that is great news, because that means they just get that little bit of time to pick the pace back up again and focus on their own race rather than constantly looking in their mirrors. Because as we've seen, Ted, you know, if you're constantly fighting another driver, and these guys, the number 41 and the 256, they are proof of this, you're going to be losing ridiculous amounts of time. I mean, we've seen both these drivers able to pull out the 202 lap times, and for the last couple of laps, for basically the last 20 minutes or so, they've been stuck in the 203s because they're constantly fighting each other. So yeah, I agree with you. It's maybe a chance for the Svenchek to take a step back and think, okay, is it worth letting the McLaren through? And even if we do lose them, at least they're not impeding our race anymore. At least we can just continue the lap times that we want to do. But of course, if Svenchek feels like that they don't actually have much more in it in the way of lap times, they might just want to try and continue this defense for now, keep the 256 behind, and don't let them gain any free air on track to just pull off into the distance as well. It's a tricky situation. It's one that they've got to weigh up. But as it stands right now, Ted, I think they're losing way too much time just having this fight consistently lap after lap.
Yeah, well, as we see here, I was about to say the red car, the McLaren is Thomas Jack for small PP racing, and they're now overtaking Kumpu. A blue flag backmarker car is now overtaken Kumpu, now splitting up Svenchek and the 256. So that's interesting. The BMW, as you see up the top of the road, is the RCI Esports blue car, which is Martin Lorenk in the car right now. So it's a little bit crazy to see Kumpu dropping off. Not saying the 800 is slow by any means. They've got past a car that was, you know, a few laps or a lap in front of them, but they're gaining on the BMW now. I don't know if that's because they've got fresher tyres. They did a pit stop on lap 109. I hear from Jesse Lee saying yes in my ears that yes, they got 10 lap newer tyres than the two cars that they are now in a sandwich with. Oh, hello Slidey McSlidey in the background. That was a bit scary going towards the wall there, but it just goes to show what new tyres can do to a car. But yeah, Thomas Jack really pushing the small PP to its limits.
Thomas Jack able to clear the two drivers ahead of them, and with it they'll be able to continue on their climb back up towards the top 20. Well, it comes to that time when it's time for me and Ted Edwards to take a little bit of a break, but don't worry, we'll be back in 5 minutes time to continue with the 6 hours of Bathurst. Of course, we've only got 2 hours left to go. We're into that final third of the race, but for now we're going to ride on board with Bernard Bendel in the number 90, the E1 Sim Sport car. Turn your volume up and listen to the sounds of the engine and enjoy the break. Hello everybody and welcome back to the RCI World Tour, where today drivers have been tackling the 6 hours of Mount Panorama here at Bathurst. We're watching as B. Bendel comes out of the pits for the number 90. They have since switched the car over to Santon, who is now behind the wheel of the number 90 Ferrari there. As they're exiting the pits, they'll be looking to just try and get back up into the order that they were fighting in before, just inside the top 20. That team was, of course, you may have seen on the little mini map on the right hand side, the number 41 of Svenchik parked up at the Forest Elbow. They had a bit of an issue that saw them stopped for a little while. Of course, they have since recovered and are heading now back towards the start finish straight, but they've gone into the pit lane. I imagine they've picked up a little bit of damage for whatever incident occurred to them at the Forest Elbow there, but they were parked up for a significant amount of time. You can see they've fallen completely off the back of Kumpu behind the 256, and of course it's deemed enough that they're having to pull off the pit stop now. Of course, it's not too far out of the pit limit range here. We expect to see cars pitting around that 140, 145 left to go in the race mark. We've got 1 hour and 50 minutes left in this race, so it's not too far out of that pit stop window area. We'd expect to see drivers going back into the pits. But welcome back, everyone. We're straight back into the action here as the 146 goes to the outside and 86 goes straight into the pit lane, so maybe you're not going to see an overtake there. But welcome back, everybody. I'm Tim Peck. I'm going to be taking you through the next hour of this race. Alongside me, I've got Ted Edwards in the commentary booth, and we have Jesse Lee working his magic behind the cameras. Welcome back, Ted. A very hectic reintroduction into this race in this second hour that we're doing.
Yeah, sure was. And as we were waiting to come back, we had a little break. Kumpu made it past Svenchek going through the chase, going through the kink side by side almost, and then into the kink on the outside. He makes it through. Very good drive indeed. But Svenchek with the drive through, and that was for speeding in pit lane. We don't have anything from the stewards, so that is minor speeding in pit lane. Switched over to Mark Elgard now. I'm thinking what happened was they didn't spin at Forest Elbow. They pulled to the side. I think Svenchek had a problem with their sim hardware.
Interesting that you've mentioned that, because that could well be the case. Of course, there didn't look a lot of visible damage on that car, where usually you'd expect to see a popped bonnet at least for someone going into a wall here. And with a driver change as well, Elgard back behind the wheel for the number 41. You may be correct that may be a hardware issue. Speaking of penalties, though, there was an incident recorded on lap 107, turn 19, involving cars number 134 and the 34. And it was a drive-through penalty for car number 34 for taking out the 134 car. And you may notice that the drive-through penalty was given to the 34. Well, they are currently holding that second place position, Santima behind the wheel of that car. And I don't think they've been given the drive-through penalty on the board yet, but that will be popping through very, very shortly. But Santima there, actually that might be from a while ago. I'm not sure. Santima there, though, will have to recover from that. They are still trying to chase down the number 7 team ahead, which they are currently holding that. Sorry, the 34 has served. I'm going in circles here, Ted. It looks like the 34 has served the driving penalty. That's why you see them behind the number 7. And then you've got the 969, who are your provisional leaders for this race, have pitted and are just waiting for the rest of the pit stop cycles to go through now as the number 34 pulls in for their pit stop. This is the one where they will be changing the tyres and refilling the car with fuel as well. And what's happened here? Oh, the number 41 serving the drive-through penalty now, as Elgard pulls into the pit lane, serves it immediately so they don't forget about it. We have seen in the past, Ted, occasionally drivers have forgotten to serve a drive-through penalty, and ACC only gives you 3 laps to do so. After that, you do get your car disqualified, and it has been ruled today, I saw in Split 2, that if that is the case, you will not be undisqualified by the stewards. They will just count it as you should have taken the 3-lap limit. That was your own fault. It has happened in Split 2, though, so do keep your eye on any drive-through penalties coming through. Of course, drive-through penalties often gifted by the game as well. If you extend track limits more than 3 times, you'll be gifted a drive-through penalty. And also, if you excessively speed in the pit lane, you can end up picking yourselves up a hefty stop and go as well. So those are penalties that are given to you by the game. Of course, we've got live stewarding for the World Tour event as well, so they'll be handing out penalties for any instance between two different drivers, and they can be anything from drive-throughs and stop and goes just to small time penalties like 5 or 10 seconds. So we will continuously bring you updates on penalties when and do they come through. But back into the race for now, Danny Santo for Tier Sim Racing Esports, chasing Jargensen up the hill in the number 86. And again, Ted Edwards, it looks like it's going to be another game of cat and mouse.
Sure is. Just while you were talking there, the 911 was spun in Quarry Bend. Is now RTG's back to the pit lane. They were stopped for a very, very long time. Another hardware failure. And yeah, they got. I saw they got going again, and then they went back to the garage, and it must have been up the mat. Oh, is it here? They had a little bit of a wiggle. I wonder if they got no force feed. Oh dearie me! Like the wheel just stopped working. Tim, I wonder if there's a place where they can get new sim hardware.
There absolutely is a place where they could go to get some better hardware, Ted, and that is of course Fanatec, another one of our partners for this race. They are a global leader in high-end sim racing hardware. They do everything from load cell pedals to direct drive wheelbases. They strive for the highest quality in every piece of hardware they design. You're very unlikely to see a piece of Fanatec gear giving you some of the hardware issues that we have seen today. If you do decide that you want to get yourself a new shiny bit of Fanatec hardware, you can help RCI out by using our affiliate link when you're making a purchase. If you do that, thank you very much. It helps support us and it helps us to continuously bring these events to you, and of course it helps Fanatec out as well as they get your purchase. So you know, that's a place you can go, Ted, if you do fancy some new sim racing hardware. Of course, that isn't the only place you might want to delve into if you're looking for an extra bit of hardware to boost your performance.
Yeah, and I've got some Fanatec pedals of my own, and they are really nice to use. I went from the Logitechs to the Fanatecs, and it's night and day, Tim. It's honestly, you don't think of it. Obviously, you see the price tag and you go, okay, you know, they could be a little bit expensive. They do have a bundle on at the minute with the wheels, and they've got different rims you can have. Obviously, they do go up in price. You know, we go onto the open wheel ones, as we've seen. The 911 is coming back out the pit lane. Hopefully, they have fixed the wheel. Looks like it's the same driver, Chris Picker, for Porsche Team Shumi Skins. So hopefully they have fixed. I'm guessing their wheel, because they just turn into the wall. Didn't you know, if that was the pedals, that would have just stopped or full throttled through a wall maybe, but it did look like a wheel issue, either no force feedback or just locked up completely. But looks like they're just giving it a little bit of a test, giving it a little bit of more turn than the car needs, so hopefully that is fixed. But hello, Danny Santo going for the off-road rally course, not something you want to do. 86 just come past before the final corner. Let's see what actually happened. So Santo is behind in the blue Lamborghini 86 on the left. Santo, they break a little bit later than they wanted to. Can't make the apex, goes for the grass. Very sensible, keep it straight, you can easily spin on there and lose a lot more time positions and gain a lot of tyre heat as well. So very well done to them. They're only 3/10 behind the 86, so still a fight on as they come up to Quarry Bend. But yeah, just upgrading your sim setup. Oh, they make the lovely pass through Quarry Bend, very nicely done. But yeah, just upgrading your sim hardware just to, you know, the next step up. You don't need to go crazy. You know, I upgraded from just sitting in a chair into a Placey challenge, and it just feels so much better. Even with the Logitech wheel I've still got, you know, the pedals, CSL Elite V1s I've got with load cell is very comfortable. I don't wear shoes anymore because the rubber is very soft, and funny enough, keeps your feet quite warm when it's a little bit cooler. And yeah, it just feels so much comfortable. Feel a bit more like you're in a car because you're a bit lower down. You're a bit more flat rather than just sitting in the chair. You're more sat upright, and yeah, it just gives it a whole new feeling. So if you want to upgrade, just upgrade that tiny bit. Just spend a little bit more money, and you don't have to go crazy, but it does really affect of what you do. And yeah, the CSL pedals has helped me with my braking quite a bit actually.
Speaking of feeling like you were in the car, if you'd like to get that authentic feeling like you are sitting in the actual race car yourself, you may want to invest in a brand new sim racing rig where our partner Digital Motorsports can help you out here. They are your top brand and your one-stop shop for everything sim racing. They've just added something new to their website, which is where you can build your own sim rig from the ground up using their sim rig builder. So there's a link in our description today and you can go and check out their sim rig builder now. It's really is honestly entertaining, more to do than anything else, and it may just be the extra bit of convincing you need to invest in your setup and make your driving experience that little bit extra more authentic. But going back now to the race, there's a fight for the lead here unfolding on our screens. Ted Gutman behind the wheel of the 969 has chased down the number 7 McLaren, and it looks like they're trying to find a way through. Going down the hill though, it's not going to be anywhere to do it just yet. It's going to be the place where you want to line up and overtake, get as close to the rear as you can, and then hope to get a good exit out the Forest Elbow. The reason the number 7 is in the lead is I know some of you may be wondering how they managed to get out ahead of the 969. Their stop was significantly quicker. Looking at the last pit stop time, the number 7 was only in the pit start to finish for 1 minute 5 seconds, whereas the 969 was in there for an entire minute and 17 seconds. That's a 12-second difference in the pit lane. That's how the number 7 managed to get out in the lead, and that's why it's now Gutman and the 969 looking to fight their way back into the lead of this race.
Yeah, two very strong cars, and I did hear earlier on about Jesse was saying about the Audi with no TC. That's a very common thing around, I think, almost every track now, where it's just no TC, and I'm just baffled because I've always used TC. The only car that, the only cars that don't have it is the Maserati GT4 and the Porsche Cup cars, I believe. I think the Lamborghini STs have them, and I think the Ferrari Challenge does as well, if I'm not wrong. But it's mad to see how they just have so much grip in the car with no TC, and it's one of those things that other drivers now could just try and fight, and it can be a little bit difficult. But obviously each car is different in their own way, and you've got two McLarens either side of second place. You got a BMW in between two more McLarens, so it's one of those. But an hour and 34 minutes left. Anything can happen. These two could end up both in a wall together, having a nice little cuddle. You just have to wait and see.
Probably what those two teams are trying to avoid, of course. The cuddle sounds nice and appetizing. It's not really something you want to do in race cars going down the mountain here at Mount Panorama, and with that, Gutman going to continue the chase on the number 7 ahead. Of course, the 969 team is one of your current championship leaders, SBHE Motorsport, tied with Hymo setups on 116 points. If they finish this race in the place that they are currently, they will be your leader in the championship, with Hymo setups being the 221 car. They currently find themselves in 6th place, so do keep your eye on those two teams, see where they end up, as that could be a shake-up in the championship standings. As we get a race replay here, it looks like Panis are able to fight their way through here as Santon goes a little bit wide on the downhill part of that corner, able to keep it completely out of the wall though, and with that Panis will gain a position. But Santon, I mean, it's almost a win for them as well, Ted. Yes, they lose a position, but they don't break the car in the process, which means they do continue to be able to fight here.
Oh, that's the main thing about an endurance race around this track, or even a 1 hour race, is don't break the car. Other people in front of you might break their cars and you can gain the positions on them, and we've seen it many times before where a driver, you could be chasing someone who's 20 seconds up the road for like almost 45 minutes, and it comes to the final 10 minutes of the race, and next minute you see their number on your track map all nice and yellow, and you're thinking, oh, my time to shine, and then yeah, you see them in the corner, badly damaged, or you get closer to them because they've got so much damage. Obviously, they don't want to repair it because it's only 10 minutes left of the race, and that's when your fight is on, and you end up making the pass, and you take home another position. So it's just one of those things with this track is there could always be someone hitting a wall at some point, and I don't think we've had a clean lap at this race yet. There's got to be someone hitting the wall, almost every lap.
Yeah, absolutely. A very technical track is Bathurst, and like you said, it could be someone hitting the wall every other lap. Gutman, though, continuing with the chase for now. The 969 still in that 4/10 gap between them and the number 7 that has since taken the lead off them. Will Gutman be able to find a way through it? Is it just going to be a case of them waiting for that opportunity to arise? So many times already we've seen today, sometimes just better to wait for a mistake from the team ahead rather than trying to force out and overtake yourself, as quite often that is when we could see some interesting dilemmas on the field. So 969 going to continue this push, try and find their way back up into the lead of the race. Of course, another thing that we've seen already today, Ted, is that it's very, very easy for you to get into a fight with another driver and then end up losing quite a lot of time as well. So if these two teams, the 969 and the 7, do continue to battle it out, if they do keep losing time, that could open the door for the number 34 to come back into the mix as well. And with it, it could open the door for Verstappen and the number 769 RCI Esports Blue team to come back into the fight too. Of course, they are quite far down though on the field at the moment after serving a drive-through penalty. So it's going to take a lot of fighting to close that gap back up. But an hour and 34 minutes to go. Stranger things have happened, Ted. Stranger things have happened.
It sure has. The 34 is 27.9 seconds behind. Keep an eye on that number when we keep coming round to Quarry Bend with these two cars. The third place just coming up the mountain straight. So I think Sector 1's the longest sector that we'll see the timing with these these two cars in second and third place, because the other two are pretty short, which is a bit weird. You normally just see like normally a +1 next to the car, or they go 28 seconds. So they are already gaining. Maybe because the other two cars are in the mountain. Not too sure, but just keep an eye on it. Still an hour and 33 minutes left. This could be a three-way fight for first place. Don't forget Verstappen, 7.9 behind the 34. They could also, in that BMW, come and have a little bit of a fight. And it might be a four-way fight for first.
It absolutely may be a four-way fight for first. Well, it's time for another interview with one of the drivers of a team here in Split 1. It is, of course, Tim from the car number 86, currently running in 20th place, just inside that top 20. Welcome into the booth, Tim. How's the race going for you guys so far?
Yeah, so far it's actually going pretty well. Of course, in the first two races we finished just outside the points, and we're now 20th, so pretty good, I could say.
Well, that is good to hear. Across the race today, of course, it's the third round of the World Tour. Where were you expecting to finish? Do you feel like you guys were confident coming into Bathurst, or was this a track that you were maybe thinking could be quite a rough race for you?
No, we did think we could get points here, also because our lineup is pretty much the same pace, so no real weak spot or so. And we did expect to get maybe 25th or so, but running 20th is maybe because of all the people liking the walls here. So yeah, we did in the first stint. I did lose a bit with the pit stop because of speeding, but afterwards we have been pretty much on the pace, I'd say.
Well, the P20 so far is great. Do you think that there's potential in the next hour and 30 minutes to take it a bit higher? What's your aim for now? Are you just going to try and secure P20, or are you guys going to aim to take a couple more positions?
No, I think more of the first. We need some points basically, because we didn't finish in the first two rounds in the points, and there's not much to gain in front and behind, The car behind is basically about a sector away, so that's pretty safe, for now at least. And we have been in the battle with the car in front the last few laps, but we are not over pressuring it because of the position. So just something around 20th would be nice to finish.
Interesting, and of course today we've had optimum track and the sun has been shining. You mentioned that the whole team was quite confident going into the race here at Bathurst, able to capitalise off others' mistakes. If the rain does start to pour in this last hour and a half of this race, is that something that's going to worry you guys, or do you feel like you're prepared for rain as well?
Well, it won't worry me because I'm not racing again, so I'm pretty happy that. So that's not my problem, I would say. I have also done 5 stints around Monza in the rain, so I wasn't really ready for more rain, really. But no, I think around Bathurst, also in the practice, it's been basically dry every time, so I don't expect much rain if it even happens.
Well, there you go. Not really expecting rain, don't really care either way, but of course there's 2 rounds left in this championship. We'll be going over to Suzuka next month, then finishing up the championship at Watkins Glen. Over those tracks, a particular fancy of yours or anyone on the team, or is it just going to be a normal end to the championship? I'm basically asking, is there an interesting track coming up for you guys where you're particularly confident on?
I don't know yet. We will have to see with practice. Of course, in the 24-hour race, it will be also my first 24-hour race, so it's something to look out for. But also, we expect to have our fastest driver then back in the team again, of course. So we are with the 6-man squad, so we hope to be with 6 men in the 24-hour race as well. So that's something to look out for. But about the tracks, yeah, I don't really know if we will be particularly fast around Suzuka or Watkins. But personally, I like Watkins really. But I don't know if I'll be racing by then.
You've never done a 24-hour race?
No.
Oh, you're gonna love it, and you're gonna dread it afterwards. It is fun. 24-hour races are a thing I like to do, but they sometimes can get a little bit draining on you, especially when you've done a lot of stints. But if you have a solid team with you, then you'll do just fine. You're in the top 20 for points in the minute, so you're gonna get 11 points from this race. So the main thing for a 24-hour race is the same as Bathurst, basically. Just don't bin the car, keep it on the track, and just keep it going.
Planned for in a month, but it's nice to have a 24-hour race with the whole team. And obviously, I've watched a lot of 24-hour races in real life, so you know it ain't over till the last minute.
Don't forget to change the brake pads.
Yeah, it's that has already been noted indeed.
That's good. That's a good start. Well, it was nice speaking to you. Hopefully, you can gain some more positions in this race. You've got an hour and 28 minutes left, and get that Lamborghini across the line, and you'll be just good.
Yeah, thanks. Hopefully we will, and hopefully you guys have a nice stream till the end. So good luck with that as well.
Thank you very much. Just before you go, Tim, is there anyone you would like to shout out whilst you're on the stream here with us?
Shout out to my teammates.
Well, there you have it. Oh, do you carry on?
No, I just said see you guys, have fun with the stream.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the interview there, Tim. That was, of course, one of the drivers from the number 86 team. They're currently running in P19, provisionally P20 though, and they're looking to try and improve that a little bit, although mostly they just want to secure this position so that they can bring home a nice load of points. And it's interesting, Ted, because you know, quite often we talk to these teams and they say, oh yeah, we're currently sitting in like 16th, we want to get inside the top 10 though by the end of the race. That they just seem content with where they are, and like they just said, their goal for today is actually just to score points in this championship.
Yeah, I was just looking to see what their points were at the minute, and they're sat down in 38th place out of the 41 teams that are still here. So this means a hell of a lot to them just to get these points and where they are. And like he said, they just want to survive Bathurst, get the points. If they gain any more positions, then that's a bonus, and they'll get more. Obviously, they get more points for each position they take. But it's one of them. They're in split one. They're in a really hard split. You know, we've got a lot of fast drivers here in all the different teams, and they're doing a cracking job in that 86 car. And it's not easy. You know, we've both driven around here multiple times, and you know, it really wears you out really quickly. Like, you could do a 24 race around Suzuka and it won't be that bad. You do an hour stint around here and you feel like you've done a 6-hour race on your own.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about today how this track in particular can really start to feel like a chore and wear down on your mental state as you continue up and down the mountain on repeat, because it takes so much focus to be able to handle the car with the walls this close to the track. One little mistake can see the car written off for the rest of the race, and that's why you've got to be totally focused this entire time. And oh no, a double accident here from the 116 and the 911 car, both losing grip and going straight to wall. A race replay is going to show us what happened here, Ted.
Well, I don't know what happened. I know we saw the red one slide. The one in front did. Is that Verstappen in the BMW?
Oh, they go as well.
So Verstappen was trying to dodge the cars in case they didn't hold brakes or couldn't slow down enough, because they're bouncing on the tarmac. You're not slowing down when you ain't got no contact with the ground. And Verstappen ended up in the slide and smashing the whole left side against that left wall. But yeah, the 116 went for a slide at the same time as the 911. Obviously, we saw the 911. The 911 just lost it going over the crest with the braking and went. And the 116, I don't know. I don't think there was contact, but it was. I've not seen that one, Tim. We've found a new one.
Well, we found something that not even the wall connoisseur has seen before in their life either. But you know, I think it's interesting, Ted, because it did look like there was contact with the 118 car. Like they came out of that at a very unnatural angle after the 911 spun as well. But from where we were watching it, you know, the 911 didn't even look like it actually hit the 118 either. So it's really hard to tell there if there was contact between the two. Maybe it could have been a case of the 118 just got thrown off by the 911 and they were watching their mirrors, that they then completely forgot that they also have to watch the track in front of them as well. But like you said, that's a difficult one, and end up with 3 cars hitting the wall at different parts of that incident. Verstappen still continuing on the track, as is the 911 car for now. So although they picked up damage, it's not going to be too detrimental to their race. But either way, Verstappen getting caught up in the tail end of that, just looking to avoid the 2 cars, and end up picking up a bit of damage themselves. They're not going to be happy with how that turned out.
No, and it's not like it was a slight tap either, because you can take a hit in either of your doors on the side and you won't get front or rear damage, and it won't really affect the car too much because there's nothing there to do with aero and stuff. It might affect how your tyres are being cooled on that side, might make them colder, might make them warmer, you know, or can even give you a slow puncher if you're not careful. But it looked like when he hit, he got front and rear damage slightly, so it was it's one of those things that happen. He did do a 2-minute 3 for that lap, so he's lost a bit of time on 3rd place. But it's just one of those things that you need to avoid the cars in front, and then you end up having to slide yourself.
Our broadcaster Jesse Lee just let me know that I should be reading chat at this point in time, and well, a lot of you have had your fair share of moments to say about what has just unfolded on the screen. Cobra said all 3 just lost the plot there. And then both Narasim Han and Chris P said certified Porsche moment, with Mercy Caller coming in with the 2 Porsche doing Porsche things. So clearly not too surprised is the chat with how that unfolded. As far as they're concerned, Ted, that's just what we should expect from a Porsche.
Yeah, when I dabbled in the Porsche, it doesn't like to react to cars in front when they have an incident and you have to try and slam on the brake a little bit quickly to slow down. You do end up spinning around in circles, but it's just Porsche stuff. Just Porsche stuff.
Just Porsche stuff indeed. And Chris Peace shedding some light on what happened for the 911 car there. Said that we saw the Porsche in front lose it, and then we lost it as well by braking too much. Just Porsche stuff, which is interesting. The 116, sorry, not the 118, was the other one, the other car involved in that incident. They've just come in and confirmed as well that they did in fact only kill themselves in that situation, and the 911 didn't make contact with them, which is interesting, Ted, because from what we saw, it looks like the 116 went first, when in actuality what we're hearing is it's the 911 that went there as well. Danny Santo goes for an overtake, clashes with the inside of Santon, trying to rejoin the track. Race replay is going to show exactly what happened here. You can see Danny Santo on the outside here. Santon taking the tighter line, but maybe not leaving enough room for Santo to rejoin the track. And with that, Santo gets sent right back off into the grass. Safely rejoins on the right, but unfortunately for them, will not be able to get in that position and find himself now 3.7 seconds down on Santon. What's your opinion on that, Ted? To me, that looked like not enough room left. Of course, to them, they might not realise that they weren't leaving enough room there.
Yeah, it's one of those. Obviously, the 134 went out wide through the corner, so you know the 90 had the inside, and maybe just went off the. You have the little heli Corsa. It tells you if cars are next to you or not, and it will flash up on your screen or disappear when no one's there. Maybe it just disappeared for a second. And then obviously when they got closer again on the exit, that's when the 134 popped back in, and maybe the 90 didn't react in time, or maybe they were there the whole time and they just didn't give them enough room. Like you say, it's a difficult one, but let's see what the stewards say about that, because that is sort of a takeout, but it depends on whose fault it was. But Danny Santo held the car and didn't hit the wall, which was... honestly, I thought they were going towards the wall, because that grass can be very slippy at times. It's like skating on ice, but they held it very well indeed.
Well, of course, that is the second time in the last hour Danny Santo has been taking a check off in that grass on the side, and both times they've been able to catch it and rejoin the track very safely indeed. But like you said, it's going to be down to the stewards that won this race. Is of course live stewarded. That one is being watched the whole way through by our team of stewards, and they will be handing out penalties throughout the race accordingly where they deem fit. So thank you to all of the stewards for dedicating their time today into watching this race and making sure that it's all live stewarded. But Danny Santo was 3.7 seconds down at the beginning of the lap, is now right on the rear of the Ferrari of Santon. Their head, and it looks like it's going to be another attempt at an overtake here for the Tier Sim Racing Esports team, already swinging to the left-hand side of the straight, and already going straight through, no questions asked. I think Santon there yielded the position slightly as well, maybe realising that they were in the wrong from the beginning, from the lap instant a while ago. So, you know, Santo there, they do finally get the position that they need. Yes, there's that delayed process of our lap, Ted, where you know, they lose that 3 seconds of time and they do have to catch back up. But Santo now flying back up through the ranks. 20 seconds splits them up from the 420 and P16. And only an hour and 17 minutes left to try and close that gap back up. Santo does have a tall order on their hands now, but if they keep this pace up, they could be back in the fight by the time the end of this race rolls around.
Yeah, and you say 17 minutes left. It might be different for some of the teams. Maybe they're trying to push their stint timer, because I think it's 65 minutes stint timer, so an hour and 5 minutes. You can push that quite to the edge. You probably get a lap or two extra over an hour a stint like you would normally do. So you have to see if teams have been doing that the whole race. Maybe they will only have like a 45 minute, 40-minute stint left to go. So they'll take new tires and they won't take as much fuel. You just have to wait and see. Obviously, there's people who've had crashes, so they'll be pitting at different times. Some people might, be pitting around about now, and they'll take tyres and they'll take full fuel, and they might have to just pop in for some extra fuel because the tyres can still go over an hour. You just got to look after them in a way, but just have to wait and see because everyone's on a different strategy. Even if you are the top three drivers teams, you will still have some sort of a different strategy because each car is different.
Each car is absolutely different, and with that it looks like Gutman has fallen off the back of the fight for the lead. They've lost 4 seconds now to the number 7 ahead. The gap is 4 seconds big, whereas we were watching them only about 30 or so minutes ago, Ted. They were fighting neck and neck with each other. Now, one thing I have heard about that McLaren is that it's very, very good at saving tyres across a stint compared to some of the other cars. So that is something that's going to be playing up in the McLaren's favour here today, is that towards the end of each stint, their tyres are still going to be in a somewhat better condition than a lot of the other teams around them as well. And that may be what we're seeing in action here with the number 7 able to pull out 4 seconds to Gutman, and that's going to secure themselves the lead for a little bit longer going into the final hour as well. If you have the lead of this race, that gives you more to play with in the final hour. Of course, it means that you're going to have the advantage. You have to be overtaken rather than doing the overtaking, and we already know how tough it can be to overtake on this track. Bathurst, and being the one defending will make things a lot easier. It also means that you get to dictate more so when you're able to go into the pits. If you're able to do it and not leave too much traffic ahead of you, you're not likely to get caught up in any fights that means that you're going to have to slow your car down as well. So the number 7 right now looking like they may be in for a good chance at the win today if they can effect the final hour and 14 minutes of this race. Further down the field, number 800 small PP racing team, Thomas Jack climbing up the mountain. They've got to the crest and are now heading back down again in pursuit of O'Leila in the 888 Mercedes ahead. A back marker just in front of them. Battle about to get fairly interesting, especially with the other car going off the side of the track. They're both teams slowing down way too much. It looked like the 888 there slowed down so much that the 800 just goes straight into the back of them. But both drivers able to react in time. Let's get a race replay of that and see what happened. You can see Thomas Jack here coming out of the corner. O'Leila slams their foot on their brakes, ready for the left-hander, which means Thomas Jack also had to slam their foot on the brakes as well. Both managing to avoid the car on the left-hand side, and all 3 drivers come out of that unscathed. Has this opened up the door for small PP Racing, who now look to go for an overtake? But again, similar to what we saw earlier between the McLaren number 23 and the 769 BMW, it's not easy to get up alongside another car on this track, and the McLaren just lacking again against the Mercedes in a straight line means that the 888 will live to see another day in P14.
Yeah, that was some amazing racecraft. Just dodging a back marker that took the escape road. Don't know if that was intended or not, but they kept out of the wall themselves. The 2 cars we see here, 888 and the 800, just excellent racecraft, not hitting each other, not hitting the other car, and just sticking with each other. And it's just the awareness, knowing where your car is and what to do with the car. And I believe there's somewhere that can help you. Tim, do you know what I'm on about?
You know what, Ted? I don't know what you could be on about. Do enlighten me.
Oh well, Driver 61 is helping sim racers fulfill their potential on the track for one-on-one driving, driver coaching to full-on driving courses. The folks over at Driver 61 have helped thousands of drivers refine their racecraft and unlock their untapped potential. You viewers can get 25% off using the code down below. Yeah, I know Jesse Lee and some of the other staff members have used Driver 61 and they all have said that it does help, and it has helped them improve their awareness and how closely they know how to follow a car, and just the reaction times. It's just helped them all rounds of their driving, their skill, and they've become better drivers for doing it. So just go and check out Driver 61. and have a little dabble, and you could have one course, have a go, and you'll see a big improvement in your driving on ACC. So yeah, definitely worth a try.
It can definitely help having that secondary input into your driving, especially from a professional like the rest of the team. At driver 61, of course, I think Jesse Lee could probably go for a couple more lessons, Ted, just to really refine their racecraft. But each to their own in that situation. Of course, we have just heard that there may be a couple of issues with our code at the moment. We do apologise if that is the case, but you should be able to claim 25% off for yourself if you use our code. All the information and the link is in the description below, so do go and check them out. And like Ted Edwards said, maybe time to test out one lesson or two. It can significantly improve your racecraft. Even if you're already a professional, it could just help you gain those extra last temps that you've been looking for to take you from the top of the field to the top spot ever. So there you go. Another one of our partners for today's race that's helped to bring you all the action that you've been seeing unfold on your screen throughout the race. And with that, the 800 has managed to find their way through the 888. They're now continuing up the hill, giving themselves a nice 1 second gap to O'Leila from behind. And with it, it means that the small PP racing team, Ted Edwards, can just continue to extend that gap that they've given themselves.
Yeah, they sure can, and Thomas Jack is doing an excellent job, and I am liking their livery. That red, metallic red, I do like a lot. I do like a metallic red car, and it's different to see sort of more of a plain car compared to the other drivers. You've got the red and the black, and it just looks nice. You've got red and white and black there from the McLaren in front. I think that's the 137. It is the 137. So it's nice to see, custom liveries. We love looking at custom liveries. The 888 behind has one. And some of the other cars do. I think the 86 we saw early on has a lovely one as well, and it's nice to see. But people still use the in-game livery creator, and that's not a bad thing, because you can get quite creative with the colours. With there's quite a lot of designs now that Kunos have added on for the cars, especially some of the older cars, like the Mercedes is sort of an older car compared to the McLaren Evo now, and the Lamborghini, and especially the Audi as well. All these cars are newer, and the Ferrari. Don't forget that. The Mercedes is probably the oldest car on the grid as it is, compared to the rest. And it's still got an amazing assortment of designs you have, and it's nice to see that you don't have to make one. If you can't make one, you can still make an in-game one, and they still look as good as a custom livery. So it's nice to see different colours on the track, and it's a bit easier when you remember the colours, isn't it, Tim? When you have to quickly go through, and there's been incidents on lap one, it's just oh, I know who they are, I know who they are. So it is nice to see the variety we have here on track.
It absolutely is, and it does sometimes make it easier with teams that you do recognise time and time again. They're not actually in this split, but one team that I think I'll always recognise is the Flying Hellfish car. They have some very outstanding liveries, Ted, which you'll always recognise from the big eyes that are usually on the car, as well as the gaping open mouth that they like to put on that front bumper as well. So if you've ever seen a Flying Hellfish livery, you know exactly what I'm talking about there. We've got two of their cars, I believe, in Split 2 competing in this race at the moment. Last I saw, one of them was up in the top 5, so it will be good to go and check on them in a little bit, see how they're doing as well. But like you said, liveries, you can use the in-game ones now. Kunos has a lot of options for how you can customize your car, make it stand out a little bit, and some of them do look very slick. Even though they can be quite simplistic, you can still make the car look very nice and slick and recognizable as well. Of course, you can just opt into creating your own livery if that's what you want to do too. There is a livery builder that you can use, and then we do allow custom liveries on the site as well. Thomas Jack race replay shows them, I believe, it's overtaking the car for position there. So that's them climbing up yet another position. Thomas Jack flying through the ranks now up into P13, and that demotes the 137 down into P14 there. But the small PP Racing, Ted, they're on upward battle now.
They are, and they still got to do a pit stop. The cars around them that they've just overtaken I say with ease because they've just gone past 2 cars within 2 laps. They're on a different pit strategy. Their last pit was on lap 109. You got the 137 that just passed the other McLaren is 126, and the 888 Mercedes is 122. So I think they've got older tyres by now. Yeah, they've got older tyres. The other car's got newer tyres. So maybe I was thinking they had newer tyres, but actually no, they've got older tyres. But they're still putting a gap on the cars behind. So they might be really good on these tyres. Thomas Jack might be pretty, like you say, the McLaren holds onto its tyres really well. So maybe compared to the other 2 cars behind them, that they just got a really good tyre wear on this car right now.
Yeah, I think that is the one point that continues to echo out to me across this race. The McLaren just lasts that extra little bit longer on the tyres. Still put out some great lap times, even getting towards the end of the stint. Of course, most of these teams now have about 20 minutes left on their stint. That's the point where you start to see tyres drop off quite a lot as well. And if there's anyone to showcase that, it's the fight going on at the front. That gap continuing to extend between the 7 and the 969. It's now 5.5 seconds, splitting up positions 1 and 2 at the top of the field. So the McLaren, I mean, it's a new addition, this one, to ACC. I say new, it's actually quite old now. It's been out for a good couple of months, Ted, the latest Evo. But it's a very consistent car, and although it doesn't necessarily excel in a lot of its own individual areas, it's just good all round at a lot of things. And that extra bit of being able to hold on to the tyres a little bit longer is key in endurance racing. So that's why you see a lot of teams favouring the McLaren in longer races like this. Thomas Jack, though, still continuing to put some time out on the track. 1.8 seconds splits them up from the 137 behind. That overtake only happened a lap ago, so they are flying around the track right now. The number 800 car, their last lap was a 2:00.747. They're currently the fastest lapping car on this track, alongside the number 7 that's in the lead, and also the guys in 2nd and 3rd who are also in the 2:00s as well. So other than that, most teams in the 2:01s, a couple in the 2:02s. It looks like some very fast lap times are now being pulled out, especially as you get into those evening hours, Ted. The track's starting to cool down, the tyres are just getting a bit more comfortable and it's staying alive a little bit longer with the colder temperatures on the track. That means that you get to see these lap times get a little bit quicker just across the board.
Yeah, you sure do. Just checking in with Verstappen again. 21 seconds to 3rd place. 3rd place is about 25, I think, seconds to 2nd. So they've lost, there you go, 27.7. They've lost a lot of time, but I'm looking at Verstappen's last lap was a 2-minute 1.9, so 2-minute 2 basically. I don't know if he's been going quicker than that. Obviously, we've seen him get a bit of damage earlier on with the Porsches having the Porsche things happening to them. And I did hear from Jesse that Jesse thinks they hit another wall again after that. So I'm not sure if they've got damage or it's just the pace of the Beamer right now, or it could be the old tyres they did pit on lap 123. So I'm not too sure. As we see Thomas Jack come in for their pit stop, like I said, they pitted on lap 109. It is now for them it's lap 142. So they have done their stint. They are now gonna fuel up, and they should be able to make it to the end of the race on the full fuel and tyres with 1 hour 20 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. They should be able to make it to the end of this race. Now, all things being, it will be a bit of a trek as you get into the later stages of the race. Those tyres will really start to fall off compared to some of the other teams. On the screen right now, your leader of the race, Crazy File Racing, number 7 McLaren, continues to clear lap traffic as they fly up through the mountain, extending their gap to the 969 that is currently behind them. 5.5 seconds splitting up the two front-running teams as more and more teams now pouring their way into the pits. Mark Elgard, who we spoke to in the interview earlier for the number 41 McLeod Racing team, has pulled into the pits as well. And it's quite early for a lot of these teams, Ted. I imagine most of them have at some point in the last couple of hours had a problem that sent them a bit off the mark for pit stops. But hear from our broadcast suggests that actually they're just maximising their final stint. Usually, I'm surprised because usually what you see is drivers pitting as late as possible just to make that last stint as short as they can. That means that your tyres are fully activated for the entire stint and that you don't get so much of a drop off at the end. Maybe a chance to pick off a couple of those teams that pitted early, although it looks like now with more cars pitting, the number 90 and the 911 as well. Actually, Ted, a lot of teams today opting into that slightly earlier pit stop to really extend that last stint to its limit.
Yeah, I was with you, Tim, where you would go as long as you can up to your basically the end of your stint timer. So the next driver, or if you're in the car again, you have better tyres to last you better in the stint. You can use them more. You don't have to worry about the tyre wear too much. You'll have less fuel, so that'll be better on tyre wear and be better in your lap times. But apparently, Mr. Man Jesse in our ears thinks otherwise. Now, it looks like people are coming into the pits and doing what Jesse is saying. So, a bit of an odd one for me, because I would go longer.
I think it's interesting. It's not a strategy that I've seen a whole lot of in the past. Clearly, it's a strategy that Jesse was expecting today, though, as they were able to catch us on that one. However, it is getting to that point in time, an hour left to go in today's race as pit stop cycles continue to cycle through. And you see cars coming out for their final stint. Most cars now serving pit stops, a couple left to do so. It's really shaken up the order on the field as well. But alas, now left to go in this race, and it's time that I said goodbye to you all at home. Thank you very much for joining me for the last couple of hours. My co-commentator Ted Edwards will be continuing with you till the end, and Jonathan Dalton will be rejoining the booth for the final hour as well. In the meantime, we're just going to take a quick 5-minute break. We're going to ride you on board with the leader of the race, Crazy Pearl Racing, the number 7. Do turn up your sound and appreciate the sounds of the engine as this McLaren charges its way towards a victory. Turn up the sounds, enjoy the break, and we'll see you in 5 minutes' time.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to the RCI World Tour 2023, live here at RCI TV on both Twitch and YouTube. Bathurst, as you can see, in New South Wales, plays host to round 3 today, just over 6.2 kilometres in length with a whopping 23 turns and technically a street circuit. I'm John Dalton, your lead commentator for the final hour. Alongside me is Ted Edwards, and behind the cameras is still Jesse Lee. And of course, a big hello to our live stewards. Welcome back, everyone.
Oh, it's good to be back, and it's good to be with you. I had a bit of fun with Tim Peck. I'm gonna have a bit of fun with Mr. John Dalton. It's been one good race. Three hours I joined left of the race, and now we've got 51 minutes left to go, and it's going to be a good one. We did see just a minute ago on the replay the 76 going slow. They are now again on that outlap. They pitted on lap 131 for them. They are 11 laps behind. When we saw them going slow, they had come out the pit lane. They've just gone back in and come out again with a 1 minute pit stop. So I'm not too sure what's happened. I don't think they've switched driver. I think this is the same driver. I could be wrong. I cannot. Jesse says correct in my ear, so it is the same driver. Not sure what happened. It's very weird. It didn't look like they had any damage. They did let people through. They did get out of the way, and it's very, very good from them. You know, being that many laps down. Oh, they're 11 laps down. Sorry, they're 11 laps down on 26th place. They're 17 laps down on the leader. I think they're still in with gaining points. It's top 30 points in each split, and there's only 27 cars left of this race, so they should just gain the points for being in 27th if they're 80. I think it's 80% of the race leader laps. So I'm hoping they still get points for it, seeing as they're that many laps down and they're still going. That's a big thing. You know, not many teams will continue being that far back.
Yeah, fingers crossed indeed, Ted. And let's have a look at a replay here. I think there's a piece of contact that's been logged on our stewarding tool. Santo with a little hip and shoulder check through the final turn on turn 23. That's, of course, Murray's corner. And, of course, the number 911 of Taran nearly getting involved in that one as well. Had a question in chat about the status of Hymo. Where is Hymo? What's going on with Hymo, you all ask. Had a word from Felix Tatsvina Hacker. Had another incident after a clean stint. Left the car with some big damage and would have been in the pits for at least a lap, and just not feeling like they are going to get a good enough result out of today. Unfortunately, retired the car, garage door pulled down, and Hymo shall be no more. So it's all over, of course, to Frederick Gutman in the SPHE Motorsport car. The number 969 has had a fantastic run through this event so far. Again, one of the most consistent cars on the grid, finishing second in Valencia and second in Monza, and aiming for a second place here down under at Mount Panorama. So fingers crossed the SPH squad can get this car all the way to the end. And we spoke earlier about the traction control on this car not being enabled for the majority of the race. As we jump on board, you can still see the yellow square faintly on the Motec dashboard underneath the red lights, indicating no traction control on this car. Since had a look through a few other cars, and the number 7 Crazy File racing car has also been running without traction control for the whole race. I've not realised it until now, as we ride on board. A perfect time there, wrestling the car over the mountain, out of the cutting, and towards the top of the hill, of course, through the park section we go. The red block on the dashboard, I saw it earlier on during a pit stop, and I thought it was a fuel warning. I didn't think it was a TC warning, but they also have been running without traction control for the whole race. So very interesting to see, but fantastic pace at the moment from Bogorutsky in the number 7. We're going to have a flick through a few other cars to see if anybody else has warning messages on their dash. Because you see Thomas Engerson Racing looks to be enabled on TC and ABS. Of course, it would be very silly to turn off ABS in the current meta. Looking at Christoph, looks like we do have a few digits on the dashboard there. No warning symbols on the M4 dash, so that should be all good. Of course, the front runner Odox Motorsport, we know they've been running with TC again. They were the only Audi in the field earlier on that we were comparing the Frederick Gutman car to. Tobias Lang, again, no such warning on his car. Looks like a little number 1. So a lot of drivers electing for low TC settings, or, you know, no TC settings in the case of some cars. And Pirate Racing, again, their systems looked to be enabled. And Joe Dorver there for the Rebound Racing car, the number 256. I think they're all safe as well. So it's a bit interesting, Ted. You don't often see a lot of drivers, of course, running without TC. You know, it's detrimental sometimes to the tyres, you know, excessive sliding. Myself and Jesse were talking about watching Williams the other week drive their Audi with no TC through Valencia, sideways at every opportunity, and they still made it work. So it's a strange thing to see. I mean, myself and yourself probably do not see this on the regular when we're obviously watching events or even racing in them sometimes.
No, it's very weird to see. I know about the Audi. Everyone, you know, who watches sim racing or for ACC knows about the Audi being no TC. It was as soon as someone found out, it sort of blew up through the community, and everyone knows that. But seeing the McLaren number 7 with no TC is that is so odd to see, because you've not heard of that before. I don't know if that's the first time anyone's seen it is today's race. Maybe it's not, but it's not blown up like the Audi has in terms of, you know, this is something new. Well, how is this car so grippy? Obviously it's to do with how the setup runs, but I honestly thought that big red block was to do with like fuel as well. It was I just thought, that's normal, they just need to do a pit stop. But yeah, it's as you can see there, the white number just above where the revs are, and just below the rev lights is the white number is 0. That is for the TC. The orange number on the right of it is the ABS. So they're on ABS 2 with 0 TC. So it doesn't mean that you can just go and grab any old setup, whack it on the McLaren, or even for the Audi, and just turn it on to 0. They obviously done something with the setup where the rear end is so planted. Obviously you see through there they have oversteer, but they can manage it, and obviously they're faster with an OTC. But yeah, it's crazy how they get these setups to be so grippy, but obviously it is throttle management as well.
Yeah, crazy indeed. And if anybody can make it work, it's going to be some of the front runners. I believe in the wing we do have a replay queued up for something we saw during our break when we were kind of watching from the back seat of the commentary booth. It was this here getting very dicey on the Conrod straight. It looks like a little bit of netcode kicking in maybe for the Sim Brothers McLaren. I'm not sure if it was the replay bugged out, but either way, if it wasn't, that was a very close thing to happen. It looked like the McLaren ahead was trying to lift off for the race leader to allow them through, and the race leader, of course, maximizing every inch of draft, wanting to get as close as they could before pulling out, and it nearly ended in tears. Meanwhile, Danny Santo here and Bendel in the number 90 Ferrari 296 down towards turn 2 they go. Of course, you want to be on the inside for this turn, as it's got the camber that kind of sucks the car through the corner and pulls it right round to the apex, and a very clean textbook move there for Danny Santo in the tyre sim racing car. So Bendel down a position, and of course ruling just behind for the SSR. Meanwhile, Christopher Streppen down into the pit lane. That'll be for their final stop in the RCI Esports Blue. Martin Lawrence probably going to take the wheel for the final stint. As we saw earlier as well, 969, Frederick Gutman was down the lane. He's given up the reins to Tim Rule, who will see it through to the checkered flag. Again, another duo that has worked fantastically well this afternoon together, and has run near faultless, I would say, all race so far. Thomas Engerkar, of course, ahead of them, the number 34. They are yet to make their final pit stop, I believe, along with, of course, the race leader, the number 7, at the helm of the field, of course, lap 154. So some drivers, of course, are going as far as they can in the stint head. As we said earlier, I heard yourself and Tim talking about it. It was a bit strange how early some drivers were coming, but of course 65-minute stint timer, anywhere within the kind of 1 hour 2 minute mark remaining is safe. But of course, if you run your car a little later, you can then put a little less fuel in, Ted, and you may be a little bit quicker than your opponents towards the end of the race.
Yeah, you sure are. And just heard in our ear, Jesse's shouting, "Is there lights on?" And no, they're not. The 34 lights are off, and I'm pretty sure they should be getting a warning about no lights on. And I think they have like 3 laps to turn them on. It's like having a drive-through where you need to serve your drive-through and you need to turn your lights on. I'm not sure what the penalty is. That we I don't think I've ever seen anyone get a penalty for not having lights on in a race before, but they've got their daylight running lights on, but they don't have proper lights on, as they went a bit too far in the box and used the hill to roll backwards rather than whacking it in reverse. Yeah, very weird, but yeah, it's that was very confusing. I forgot what you said, John, to be honest. I got so confused with no lights on.
Last stint, fuel load, lighter fuel load,
Yes.
faster car,
Yeah, well,
to that nature.
we were saying this before. Obviously, we've seen a lot of drivers come in before the hour because they fixed damage. Stints were off by a way because of having damage in previous stints. And yeah, I said this before to Tim. I said because me and Tim are on the same vibe of we go longer, and you have better tires for the end when you take new ones. You have less fuel, you'll have better tire wear because less fuel, less weight, faster lap times, and Jesse didn't agree with us. I think he was pulling our legs a little bit, but yeah, your car's gonna feel a lot faster. Problem is, it's gonna be a lot lighter. So when you took it through corners, when you go through the top of the mountain, when you go through Suleiman Park, Mafili Park, down Scala and through Dipper, it's gonna feel a lot lighter because you've not got that fuel, and it might get a bit more slidey. So there's more risk, but obviously there's more reward with the lap time. So it's got to be so careful. As I see a little penalty pop up there for the 146. What is that one, John?
Yeah, 146. We do have an incident report from, of course, the race reporter at the moment. Lap 147, turn 1, involving the 911 and the 146. As the 146 catches the grass in the last corner, finds the tyre wall on the exit, and meanwhile he's got a train of cars coming behind him, including maybe one of his race rivals. There's Kovacs, not in that train, so he should be okay as Beerback comes under pressure, though, in turn 1 from the number 90. Let's have a race replay from Beerback. We just catch the end of it here, but catching the grass on the entry, trying to widen the corner as much as it could, slammed on the brakes, and of course the rear end has stepped away. But back to the report, of course, at hand. It was involving the 911 and the 146. We see both cars on the screen now. Actually, the 911 at the back of the queue there, around the outside of turn 2. It's trying to go. 5 seconds for the 146 for pushing the 911 off track. So Stewart's not, again, taking too favourably to elbows out racing, and of course Jesse touched on it earlier in the broadcast. Everything the stewards look into in World Tour is reported by the team, so a little bit different to, of course, how we do it Monday to Fridays here at RCI, where any kind of incident that's logged on the tool is investigated. This is, of course, up to teams to submit their own reports, essentially, with a little bit of info, lap number, car number, etc., who did what to who. As we see the back end going again on Noah Beerback's car. He's got some issues with that car, Ted. I'm wondering if the knock with the wall through the last corner has really affected it. Let's have a race replay.
Yeah, I think hitting the front right of the car, it just locks up and then just hits the curb all wrong to not reduce that speed enough. And luckily they only had a few taps with the wall going down. They didn't smash off it, turn around and be backwards. Being backwards there is the nightmare, because you don't want to drive up the track. You can't really reverse and turn around. As we see, too wide with the 116 and is that the 91? I think it is. But yeah, they've got a 5 second. Now they've got quite a bit of damage. They, through Murray's corner, the exit, that's going to be a lot of damage. And hitting those walls there, probably getting, I say, a 4 to 5 seconds of damage there, combined, by hitting both walls. It's not going well for them, as we see the number 7 in the pit lane for their final fuel and tyres. We'll just have to see if they can take back the fastest lap to take home first and the fastest lap.
Yeah, fastest lap currently at the moment in the hands of Tim Rule in the number 969 SPHE Motorsport car. This is where the Crazy File racing car will leave the pit lane. And I believe, if my eyes are serving me correctly, that is P2 just behind with lights ablaze on the mountain straight. And it's Tim Rule in the SPHE Motorsport car, currently the fastest car on the circuit. We're nearly in a sub 2 minute lap, 2 minute .005 2.5 on the board for Tim Rule. He is fired up. He is ready to go, Ted. He's got the lead car in his eyesight, and he's going to want this win. They've had such a solid season so far. Second place at Valencia, second place at Monza. Sliding out of the cutting is Tim Rule, and he certainly wants first place tonight. 1.5 seconds to the good, Ted. Let's keep an eye on that gap and see how this fight will emerge. 36 minutes just over on the clock. Time is running out for Tim Rule, but can he do it in the dying moments of this race?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. Obviously, not long left, and they started P4. We got the number 7 started on P1, so you know they've got pole position points, and you know if they can get a fastest lap, they'll take that. And first place, they'll take all the points for themselves. But it's just a waiting game. You know, just have to wait and see. And don't forget about the 769. They started down in 10th. They are now 4th, so they've climbed the ladder. The 121 started 8th, is now 5th. The 23 is stayed in 5th the whole race by the looks of it. So they are doing well as well. And the number 8 in 7th place started all the way down in 16th. That is a huge jump. And same with the 41 was down in 17th, is now 10th. So a lot of drivers, a lot of teams have moved around. Some have dropped quite far down the order. Some have jumped way up the order, and some have just stayed where they qualified. So it's been an amazing race. It's always good to see the cars go around Bathurst. You never know what's going to happen, and you know, 35 minutes left. Everything could go wrong for any team in the last 2 minutes. The last lap of the race could be a downfall of a team, and they could lose everything they've tried so hard to keep. And it is difficult. And you know, 6 hours here, like I said before, it just feels like a good old 12-hour race, and it really tires you out. But just want to give a shout out to our very own Jesse Lee for you know, commentating on the first half of this race and doing the broadcast. And he's been doing broadcasts for most of the week. He joins me on Night Owl. Some say he is my daddy. You know, Night Owl. We are father and son. And yeah, we have so much fun doing Night Owl. And you know, I couldn't do it without him. And we couldn't do most of the stuff. He's done a lot of the Friday streams, and he's done a few of the Porsche Cup Monday streams. So I just want to give a shout out to Jesse, and obviously give a shout out to our stewards. You know, they put in a lot of work. You know, for 6 hours, you take a lot of time out of your day, especially on a Saturday. It's not easy. You know, people have lives and have to do stuff. So it is nice of them to help us out. And you know, without them, there will be all sorts of carnage and people kicking off. But they do keep things rolling, and the same with obviously our lovely John Dalton and Tim Peck and the other commentators we have through the weekday chats and you know, the random endurers we do. So just got to give a shout out to most of the, you know, all of the staff here at RCI. We all do a little bit to help. You know, got event managers, admins, doing stuff behind the scenes, and it's nice to be a part of a wholesome community. And can't forget about the chat that sits here and watches us talk about the cars going around the track, especially when there's nothing really happening. Got to give a shout out to you guys.
Yeah, you're making me well up a bit here, Ted. Of course, there's loads of people to thank, and most importantly, of course, the drivers for putting on such a great show this afternoon. Of course, 5.5 hours nearly gone of this race, half an hour left to go, and it's been certainly grueling for some of them down on the circuit. And you know, like I say, Jesse Lee probably doesn't get enough thanks, as he should, for the amount of effort he puts in with RCI as well. And if you do want to be part of the RCI staff or part of the community, check out our Discord in the link in the description down below. You can find inside the Discord as well a vacancies board, so if you do want to get involved with broadcasting, commentating or stewarding, you can never have enough stewards, so I'm told. Get on into the Discord, check out the vacancies board, have a little read through and see if anything suits you. Of course, full training will be provided. We won't just throw you in at the deep end and expect you to perform your best. So, you know, come join us. We have a great support network around us, and come be part of the RCI family, and you too can help put on events such as this. But of course, back to the action tonight. We've got a yellow flag at the top of the mountain somewhere. The 296 has stopped. It looks like just before the S's. possibly at the top of Skyline. A few cars rotating around there, but no real calamities around it. I can only assume the 296 has stopped offline as it begins going again. It's the next level play racing car.
I'm a guess before the replay. They've hit the curb. They've hit the gravel. Oh, I got this. Too easy.
I think they were in the gravel before they even got to the curb by the looks of the dust trail.
Well, I don't know if you know, John. I told Tim this. I am the connoisseur of bins and walls of Bathurst. Oh!
Have you completed them all by any chance, Ted?
Yes, we saw one today with two Porsches coming down the S's that both spun at the same time, and Christoph tried to avoid and tap the wall a bit. Never saw that one. So I saw something new here today, but I've hit a lot of curbs wrong. I've hit a lot of walls, most of the walls here. So I can see an accident before it happens. Yeah, there's been some that I've called up today. That one there, being stopped at the top of Skyline, is just you're taking the left-hand curb of Philip Park. Yeah, there's a little inside curb on the left. It's quite bumpy if you hit it too much, and it sends you out to the exit curb of that corner, and that lifts your car up, gets you onto the gravel, and the McLaren span around and was sideways on the track. The worst part. Here's Philip Park, just hit curb on the left-hand side of the car there, right there. Hit the curb there, and you just spin round. It's pretty scary because you don't know where you're going to end up, and you just slide for a while. But look at this driving here from Chris Warner in the Alpha SimSport 224 Lamborghini, following Joe Dolber, a very known driver in RCI, is fighting for podium/win in Night Owl this season 15. The 256 McLaren, he is trundling along, and then following, I don't know who that is following behind, but they are having a nice view of this battle here. So just have to see if the Lamborghini can get past the McLaren. Can they get through the cut? And have to wait and see.
Yeah, side by side through the chase they go. Chris Warner with a masterclass, should I say, of going across the mountain, absolutely tailgating Joe Dorber as he went, and Dorber not even succumbing to any of the pressure. Let's have a race replay as they come into the kink of the chase. A big bump on the inside. Chris Warner did very well to hold that one, and nearly into the side of Joe Dorber. That was very scary, but very good driving from the pair of them. And Warner is round in turn 23 of Murray. Something has happened. We've not caught it because we've been in a replay. Hopefully we can get a replay of this one. Let's have a look. This is, of course, going on from the chase, Ted, down towards the final corner. What happened?
Oh, now it looks like they're going for the inside. They're going to hit the curb wrong because it's quite a thick curb. Hit the curb into the McLaren. McLaren just sits there like a big old bus, not going anywhere. Lamborghini obviously on two wheels, so it's got no traction with the floor, and just bounces off, spins around. Luckily, they get the car around again quite quickly, but they've lost so much time. And it could be a fault on their part for trying to go for the move, but just have to see what the stewards say about that one. But or if it is reported. But yeah, it's a big old curb that. Murray's corner one.
Yeah, some big old curbs at Bathurst, and some of them hit him very wrong, and you end up sideways. And unfortunately, Chris Warner just catching the inside of Murray, sending him into the door of Dorber, and unfortunately turning himself around right in front of the race leaders. I don't know if any eagle-eyed viewers spotted the dark McLaren going through, followed by the SPHE motorsport car of Tim Rule. They're now 2.8 seconds to the good, so I'm not sure Tim Rule has it in him to catch the pace of the number 7. However, we said it earlier, didn't we, Ted? Anything can happen at Bathurst, and it's not over until it's over. And fingers crossed everybody makes it to the line from this point out. Of course, over 5.5 hours in. The last thing you want to do is retire, of course, in the last half of the race. And fingers crossed, obviously, all drivers get to the end. Fernandez still under pressure from Herranz in the 116 Porsche. Again, the Sorton racing team has gone well this afternoon. They've had a few trials and tribulations along the way, but have stuck at it, kept plugging away, and just kept their head down to see if they can, of course, recover back to where they were, and nearly into the wall. I'm not sure if they were. They're in the grass at the top of the mountain. They are pushing for this place on Fernandez.
Oh, that was pretty scary. If you think it's scary watching it, imagine being inside that car, knowing, the grass here will just drag you into the wall. They were lucky they got away with it, especially in the Porsche. We've seen the Porsches be all over the track today, you know, with the slides and, you know, a few little bumps and bruises here and there. And it's a tricky car to drive, and especially if you have the right setup. If you do one thing wrong with the car, it can just send you into a spin or into a slide, and you just gotta treat it with care. You gotta look after the car. And the Porsche is hard, as you can see here. The highest Porsche is 23rd place. And there is none higher than that. So it just shows you how difficult the car is around this track. Maybe it's not so difficult around, say, Suzuka. Might be quite good around there. So that's one thing we need to watch out for in a month's time, in the 24, to see is it just this track that Porsche is not great at, or is it most of the tracks now? Are the other cars better on the bop? Is this car's bop at Bathurst, you know, just not doing it favors? It's one of those things that you just, when you pick a car for a champ, you don't really know unless you've driven all these cars, and that's a hard thing to do.
Yeah, I was going to say straight line speed, of course, being the Porsche's weakness, as it's about to overtake on a straight piece of the circuit. A much better run out of turn 1 for Herranz. Up the inside he goes into turn 2, but he's overcooked it. He's run out of that banking that I was talking about on the inside of the corner. He's run up and out of it, lost all the grip, nearly lost the rear end of the Porsche, but manages to hold on to it. And now he's going to come under pressure from the SSR. I think that's plate in P21 that's catching him, so that's not, of course, for position. That is just for a lap down. But riding on board here, of course, coming up to the corner, there's a little bit of tarmac on the left. Brake on the tarmac, normally down a few gears, and just doesn't get the car drawn up in time. Skates up the banking. Good avoidance from the E1 Simsport car on the inside. But yeah, that could have been very nasty for both parties had it gone wrong. But you know, you get out that banking, Ted, and you just lose all grip. There's marbles on the outside. There's nothing left the car has to give you. It's all gone by that point.
Yeah, and as you see there, they almost clipped the curb on the right hand side, and I think there's like a little dip where that curb is, which can drag you round with the curb. And obviously the angle that the car came in, the Porsche came in at, it's not at the racing line, so it's just trying to drag you in early. Of course, it dragged him in, and he had too much speed and pushed him out again, and that's why he almost went towards the wall, had the slide. See Airmo plate go past just there in the 33. But yeah, I think that's what happened. He sort of gave it as a slingshot maneuver, if you like, but it didn't pay off for the Porsche. And maybe if they had a bit more early braking, they could have kept and maybe go side by side through the corner. But Quarry Bend is a very hard corner to overtake on.
Yeah, it's very hard. We've seen a few moves come off successfully today, but unfortunately Herran's move was not one of them. He'll have to have another stab at it if he can close the gap up again. Behind looks like a Mercedes, I would say, at a guess from the fog lights and the headlight position. Could even be an M4, but I think we're about to find out as it comes across the side. It's going to be the RCI Esports blue car, the 769, currently, of course, with Martin Lawrence at the helm, running in P4. Overall, it's been a solid attack afternoon from himself and Christoph Verstappen again, proving why they've been elected into the esports team. And around the outside goes Herranz on
side by side.
That's on Fernandez. That is on Fernandez. That's for position. So that's a position change for P24 this late in the race, and that's a fantastic move through the cutting. Again, the outside of the cutting is not somewhere we expect to see overtakes done, Ted.
Yeah, if you want to know what a slingshot feels like, go to the cut-in and it'll drag you around. You just need to dab the brakes, get down into second, and you just pulls the cars around. Doesn't matter where you are on that bit of track. Obviously, the inside gives you more turn, but that was an amazing move by the Porsche. And I think the car behind the 90. Oh,
that's in the elbow.
I think the 91 out of Quarry's corner got some grass, and that's why it bounced. Obviously, had to let it past Lawrence. Sorry, and that's how the Porsche got side by side and went through. As I do see a penalty pop up. I thought that was for the 116, but it is the car in front. We'll get to that in just a second, as they are too wide, going through the kink, I like to call it, and coming down to the chase as Porsche just stay in front. God, this is some racing here, and I've just seen another penalty. What have we got, John? We got some penalties popping up left, right, and centre.
Yeah, we've got a drive-through for the 256 of Joe Dorber. Not sure what this one's for, but the Rebound racing car has been running fantastically all afternoon. As soon as the penalties pop up in game, we receive a report, of course, from the race official. I'll start at the top. Lap 153, turn 17, involving the 90 and the 911. So that's Nick Tarrant at the wheel currently of that one. The 911 hits the 90 into a wall, severe avoidable contact. So Stewart's not liking that one at all. That's this car here, of course, the Porsche Team Schumi Skins. Again, one of my favorite liveries on the grid, so I hate to see these guys caught up in trouble. Wheel disconnect earlier, I think, from Chris Picker, had some Fanatec hardware failure. A very well-timed segment, I'm being told, as well, from Chris. Found it hilarious on the broadcast, so at least he sees the light in the bad situation. Joe Dorber immediately down the lane to take his drive-through penalty. This is for lap 159, turn 22, involving the 224 and the 256. The 224, of course, being the Chris Warner Alpha Sim Sport car. The 256 does not leave sufficient room on the inside, causing a takeout. Position not returned. We saw that just a few laps ago, Ted. We thought Chris Warner hit the inside curb, but Stewart's finding other methods in the corner. Of course, we only see really one point of view and a race replay if we're lucky, whereas Stewart's, of course, analysed data, steering inputs, throttle inputs, etc. to find out who was at fault. And unfortunately, Joe Dorber has been deemed at fault for this one. But champing the drive-through nice and early, getting it out of the way. He's got a mental reset ahead of him now, and he's just got to get his head down and get pushing on.
Sure has. He only lost a few positions, or maybe, I think it's only 2 positions he lost, so Jesse says 1, so it's not too bad. Obviously, it's not the best. You're still getting points. You've only lost 1 position of points, so you just got to keep going. You've got 20 minutes and 30 seconds left. Just, there you go, 17-second gap to Warner front. I think they've got quite a big gap to the 41 behind. Where is the 41? Just coming up to the cut-in now. Just before the cut-in is the timing line. So I will tell you in just a second. 27 seconds to Dolber. So Dolber's got a big old gap. Obviously he wants to try and get time back on the 8th place, but I don't think that's going to happen in 20 minutes. I have to do a second lap faster than the guy in front, and that's a very big thing to do. But I wonder if we have the replay on the 911 and the 90 for the 15, because that is punt 90 into the wall, severe avoidable contact. That's a very big incident. Unfortunately, we don't have that replay, but that is very serious bit of contact that they did there.
Yeah, Chris Picker commenting in the World Tour chat saying, sorry from the car 911 to the 90. I really didn't expect the long break downhill there whilst turning as well. So maybe just being caught out a little bit on the driving style, of course, of the number 90. Of course, that was at turn 17. So that makes it somewhere roughly around the S's towards the elbow. Of course, the switchback nature of the S's counts them all as individual corners. So turn 11, I believe, is Skyline. So it'll be somewhere towards the elbow through this section. So very strange indeed. But nevertheless, we do move on, of course, under 20 minutes to go. Gap update at the front. Tim Rule now 5.7 seconds away from the number 7. I don't think it's doable for the SPH car, but never say never. As we said earlier, Ted, anything can happen, and fingers crossed that they can get themselves across the line. They've got a little bit of traffic ahead of them coming through Skyline. Hopefully, obviously, get the car drawn up in time and not fall over any of these cars ahead. They've got a McLaren, and not sure what the other car is. I think it's a Ferrari, possibly one of the SSR cars, of course, still in the race. Coming through the elbow, it's the number 90, I think, on that one. That's Bendel currently at the wheel. Hopefully he should, in theory, move alongside, and should allow the second place Tim Rule through nice and easily. Of course, the McLaren ahead again is a lapped car. That's not for position overall. So Tim Rule giving a flash of the lights there to say, I am here. Please move out of my way. I want to get a move on. I want to try and be near the number 7 should anything happen. And of course, the 7 is just up the road at the moment, going into Murray's Corner, the last corner of the circuit. They've got one car ahead of them to dispatch of, and then they should be clear for a few more laps. But still, Again, 18 minutes to go, about 2 minutes a lap, of course. That's a quick mass of nine more laps, roughly, depending if the leader decides to slow up and try and cool it early. If they stay on the throttle, of course, all the way, then that may not be a thing, but fingers crossed everybody's got enough fuel to see them to the end. Of course, anyone with time penalties added to their name by this point, of course, can't take it in the pit stop, so they're going to have to do it on the circuit, and of course that'll be added to their final race time. So Beer back, of course, with the 5 seconds, and Taron with the 15. We've got a car round in turn 2. It's the 146 in front of Tim Rule. That was very dangerous indeed, but good heads-up driving sent them the right way. I think it's the 146 of Beerback. It is indeed. Let's have a replay. Ted, what's your thoughts?
Well, where they were, it looks like it was Apex entry, because they were facing the exit curve. Let's have a look here. Oh no! Oh, they just lost it on their own. They didn't even get to touch any curve. The rear end of that Ferrari. Is that Ferrari? No, yeah, Ferrari. Just went on its own. It's very weird. Maybe too much turning in put on, but it depends on what the tyres they're on. That 146 they pitted, the leaders were in the 150s, so maybe that Ferrari just chewed through its rear tyres and going through that corner. You know, could be a bit of too much steering plus a full whack of throttle just made that car spin round and yeah. Oh, this is
no.
the leader with a the 34, which is no 134. I do say sorry. That is Danny Santo in 17th place, Lamborghini. This is going to be a really long replay. Just have to see what happens here. Coming out of that was out of Forest Elbow, just a few hundred meters down the track. So Danny Santo is in front in the blue Lamborghini. Just have to wait and see as we going through the S's and the dip, coming down to Forest Elbow just now. Just have to wait and see. No one hits the walls. Santo indicates that he's going left. Does the leader think he wants to? Oh, this is way down the track. Oh! It was no one's fault. It was the Lamborghini caught the edge of the track. By the looks of it, caught the grass, and there was a massive bump in it. Brought the rear end up, turned them right straight into the leader. That was very weird use of the indicators, but that is not the problem.
Say drama late on in the race, Ted. That means Tim Rule for the number 969 SPHE Motorsport car takes the race lead very late on from the number 7 Crazy File Racing team. 4.5 seconds to the good now. That McLaren is going to have a lot of front end damage. It's not going to be a nice drive to the end for Bogorditsky. And, you know, we are never, ever going to foresee that happening. We saw the Lamborghini indicating left, it indicated right. It was signaling which way they wanted the number 7 to go. They tried to stay away from the number 7. Of course, the number 7 was trying to maximize all the slipstream. Look, tucked right up to the wing of Santo. Santo just hits the grass, bounces to the right, and unfortunately, the number 7 is alongside, and that finds them both in the wall. Tim Rule comes flying through way over the driver's right, trying to avoid both cars on driver's left, and takes the race lead. And we said it, Ted, didn't we? We said it less than 10 minutes ago. It's not over until it's over here at Mount Panorama, and drama very late on in the race here.
I'm going to be annoying to Jesse. I would like to see that replay from the Lamborghini's rear. So we're facing with that was a 134, Jesse. So I want to see if they did hit the grass or it was just a random bump in the road, because that can be a thing. Random bumps in the road, if you've got a really stiff setup.
They hit the grass.
Was that the grass?
There's an escape road on the left.
Oh
There's
yes,
a gap in
there
the grass.
is.
They hit the escape road and bounced from the escape road into the side of the number 7. If you look here, we stay on board with them, Jesse, as we come over the hill. Look to the left, there's a little escape road there. There's an escape road for the marshals and another one. They could have hit either of the two, Ted, and big drama later in the race. Danny Santo is going to be kicking himself. Stewards are no doubt going to be looking into this one. And Bogorditsky is hemorrhaging time. He's 5.5 seconds now to the good of Tim Rule. All Tim Rule has to do is get it across the line right now, Ted.
Yeah, and other drivers might be thinking, you know, they'll have feedback from the other drivers that are watching, and be like, leader number 7's crashed. It's crashed, got massive damage, and they'll be like, right, we need to focus, keep our laps in. 12 minutes left. We can probably catch these guys, and they'll keep giving information of how fast the number 7's doing, because you know. 34 can get second, the 769 can get third, the 23 can get fourth. You never know how far down the 7 will go. Just depends how much damage they've got. They're still on 0 TC, so they still feel like the car is still quick. Obviously we can't see how fast they are going. Just underneath that right finger of the driver. 277 here, 278. I think they're down by at least. I think it's like 9 kilometers. I think it's 286, 287 maybe. So it's more than 10 kilometers they're down on the straight at the end, just before the chase. So they're down on top speed. Just have to see how they are with the rear end. It's still slidey, as we've seen before coming out of Murray's corner. But that is pretty mad. They just did a 2-minute 1.6. They've been doing 2-minute. And a half lap time, so they're pretty far off. The 34 just did a 1:59.9 lap time, and the 769 did a 2:07. First place now, the 969 did a 2:07 as well. So that damage is gonna hurt them a little bit. They've got 11 minutes left. Can they hold on to second place, John?
Yeah, I've just had a look back on the race replay, riding on board, of course, with the number 7 at their top speed. When they had a healthy car, it was 285 before they were slamming on the brakes for the chase. So they are down on top speed, Ted. Well spotted, of course, with the front end damage. The bonnet is going to be flapping on the McLaren. It's not going to be a pleasant drive at all. We could see through turns 2 the understeer that they are picking up. And this car, of course, we haven't thought about them or talked about them since the crash. Thomas Enger Sim Racing, the number 34. This car is, of course, in 3rd position with Renault Ritchie currently at the wheel, and he is going to be pushing for that number 7. He's going to want to try and close down that 16-second gap come the end of the race. Of course, 10 minutes left on the clock. That's a very, very big ask from Renault Ritchie, but if anybody can do it, I believe he can. Last time by on the start-finish line, the number 7 was a 201.6, as you said, Ted. The Thomas Enger car, a 2-minute flat 0.752. So one second, just under a lap quicker last time by. And of course, with the quick maths, it's going to be very interesting. Let's have a look at the number 34's top speed as they come over the rise, of course, under the Pirelli bridge. Have a look out when he turns right. We'll start to see the speed at the bottom. That's 282, 283, 284, maybe even 285 before slamming on the brakes for the chase. So the Renault Ritchie car, of course, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, very quick down the straight. And meanwhile, we've got more action in the last corner. This is between the 146 and the 137. A little hip and shoulder check. This is for P12. People are still fighting, of course, 5 hours and 50 minutes later. There is still fights going on. Let's have a look how this started, of course, down into the chase. This is coming from a long way back. Of course, a mistake there from the 146 of Beerback that allowed Wallerius alongside in the 137. Of course, around the outside of Murray's. We saw it not work earlier for Chris Warner, but it's certainly worked here. And a little hip and shoulder check, of course, as the curb pinches away. I've just seen a flash of a yellow flag on my screen. Not sure what that was for, but Renault Ritchie, we're being told it's in the pit lane. Not sure what that's for, because we saw them come down for their scheduled stop, Ted. Of course, rolling back to try and get into the pit box. But this is an unscheduled stop.
I thought that was the 7. All right, hell. What? I'm so confused. They were catching. They were 15 seconds behind the 7. They could have caught up, because I was going to say the 7's lap time this lap just gone, a 2-minute 1.7, and these guys are coming to the pit lane. Obviously, they got enough gap to the 769, so that's probably why they've pitted. 769 is. Wait, is that them right behind them now?
That is.
It
That's
is.
the 769.
It is.
That's Martin
It's a
Lawrence
fight for
in the
third
M4.
place. The 34's pit stop time is a 1-minute 6.7, so that's like a proper pit stop. So that's tyres. That is like you forget the fuel, because the fuel is at the same time as the tyres. No matter what, a pit stop with tyres is 30 seconds with or without fuel. So they've taken fresh rubber for some reason. With it was 8 minutes when they came in, 8 minutes left to go. They took tyres, John. That doesn't make any sense.
Is this a tactical choice maybe to get the fastest lap? They reckon Renault Ritchie could do it?
Oh, that is a good shout. And obviously with fresh rubber, they're going to pull away from the 769. The BMW on old tyres isn't a bad car. It's still grippy, but it's not going to be as grippy as McLaren with fresh rubber and low fuel. So they're probably going to take away that fastest lap, and they're not going to take home second. They want to go for a few more points, but it's very yeah. That is some strategy that I've only seen from our famous Jordan Daly in a night hour. I think it was Friday champ Jordan Daly did it in, or it was Night Owl. It was one of them. He had a crash and thought, you know what, I'm going to take some tyres. I'm going to rob the fastest lap, and he did, and he got the points for it as well. So it is a strategy that we have seen here before around this track, and it does work.
Yeah, it's a very strange strategy, if I do say so myself. I mean, of course, with the damage from the number 7, could they have caught the number 7 if they stayed out on what they had? But obviously, they feel like the 3 laps for the 3 points for the fastest lap is worth more than trying to push on for the second position on the podium. So yeah, very interesting call there. They've managed to come out just ahead of Martin Lawrence, and as you said, BMW on old tyres isn't particularly pleasant, so should have no threat there as we go side by side this time. It's Nesterov on the outside. Into the wall goes the number 296, the next level plate racing car. Again, I'm wondering if a steward's report may become of that. And that's Nesterov. That was Santo ahead, the number 134. And obviously we've just seen him get tangled in with the race leader. So that could be very detrimental come the end of the race. If stewards start looking into stuff post-race, then of course that will shuffle them back down the order even more and turn their afternoon right upside down. And may have been kicking themselves that they've even done that. Ammo plate, meanwhile, on the back. I think this is De Castro. The fight for 20th still very much alive at the moment. And both cars in the wall at the top of the hill. They're both scaving along the side of the BP Ultimate boarding, and that's not going to be good for the Ferraris. Both licking the wall down the left-hand side. Have a race replay here. Out of the cutting they go. Again, this comes back down to what me and Jesse were saying, where you get fixated on the car ahead and you almost run the mirror line. You see there the 29 in the wall, and then exactly the same move for the number 33 De Castro and plate, both trading paint with the BP Ultimate boarding on the wall there. And this late in the race, I think drivers are getting a little bit tired. Of course, in Europe at the moment, it's 20 past 10 in the evening. Of course, Central European are an hour ahead, so it's, you know, bordering on midnight. If you've been up all day and you've had, you know, practice in the morning, you've been racing the majority afternoon, especially some of these cars, Ted, they're obviously 2-man lineups. So, you know, some of these drivers are going to be at their absolute worst at this stage, and focus is just dropping in general. You know, you see that exact there. Mirror 1-to-1 crash. You literally can put them in the same place. Another yellow flag out at the top of the mountain briefly. The number 90, that was the 90. I think they're still there somewhere. It's the E1 Sim Sport car of Bernhard Bendel. I wonder if we can get a race replay here to see what threw this brief yellow flag. Ted, take it away.
He did that thing that I said earlier that the McLaren did.
He did the thing,
and he's doing the right thing, going down backwards down the hill, because you want to get to this escape road to turn around. Because it's so scary because you can't see the cars coming. The only thing you got to rely on is your teammates yelling at you saying there's cars coming, and you're like, I know, I'm facing the wrong way, but then they help you turn around and stuff. But he did the right thing, which was just rolling it back down the hill to get to that escape road and ran around. But yeah, and here we see the 34 taking the fastest lap. Oh, that is a speedy lap, John. A 1:59.5. Only a tenth to 2 tenths quicker than the 7, but still, fastest lap is fastest lap.
Yeah, 3 points is 3 points, isn't it? You know, you can't argue with that. 1:59.627 for the number 7, and of course a 159.565 for Renault Ritchie. So he certainly got the skates on, got the hammer down, and made the most of this lap. Of course, on the lighter fuel load, the fresher tyres, he's essentially pulled a Ferrari. I mean, we see him try it all the time in Formula 1, and they tend to succeed with the fastest lap. So a very good strat, and it's great to see, of course, the strategies from real life crossing over into the sim world. So 3 points, hopefully, if they can hold on to it for the Thomas Enger Sim racing car. But again, the top 3 have been in a league of their own today, in theory. Just being told in my ear, Jesse reckons 2 laps left from where they are now. Of course, race leader just coming through the elbow onto the Conrad straight. The race leader's got a little bit of traffic, the 969. The MO plate still chomping at the bit behind De Castro, still trying to find a way past them. Again, hopefully we'll see no mirror escapes down the wall, should we say, this time by. But Dutch driver Mo Plate, of course, nearing midnight in his homeland, and De Castro on the grass ahead of him. That's going to upset the run through turn 1, and hopefully Mo Plate can get a faster run up the mountain straight towards turn 2, as this man here, Tim Rule, the 969 SPHE Motorsport car, rounds through Murray's for the penultimate time, beginning their last lap. They've got a little bit of traffic ahead of them, a flash of the lights for Tim Rule into turn 1. Oh, and he's tripped up. He's tripped up. This is crazy stuff here, Ted. The race leader has nearly tripped up on a lapped car. Let's have a look what happened. I'd love to see an on board of this to see where the signals were going on that Ferrari ahead. It's the E1 Motorsport car, of course. A flash of the lights from Tim Rule. He brakes. I think the Ferrari braked that little bit too early, and Tim Rule got caught out. That was nearly race over for the pair of them again.
I have no words, John. I thought I was going into the wall then. This is getting crazy. There's 50 seconds left of the race. I don't know what's happening anymore. I was going to say Mo Plate is doing very well. They are a night owl driver, so they're normally racing this time of night anyway. And then the 969 decides that they don't want to be in first place for a little bit, which was a bit scary, but they decided that they changed their mind very quickly. But I was just looking at the 34. They've just done another fastest lap of 59.3. Martin Lawrence has done 2-minute point 4, their fastest lap. These guys are flying. It's happening too quickly, John. What? Yeah. It always happens in a night owl RCI race. Sorry. It just gets so crazy towards an end of a race, no matter what track it is. Doesn't matter if it's Bathurst, doesn't matter if it's Silverstone, doesn't matter if it's Hungaroring. It just gets all sorts of crazy. Everyone just forgets how to drive a car sometimes and just boots it everywhere. And the 969 just needs to keep this car within the white lines and get the braking points correct. There is 3 more corners now. There's only 2 corners to go, and I'll leave this one to you, John.
Yeah, this man here, Tim Rule, the number 969 SPHE Motorsport car. They've been consistent all day, lurking in the top 3, and they've come through in the end to clutch it for a race win. It was touch and go. The number 7 got involved in an incident. The number 969 then got involved in an incident, the first of the race for them on the last lap. And this man here, Nikita Bogoditsky, for the number 7 Crazy File Racing team, comes through in second. He's going to be kicking himself at the incident with Danny Santo. It's not what we want to see. We don't want to see races decided like this, but unfortunately it's the way it's turned today. After 5 hours and 40 minutes of racing, it came down to an incident on the Conrad, gifting it to the number 969. And meanwhile, this team here, Thomas Enger Sim Racing, 4 drivers this afternoon have taken this car and they've mastered it through the mountain time and time again, lap after lap. They kept it relatively clean and out of trouble, but the number 34 will come across the line, hopefully to take P3. 1 more corner to go for Jeffrey Miguel Renault Ritchie. Again, a driver that's found success with the Acetec Biscarroll car, but today he finds success with the Thomas Enger Sim Racing outfit. The number 34 nearly running up the back of Mark.
Dear.
I think that was Mark Elgard going slowly across the start-finish straight, but a lovely celebration and the gaggle of cars. Meanwhile, Martin Lawrence comes through in P4, and Tobias Lang, Limitless Speed Drivers, again an outfit we've seen on the RCI channel in general. You know, they competed in Mondays. I'm sure they competed later on in the week as well. But Tobias Lang with the fantastic magenta auxiliary lights coming towards the final corner. He'll be the last car, or one of the last cars, should we say, to cross the line here. The number 23 comes through in P5. And again, it's been a relatively quiet day for the limitless speed drivers. We've seen a little bit of airtime in the broadcast for them, but of course not the amount that we've seen for some drivers. Meanwhile, Haran's comes through, the final car, P24, the number 116. Unfortunately, 5 cars retired, Hymo being one of them. And here is your final results on the screen, of course, subject to any post-race penalties. Of course, the winners today, the number 969 SPHE Motorsports outfit, Tim Rule and Frederick Gutman at the wheel of that one. And then the Crazy File Racing team, despite their raw pace today, just got a bit of bad luck towards the end, coming in second. And Thomas Enger Sim Racing, of course, round out your podium. But what a fantastic event, Ted. You know, we thought it was all dying down towards the end. Battles were still kind of up and down the field for a few last positions remaining, and then it all kicked off towards the end with that incident with the number 134 Lamborghini down Conrad, and then it just seemed to fall apart for everybody from there on out, including the race leader Tim Rule, who nearly ruled out his own victory.
Yeah, I do this thing, John, with any race we do, it'll be Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Night Owl, or even the World Tour. I get too comfortable at the end. I'm like, oh, it's almost the end of the race. I can relax. And then everyone starts to do crazy stuff, and then that's when I have to wake up again and get uncomfy because everyone just starts kicking off. And it's good to see. I just want to relax for a little bit, but they don't give me no time to relax. But yeah, today was an amazing race. Commentating for 3 hours on this was amazing. I love Bathurst to bits. As you see, it's such a hard track. People I think every car had to hit the wall at least once, even if it's a tiny bit. It's just something you do at Bathurst. If you don't hit a wall, you're alien-like in driving. But it's such a good technical track. You got straight lines, you got crazy corners, you got the crazy downhill S's and the dipper. And it's just good to watch. A pit entry is crazy as well because you can get a drive through for cutting the track there. But it has been an amazing race. Cars up and down the field, changing position like crazy. The 23, Tobias Lang, their team, stayed in 5th, qualified 5th, finished 5th. So that's an amazing race from them. Just chilling in their car in the McLaren Evo. But yeah, amazing race today.
Yeah, fantastic race indeed, and we're going to have a few highlights just to play us out on the broadcast today. It's been a brilliant broadcast right from the get-go, of course, all the way through till the end. We do have, I believe, an interview coming up for the winners, so we'll get them in here in a minute. And welcome on in Tim Rule and Frederick Gutman from the 969 SPHE Motorsport car. What a fantastic day you guys had right from the get-go, keeping it very clean all the way till the checkered flag, and a very unfortunate moment for the number 7 gifted you the win. You know, what was your game plan going in today? How did you deal with it?
So we wanted obviously to win because we were looking for a championship, and I think we forgot about the other drivers, because I was thinking it's just us and Heimo, and I thought we are in the Audi, a fast car, so we should win, but that wasn't the case as we saw in qualifying, since we were just 4th place and Heimo in front of us. So obviously a bit disappointed, but somehow turned it around. Heimo did too many mistakes. Did they even finish the race? I don't know.
But no, I don't think they did. I think they had a problem with their hardware, I think, isn't it, John?
Yeah. Spoke to Tatsvina Hacker towards the end. Of course, they disappeared off the board. He had a big hit with the wall in his stint, and the repairs would have set them back more than a lap. So they called it there and gave up. But yeah, we were the same in the box today. We expected, Heimo dominance at round 1, ran very well at round 2 as well, and just a little battle on the screen now between you two guys as we speak about it. But we kind of forgot about, of course, the Thomas Enger car that ran so well at Monza. Of course, the Crazy File number 7. Again, it's a team that we don't normally expect to do so well. But it's fantastic driving just in general from everybody at the front end of the field and, you know, up and down the grid as well. One question we do have in the box, obviously we know the Audi R8 traction control is terrible. For the whole 6 hours you ran with no TC, am I right in saying?
Yes.
What was the game plan behind that? Was that just the fastest way to drive the car, or?
I mean, that's just Kunos. They made the game like it is, and we just drive the best option, best TC option. So it's what we need to do to win.
It just boggles my mind that the Audi's been over the mountain for 6 hours with no TC, and it's not once thrown itself into a wall. It's just crazy to me. Ted, any questions from you for our race winners?
I think that was on the last lap. You had an incident into T1. What were you thinking when you had that little bit of contact and you were sort of going away from the first corner? Was your heart pounding? Because mine certainly was.
Yeah,
So
I didn't expect it that he was braking on the perfect line and standing there. And yeah, I really don't know what happened there. I'm just it's indescribable that we won today.
Yeah, you did an amazing race, and yeah, I guess it's just one of those things that happens when you're racing. You have a blue flag car in front. It's just you're not sure really what they're going to do. You haven't been behind them for the race, so you don't know where they're braking. And obviously they broke a bit earlier, and luckily you got back on the track. They did a nice little drift to come back on the track through the gravel, which was nice to see. But yeah, a nice win by you guys, and yeah, like John said, no TC really boggles me. But like you say, that's how Kunos did it, so you might as well take advantage of it.
Yeah, I think it's don't hate the player, hate the game kind of situation there. But I believe at the moment, with the race win, of course, pending any post-steward racing inquiries, I can't imagine there'll be any against you guys. You are championship leaders going into the big one at Suzuka, of course, 24 hours on the clock. How much preparation are you guys going to do for this one?
Much, I think, but I'm just going to be strong there because my Lamborghini is just the fastest car there. But I guess second place is our aim, and we will prepare for the race to get second and maybe even first.
In second place has been your place so far in the race. Obviously, rounds 1 and 2, netting the second step of the podium. So very consistent on that one. And just before we let you get off, obviously I appreciate it's getting late in Germany now. Any final shout outs, anybody you want to mention on the broadcast?
I hope Boris is watching. He drove the last race for us. I will talk in German for it. Boris, ich wünsche dir schönen Urlaub und viel Spaß noch dir. Max ist glaube ich auch noch da. Ich hoffe, du bist auch im Urlaub. Wünsche dir viel Spaß. So that was it.
Tim Rule, any words from you?
No, Freddy said everything.
Brilliant stuff. Well, congratulations, guys. It's been great to watch you for 6 hours today around the mountain, and especially with no TC on the Audi. What an achievement there. So congratulations to you, and we look forward to seeing you in Japan for 24 hours at Suzuka.
Thank you.
Thanks. Cheers, mate.
See you there.
No worries at all, and brilliant to have race winners, of course, for a quick word and just kind of understanding, of course, what went on in there. And I think we've got maybe P2, am I right in saying, joining us now in the box?
Split 2.
Yeah.
No, we were P1.
Split 2.
Split 2 winners.
Split 2 winners.
Yes.
God, Jesse Lee needs to tell us his stuff before he starts dragging people in. We don't know much about Split 2. We haven't seen much from Split 2. We had a quick word with Kevin Boss earlier on. Split 1 was chaotic right up until the end. Split 2, how did it go down for you guys? You know, did you have much preparation for this? Were you scared of the mountain? I know there's a lot of drivers that have been a bit eerie of it. But yeah, talk us through how it went.
Will, shall I tell them or?
Yeah, you tell them the story.
Okay.
You tell them.
Yeah, we qualified on pole and we seemed to pull away right on the first stint. Then I had an incident and I crashed into a wall and I had to give up P1. and had a lot of damage, so we fell back a little bit. But then we were just running in P3, but the guys in P1 and 2, one of them disconnected and one of them got disqualified for driving too much. So we were back in P1 and could manage to the end.
Yeah, we heard this on the broadcast that Split 2 drove too much and managed to get themselves disqualified. So I think it's the first time I've ever heard of that in an ACC race. I know it's a thing, but I've never known anybody to actually do it. Other than the incident early on, any other tribulations you faced at the mountain? You know, how was traffic? I mean, that was the determining factor in the race 1 split. Watch back the broadcast. I highly recommend it. But traffic, any issues at all?
Yeah,
It's very difficult to pass. As soon as you get stuck behind a car on the mountain, you're losing anything between 2 to 10 seconds a lap. It just make it very hard work.
Yeah, and I would say a lot of yellow flags as well, where you come around a corner and suddenly there's a car in the middle of the track and you have to take avoiding action. So you have some scares, but if you're careful, you can manage it, I guess.
I crashed 3 times.
At least we're all honest here on the broadcast. But yeah, you know, it's a terrifying circuit. It's very hard to pound around for 6 hours, absolutely faultless. We speculated everybody in Split 1 has seen the wall at least once at some point. So yeah, we can only imagine how Split 2 was. I believe you guys go into Japan as championship leaders, 181 points to 145. So good championship lead there. How are you tackling Suzuka? How are you preparing? You know, are you going to spend a month on it? Are you going to spend a week on it? What's the game plan going forward?
It'll be a good couple of weeks, won't it, Rich? At least 3 weeks, I'd say, practicing for it.
Yeah, what we often do is we take the week off after a race and then we just slowly ramp up the practice a little bit, and we always make sure we're pretty well prepared, actually. So yeah.
I'm flying to Japan tomorrow, so.
You're actually flying to Japan tomorrow?
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
Is this to scout out the corners and...
He needs it. He needs it. Yeah, he's starting before every race, and by the end of the first stint, he's P last. So yeah.
Yep.
Brilliant stuff. Ted, any questions at all from you for our Split 2 winners?
How was the Lamborghini? I see you guys are driving the Lamborghini as your car. How is it compared to the other cars you've driven? Is it difficult? Is it easy?
It's a lot faster than the other cars. A lot faster.
Yeah,
It depends who's behind the wheel, I suppose, Dwerg. I find it more difficult. It's more track dependent, I think. Like the first race, we struggled so much with rear tyre wear, but the last 2 races have not been too bad.
Yeah, and I think Suzuka. I think the Lamborghini is really good on Suzuka, so maybe it will be a good race for us. But of course, it's a 24-hour race, so yeah, a lot can happen. Let's say it like this.
It sure can. Yeah, 24-hour race is, you know, it's 6 hours of Bathurst is hard enough. You know,
feels like 24-hour.
Exactly. You heard it here as well. I've been saying this the whole race is, you know, a 1 hour stint just feels like 6 on its own, and you just feel so tired, and it's very difficult. But yeah, 24 hours of Suzuka, you know, 24 hours is fun. You just got to keep it on the track and try and avoid people as much as you can. You can gain the places back later on in the race if you're, you know, keep your car all together and just keep your strategy going. That is like the biggest thing I would say, is just focus on yourself and not worry about what happens in the first few laps. But yeah, nice win today.
How are you guys going to manage as the commentary team for the 24 hours?
We're gonna work it somehow. There might be some mega stints coming in from certain people, but yeah, we'll see how much we can truly broadcast, of course, on RCI TV. Just before, of course, we let you guys go, obviously the 444 Goat Racing, smooth as butter. Anyone you'd like to shout out in particular? Any words you'd like to say for the broadcast?
Yeah, just thanks a lot for putting the event on. Seems to be doing a really good job, so yeah, thanks.
I think Christian wants to shout out to someone.
I just want to thank Jason for his continued efforts during these races.
Yeah, he has to put up with you, so yeah.
Yeah, he has to put up with me, so.
Absolutely brilliant. Jesse Lee in hysterics.
Yeah, we are twin brothers, by the way. We cover each other's shit all the time, so.
Brilliant. Well, split 2 winners, of course, the 444 Smooth as Butter Goat Racing team. Great to have you in the box for a brief insight into split 2, and congratulations on your win today. And of course, it's getting late,
Thank
so
you.
definitely get yourself off the bed for some well-deserved rest.
Yeah,
Yes,
thanks for hosting. This is always a pleasure. Thank you.
No worries at all. Thank you very much, guys. It's been brilliant. And yeah, we'll catch you hopefully in another broadcast when you pick up another win for your championship.
Yes.
All right, thanks for having us. Bye
Thanks,
bye.
guys.
See ya.
No worries at all. Take care, guys. So that was your split two winners, of course. RCI calendar, brief breakdown. We did it in the broadcast earlier on. Just want to quickly run you through what's going on this week. Of course, a much busier calendar than usual. Monday, we're nearing the end of our Porsche Cup Championship with a whopping 3 classes all sharing a circuit. That's shown here on RCI TV. It's an exciting broadcast. It's one I love to cast myself. Wednesday's Team Championship, very much still alive as well, not shown on RCI TV, which is very unfortunate because RCI Esports Yellow is leading MRT KTM and RCI Esports Blue. We head to Hungaroring next week, and I'm being told in my ears potentially could be on RCI TV for this round, which would be good because we're having such a good time in our own championship with our Esports Yellow and Blue efforts. Thursday, we're dipping our toes back into iRacing. Some of you eagle-eyed viewers may know that we are doing some more iRacing this year. Formula 1600s at Virginia on Thursday. Sign-ups are still open, of course, for that one over on the website. Friday, we continue, of course, our GT Sprint Championship with currently Christopher Streppen leading Jordan Daly and Joachim Shelgren, heading stateside to Watkins Glen for the next round. And of course, Saturday next week resumes normal service with Night Owl, Jordan Daly leading Harry Conway and Joe Dorber, and they are, of course, as well stateside at Laguna Seca. And of course, the iRacing, nah, as Jesse Lee would say, but of course, the iRacing events are kicking off in big style here at RCI. Of course, with the 1600s at Virginia this week, we then begin the Legends Cup on October 19th before heading off to the Charlotte 150 for October 28th, which sign-ups have opened just today for that one. Lastly, we've got some good old multi-class in the form of iRacing Road Championship, GT4s and MX5 Cups both mingling on circuit, and that begins on November 9th. So plenty of events to take you up to the holiday season, and of course, if you do want to get involved with any of them, head on over to our website, racerci.com. You can sit down in the bottom left-hand side, and a link in the description below as well. And finally, a quick thank you to all of our partners, of course, AK Esports for providing our server solutions here at RCI, driver61.com for offering you guys 25% off your driver coaching. Fanatec, again, one of the leading brands in dedicated sim racing hardware, despite what Chris Picker might say to you. They've, of course, just launched their Quick Release 2, and we do have an affiliate link down below in the description. And, of course, 2 new partners for this year, digitalmotorsports.com and Go Setups as well. Digitalmotorsports.com offering hardware, virtual driving experiences, corporate events, of course, and everything in between to complete turnkey sim rig solutions. And of course, Go Setups to be one of the most premium esports setup stores for ACC. And they do, of course, have safer rated setups. So a few people probably electing to take those today at the Mountain. And they even have a Jaguar pack for 1.9. So if you're competing in any old Boomer Cups, then be sure to check them out as well. But it's been brilliant to have you all with us. Of course, a big thank you to everyone at home that has joined us, whether you're still watching, you're watching back, or you just rewound the broadcast and you're skimming through it. Thank you for having us, and we love to have you here with us. Remember to drop a follow, a subscribe, the like button, the bell icon, all that good stuff, of course, on Twitch and YouTube. It's been great to have you all with us for a fantastic 6+ hours of action today. But from myself, John Dalton, from Ted Edwards alongside me, from Tim Peck earlier on in the booth, and Jesse Lee, who is still behind the cameras running the show. We'd like to thank you all for joining us. We hope you have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and we hope to see you back for another event on RCI TV very soon. Take care.